Oh, let me get. We are live. We are living live and living, or what passes for it in this age. Some facsimile of life. Happy Monday night. Another panel. Another evening stream. So let's see what we get into. No news really. Trump and Israel and Congress. That's about it. And nothing really on Twitter. Let me plop this on the social media real quick. And we'll be off. And by off, I mean I'm going to pull up that question sheet and just keep answering some questions till somebody gets here. All right. Very good. Very good. 1 second here. Let's see. We did TV shows, movies, books. What's after books? Music. Oh, yeah. Movie soundtrack, stuff like that. What song always puts you in a good mood? I'm really easy. I'm Cajun. I love to dance. I love some good upbeat music. So a lot of them. There's I like the like when I think of like good mood, like ridiculously good mood, I think of the Brady Bunch. Like Sunshine Day. That I don't want to I don't want to copyright myself. And then but there's a couple of modern songs I like. One is called what is it? Pharrell? Happy. I think it's called Happy. Where the video is them going around the city and all these people just being happy. There's another one by Little Jackie called The Stoop, which I like. Also a very good video. I like that Alicia Keys and Jay-Z song about what is it, Empire State of Mind, New York. For some reason, that the vibe of that song just really puts me in a happy place. Oh, they're all black too. I don't know. Black people just made me happy, I guess. Black music songs. That's the ones I would pick. If there's music that makes me happy, there's probably black people making it. All right. Hey, Daniel Barry. How are you? How has technology changed the music industry? It's changed the distribution. Like we used to have to buy cassettes and then CDs, and now you get any song where you want in the universe on YouTube or some streaming service, Bandcamp. So it's more accessible, and because of that, like the selection choices are astronomically larger. So navigating the musical universe now. But I'm not sure music is the same cultural force that it used to be. I don't know. I don't know if it has been for a while. Although, like maybe Taylor Swift. That's why P.F. Young made that video the other day about what is it, Swiftian normality, and how Taylor Swift could be a catalyzing figure for the center. But that's kind of as a political symbol, not necessarily musically. She did just come out with a new album. I just realized that. I started listening to some of it. It's okay. It's not. I like her really poppy stuff from like 1989, Resurrection, some stuff off of Lover, that era. So, is there any songs that always bring a tear to your eye? Believe it or not, for some reason, "Memory" by Cats used to, because I think it's just because it's associations I had with it, and there were songs we sang as part of that school I was part of, like "Impossible Dream" from Man of La Mancha. We would always end the year on that song. Everybody would sing it together, and so it brings back memories of ending and saying goodbye. And and stuff like that. George Winston, who's a pianist, he composes piano music. Has some really sad, poignant. So they're instrumental piano pieces. And I remember when I was in the hospital and my cat was dying. Well, they thought he was dying, and that cat growing up was my best friend. That was my support system. My cat and the radio and the music and the books and that kind of stuff. And he had to have surgery, and they were able to fix it, and he ended up not dying. But at the time, we thought the chances were not good, and there was a music therapist in the hospital, and she took me in her room, and she started playing some George Winston on the piano, and she just asked me to, like, what am I feeling about the situation, everything. And the biggest wave of sorrow I think I've ever felt in my life up to that point. Hey, millennial fogey. Just washed over me, and like all my emotions about this cat poured out, and it was cathartic. It felt, I was still sad afterwards, but it felt, it was like a release valve. It got some of that pressure out, and I always remembered that moment, and that was George Winston. What bands or type? What bands or types of music do you listen to when you exercise? Oh, when I exercise. Oh, that's a funny one. They threw that in there for comic relief. Um, which do you prefer, popular music or relatively unknown music? That's a great question, actually, because I do have a thought on that. Growing up, I seemed to catch, and remember, I was like small town Louisiana, so it wasn't the hub of like art, like artistic and cultural activity. So our trends usually came. Oh, hey, Steve, I recognize you now. That's our friend Cascadian Anarch. Um, so our little area got the trends about a year or two afterwards, anyway, unless it was really mainstream and ended up on the radio. But me, I tended to get them even earlier than the general population there. So I always seem to be discovering the new music, the cool new indie flicks, etc., a little bit before everyone else. And so I got like my own private experience with it, and then I saw it trickle into the public, and I saw their experience and their reactions to it. And by the time it made it into the public, I was usually ready to move on to some other trend that hadn't made its way to the public. So not necessarily objectively, but just by association, I kind of started to see things that made its way into the mainstream as losing quality. And I know it's a stupid bias on my part, but that's just growing up. So like if a group, like I remember REM, I was not into REM, but me and my friends were listening to REM like a couple of years before they blew up really big. And when they blew up, it was such a surprise because we're like, wait a minute, that's all the music that everybody thought we were weird for listening to. And it's college rock. It really wasn't that weird. And all of a sudden, like the whole world is just discovering it and listening to it, acting like they're like they're the ones hearing it for the first time, and now it's cool. And so that little feeling, like every time it shifted to the mainstream, and then I'm like, well, I don't even like REM as much anymore. I want to find some cool new thing that the public hasn't discovered yet that can be kind of my thing for a while. And so that was the pattern to it that I noticed. And now I don't care. If the music's good, I listen to it. I don't care how popular it is, because I don't think there is any. Music is so like diversified and overpopulated, I guess. Like the amount of music out there is just so enormous that I don't think there is any one dominant. We used to have the charts, like the top 40, and everybody knew what music each other was listening to at any given time. And we don't have that anymore. So it takes somebody like Taylor Swift to rise like to really stand out above the crowd, to centralize any kind of musical subculture now. So, do you like going to concerts? No, I do not, because my ears. I don't like loud. They're always too loud for me. But the last concert I went to, I saw a local band in Seattle when I first. I mean, not a local band, a band that was making its way through Seattle when I moved there, and I think that was in 2010. That was probably the last concert. It was at the Crocodile, which was where Nirvana played a lot. Um, but the my first concert, the first concert that had significance of somebody I like that I actually remember, like, oh, I went to this concert and I have the ticket stub and it's a band whose CDs I bought and everything, was 10,000 Maniacs. And it was in Houston. Most of the concerts growing up were in Houston because that was the closest big city. Um, and I remember Natalie Merchant had to fuss at the crowd, and she was performing and going through her set, singing her songs, and the crowd was just, they clapped, but they weren't like, I guess she wasn't getting the enthusiasm she was expecting. And somewhere like in the middle of the show, she stopped it, and she's like, I'm gonna shut this show down and go home if y'all don't get off your ass and start clapping or showing some kind of enthusiasm. Am I wasting my time here or what? And we were all like, oh my God. And then so we started standing up and clapping after every song after that. And she was really good. I think it was at the University of Houston, and it kind of drew more like the upper class crowd, like the intellectuals, and I don't think that was just like the rah clappy crowd, and that might have just caught her off guard. But then my real favorite concerts were Laurie Anderson. She's a multimedia performance artist, late 70s, early 80s, and beyond. And she she did these elaborate sets with technology, and she told all of these intellectual stories that gave you these really quirky perspectives on technology and current events and just life. Really, she was fun. And I saw a couple of her concerts, and I met her at one of them. It was at UCLA. It was her Moby Dick tour, and we had drove in from Vegas, and we had gotten there early, me and a friend. Like, we got there around noon. The concert was at night, and we were gonna just hang around the campus. And they were given a talk on craft work related to the Laurie Anderson performance, and we were going to go see that, etc. So we got there early, and we parked, and it was on a Saturday, so it was on a weekend. There was hardly anybody on campus, and we're walking away from the parking lot. We said we're going to go to the cafeteria and like get a snack or something, and so we're leaving the parking lot, headed toward the cafeteria, and we see the back side of the performance hall where like the loading dock is, and we're like, oh, this is where she's going to be later. This is the performance hall. We need to remember this spot. And as I was looking at it, I saw somebody come out the back door onto the loading dock, and she was dressed in a white pantsuit, which is kind of her standard outfit, short, spiky hair, and she came out to have a cigarette just by herself. There was no security or anything. And I'm like, dude, wait a minute. That's her. That's her right there standing on the loading dock. And I said, I got to go say hi to her. I can't pass this up. I said, this is fucking Laurie Anderson. And I'm like yards away from her. So we start walking toward the performance hall, and we just walk right up to her. And she's like on a raised, she's on a dock. So she's looking down from a platform, and I'm looking up at her, and she has her cigarette. And I'm like, I'm just quaking with awe that I'm in the presence of Laurie Anderson. And I'm like, she's like, I said, hi. And she's like, hi. I said, I'm such a fan of yours, and I'm here to see the show, and oh my God, I'm so excited that I'm here. And she's like, oh, well, thank you. I said, well, I'll see you in the performance later. And she's like, yes, great. I'll see you then. Take care now. And I'm like, oh my God, that was Laurie. She acts just like in person how she acts. That was Laurie Anderson. I was on a high the entire rest of the night. Um, and then, so we started walking toward the performance hall, and we see the back side of the performance hall where like the loading dock is. And we were like, oh, this is fucking Laurie Anderson. And I said, I got to go say hi to her. I can't pass this up. I said, I got to go say hi to her. I can't pass this up. I said, CP fan kills you. Is this that Josh kid? Quit bugging me, kid. There's somebody backstage wanting to come on that I don't know. Yeah, he left. It was him. Um, a bit of an ego. Probably all. I think all creative people have to have some kind of artistic ego anyway. They have to really believe in their vision and their art to get it out there in the world, like to birth it. But I don't know her personally. I never got to meet her or anything. I just saw her from the audience. But I've heard interviews with her and I like her music and some of her solo work too. And she's really deep and intellectual. Some of her earlier stuff is kind of woke and they're definitely on the left, so it has those left themes. But at least musically, she seems deeper and more multidimensional than just having an ego. So even if she has an ego, it seems like part of a larger, more complex person. But again, I'm just going off of her songs and lyrics, which is just art. That's no reflection on. She could be a complete asshole for all I know. Um, all right, let's see some more questions. And this is open panel. I don't. This is me just kind of filling in time. As I do these evening panels, I need to like we never know who's going to show up, so I need to kind of be prepared to keep them going until people do show up. Who was the first band? Oh, one more concert story. Crash Worship. It was this drumming group from San Francisco in the late 80s, 90s. They were kind of real intense and pagan and they would like set things on fire in the middle of their shows and they would go through the crowd with these big wine skins and like pour wine in people's mouth or pour wine all over people and they were really Dionysian. And you never knew what was going to happen at a Crash Worship show. And I went to one in Austin and I was so excited to be seeing Crash Worship for the first time. And it was at some like pub or hangout that bands played at. So it had one side that was just kind of bar and the other side was where the band played. And my friends came with me and they had never heard of Crash Worship and I was all excited. I was getting to introduce them. Well, they hated it. It was so disturbing and uncomfortable. So they went to the other part of the bar and left me there by myself. And the thing, I think it got shut down. They called the fire marshals. They had this weird, because they leave the stage and they start going into the audience at some point with these drums and just this procession. And the audience starts following them and they start dancing around the club and they set things on fire. And they had this big paper mache like pumpkin skeleton demon creature head and it got on fire somehow and started falling apart and the pieces were falling in the crowd on the floor like the where the audience stands. It was a stand-up concert. I was loving it. But it was smoke was filling up in the place and everything. It was crazy. So that was another fun concert that I have good memories of. That was more my style, like that a Satanist would like. And again, when I was in Austin, I was at some club, one of the gay bars, and I don't know if y'all know who Gigi Allen is. He was this really he pushed the edge of performance art. He would do things with shit and blood and his shows were constantly getting shut down. Well, we were at this gay bar and all of a sudden there was this big ruckus outside and this crowd was spilling out of the club next to us and Gigi Allen was performing there that night and they were having to shut it down for some reason. It was in the papers the next day, so I was in the club next door to a Gigi Allen show before I even knew who he was or what he was, and I think he ended up overdosing or committing suicide. He was one of those live fast die young punk kids and just super intense living. All right, let's see some more questions. The first band or musician you were really into. This is a good one. Because growing up, I love music. I took piano lessons. I was in the church choir. My music was church music. The Catholics had the little monthly book of hymns. They'd swap them out like each month, so they'd update. And I would take them home, and I had a little toy piano, and I would go plunk out the melodies and teach myself these church songs. And I would just sing them all day long. I love to sing church songs. And I didn't know anything about radio music, or I wasn't into that. We had Cajun music, of course, growing up. So that was just kind of a given, like the music that was always in the background. But it was not until the movie 9 to 5, the theme song, that was my favorite movie growing up, which blows my mind today with all, because that's all about like feminism and the evil toxic male, and the women defeat him and win the day and set the office right. And I'm like, oh my God, that sounds like a nightmare now. But to this day, I love that movie. It's a fantastic comedy, very well done. It holds up, like even however many decades later. So my stepsister had the record, because that's what you did at that time. You didn't buy, you went on, you bought like they were called singles, like the little 45 records. So each song you liked, you went on and bought that song. And so she went on and bought 9 to 5, and I put it on a tape, and I would listen to it nonstop, over and over and over. And that's the first song that I just played to death. It was just memorized into my head, and the pleasure that I got from hearing it over every little note. Dun, 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 dun. It would just thrills would just shoot through me. And but that was kind of the only, it was like a one-off. That was the only record. And then from that, I was into books and like mystery shows and Doctor Who, stuff like that. I wasn't really into music. I associated music with like pop culture, and I wasn't into pop culture. I was into like sophisticated nerd stuff. So pop culture had no appeal for me. But in 8th grade, in the gifted class, the teacher brought this song in, and it was about nuclear war, and it was this really pretty female voice singing, and she made nuclear war sound so pretty, but so like haunting and sad at the same time. And it was Nina, 99 Red Balloons. And we like analyzed it and listened to it. And that was like the first time I realized that a pop song could carry a message behind just like bubblegum boy girl stuff. I'm like, wow, this is really making me think about nuclear war and envision the world differently. And even though the song itself, the German version was written, I don't think it was intentionally even about nuclear war, but because it was the 80s, it kind of got repurposed for nuclear war. And I went home for days thinking about this song and the themes. It like intellectually stimulated me in a way that a pop song just never did. And I went out and I bought the record, and I told myself when I bought it, because I didn't hang out at the music stores at all. Like I would have no reason to go into a music store. I said, this is for intellectual purposes. This is like buying a book, because I'm learning about nuclear war, and it's helping me think and feel my way through it. So it's more of an intellectual purchase. It's not for entertainment. And then about that time, I had gotten a tape recorder, and that's when you could record songs from the radio, and they would play it on the radio. Oh, that's what happened. Before I got the record, I would try to tape it off the radio. And so in the process of doing that, I would discover all these other songs that I liked, like Cyndi Lauper, Eurythmics. That's the time that Footloose came out, and they said they had all these songs from the Footloose soundtrack that were just all playing at one time. What is it? Let's Hear It for the Boy. Footloose itself, I think Holding Out from a Hero was from that. Total Eclipse of the Heart from a few years before. So all of that was hitting my brain at once, and it was just opening up this entire new world for me. And we had MTV. I was an MTV baby. And so MTV had just started like a year or two earlier. And so there was this cool new visual medium along with just song. It was an entire art form. And my life was never the same since. Like I got so sucked into MTV and video and music and popular music, and that led on to alternative music. Like music was a path. You could explore the entire world or human culture at that time, or so it seemed, through music. And so I just kept discovering more and more artists. But the first like album I bought was Cyndi Lauper, but the first album shortly after that I owned, that I talked about the Eurythmic, the 1984 soundtrack yesterday, but the the other album that really kind of opened up, it showed me that music was more than just a song on the radio, that albums could be entire settings for the imagination and like for my thoughts. They gave my thoughts like three or more dimensions to expand and move around in, instead of just being locked inside my head. And I had like a soundtrack to it. It was the Cars' Heartbeat City. Like there were so many little noises, little electronic bleeps and blips and effects, and it built into that album. I think I had two. I think I went through two copies of. I listened to it so much because I could never get enough of those little sounds. They just stimulated my little autistic brain, and to this day, it's one of my favorite albums. So those were the first bands or musicians that I were really into, and yes, I do still like them. Um, app. They have a whole section on apps, which I don't know a lot about, so I'm going to skip that one. And again, if someone wants to come up, yeah, they kind of were, because they needed people that could pull off style and visual, and also like stylistically, musically. It was the era of like kind of like the New Romantics, Duran Duran, Adam and the Ants, Flock of Seagulls, Depeche Mode's first album, etc. And so they had that look that like everybody looked gay, but even the straight people were looking gay back then. And so, Bexx, you're kidding me. Oh my God. Look at that. Wow. Yes. That was a wild, magical time. Like, because I grew up thinking that I was going to study, do well in school, learn math, reading. I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a priest, and I wanted to be a scientist and study. Because I checked out a book from the library when I was little about these scientists who studied snakes, and you could use their venom to make antidotes for cures, for medicine. And I was going to study snakes. I was going to be a herpetologist, a paleontologist, a priest, and an English teacher. And I was going to do really well at school and go through that track. I never imagined that music was going to have the effect it had on me, that it was going to, like, I learned more that way than the school way. And so I lost all interest in academics and everything. And my whole path to learning about the world and people and society was through music. Like when they talk about cultural programming and mind control and all that, mine was through music. And growing up, that was one of the concerns, because the Christian people were saying it back then, how music was a corrupting influence. And they had all these albums that were supposedly devil and had the backwards messages and all that. So I grew up with music kind of being framed in some circles as this dangerous force. And like, so if you were into music too much or into the wrong music, but they did the same thing with Dungeons and Dragons too. So I'd already gotten it a year or two earlier from Dungeons and Dragons. And I just realized this is how just these people are. They're just going to be like this about anything. So when the gay happened, it was just more of the same. And I was already prepared. I'm like, yeah, this is what I could have predicted. And it didn't bother me. What question was I answering? I don't remember. Oh, how music just like diverted me. And then eventually when 90s, 80s, late 80s, early 90s rock came, like Pixies, Sonic Youth, Nirvana, that strand, that's when the Slacker, like lifestyle and ethos, they had Richard Linklater's first movie was named Slacker, filmed in Austin, Texas. And it became a whole lifestyle. It wasn't just music. It was a whole way of being in the world. Well, Frank, you could always come up and tell us your tragic Santa story that you still owe us. A science priest teacher could be needed. Well, I'm trying. I converted to Satanism. I did teach. I did end up teaching. Scientists, not so much, but I still have that scientific mind where I try to use logic and reason and the scientific method to understand, like to figure out truth. So who knows? In a way, I try to help at least other people be a little more scientific about things. Yes, we know, Frank, very much. All right, more questions. I know y'all are burning to know. What is the most annoying thing about your phone? Well, right now, the most annoying thing is my charging connection. The card is going out, so I have to fiddle with it to get it to charge. When I plug it into charge, it doesn't always stay charging, so I have to come back and check it and see if it's still charging. So that, but about the phone itself, probably all the bloatware they put on it. I like things simple. I don't like. That's why I like Linux. I can have just the stuff I want on it. I don't have to have. Oh,
Oh,
what you're it hasn't worked in years. Like, why are you still? Just give it up. Enjoy the game. Get some good sleep. But I think it's a little ambitious calling it beauty rest. Hey, Busker.
hey, how you doing, my friend?
Oh, pretty good. Just yakking about music.
Cool. Yeah, I'm
You got
just
going on?
I shaved using my webcam.
You did what?
I shaved using my webcam,
Oh,
so
instead of a mirror, you looked in the
yeah,
camera.
I just look into the laptop monitor and just like use it and, like shave like pretty well, and but like I want a razor close shave. I'd have to go to the bathroom to do that. But the trimmers in
Did
my
it-
lip are
you
good.
use electric or a blade?
I use electric and blade, but like a blade for the neck so I don't have a big neck beard and all that shit, you know.
Oh
Try and get
yeah,
the neck beard. There's nothing worse.
I live in the land of neckbeards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the neck beard. It's a thing. It's not my thing, but it is a thing.
It is a thing,
No
right?
offense to viewers out there with neck beards, but y'all know if you have a neck beard, you know a neck beard. You know that the neck beard is a thing to everybody else, and if you don't, you're pretty oblivious, probably autistic,
Well, like
socially isolated.
it's really like when you have like a beard going on your face and then your neck is covering up. That's the kind of neck beard I'm talking about. Like
Oh, not the big
no, just the like you
Viking neck
haven't
beard.
shaved it. You haven't shaved your neck in a long time kind of beard, you know. And the electric razor gets pretty close, but it's not skin close. But sometimes I want
Oh,
that.
I gave up on skin close a long time ago
Well, you look well.
because it grows so fast anyway. Even if I get it skin close, I'm only going to get about a day of skin close, so, and I only shave once a week anyway.
Your
So it's
face
not worth
looks
for me to get skin close.
really bald.
It looks what?
Really bald.
Bold?
Bald. BALD.
Oh, um, I shaved
Yeah, you
yesterday.
shaved.
That's why. So this is 1 day of growth right here.
That ain't too much at all.
1 day of growth. It's
Wow.
like what do they call it? 5 o'clock. It's that sandpapery. I
Yeah.
remember growing up when I used to hug my dad. His face was
Yeah, I remember
like
that too.
sandpaper. I
Oh
hated
man,
rubbing my face.
oh god, I remember that. You just awoke a memory. Oh my god. Yeah, my dad would give me a hug with his fucking 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, it wasn't like that often, but or other relatives, like other uncles and all that shit with their 5 o'clock shadows. And I'm a kid, like, oh my god, no, not the sandpaper.
And now I have that.
Yeah.
Hey, freak. What's up? I remember Miami Vice. The what was this song? Was it Jan Hammer that did the Miami Vice theme song? The guy that he did the Axel F theme for Beverly Hills Cops too.
That it's vaguely familiar. I don't know for
Yeah, that
sure,
was
but
cool.
that's yeah.
I didn't watch Miami Vice, but I liked the the style that made its way into the pop culture for Miami Vice.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of dug it. Like, I was like pretty. I don't know how young I was. When did that come out? Fucking. Oh, I can't remember. I was 80 something. Was
I hope it'll get copyright. That was so good.
that the one?
That was Beverly Hills Cop, and then
Yeah,
Miami
Beverly Hills.
Vice had that like weird reverberating drum track that kind of when it starts.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, Beverly Hills Cop, like that. That's like more. I used to love. Who was that black actor? I forget his damn name. Eddie Murphy, right?
Yeah, Eddie Murphy and
I
who
love the
was
shit
his
out of
sidekick?
him.
Was it Nick Nolte? No, that was 48 Hours. Yeah, Eddie Murphy was the shit in the 80s.
Yeah, dude.
You know how I knew the 80s were over?
Hmm.
Let me see what year it is. Hang on. I'm gonna tell you. This is how I knew the 80s had come to an end. Let's see. Oh no. Actually no, because the song came out in 82, but we didn't hear about it till like 86 or 87. Eddie Murphy had a song called Boogie in the Butt about all the things you could put in your butt. And it got real popular on the radio like in 86 or 87. And I'm like,
Oh,
this is Eddie Murphy singing about things you could put on the radio. All right. So there's been like a time continuum collapse. I think this is
oh
over now.
man, that is too.
The girl in the it's a this that's when I lived in New Orleans and I had a little meetup group of it started out, it was an intelligent conversation discussion group, and we would meet at coffee shops and restaurants, and we would do just like we do here. We talk philosophy, politics, and eventually we ended up like doing that kind of stuff. And so we rebranded ourselves as fun intelligent instead of intelligent. And that was from one of my she was one of the members.
Yeah, yeah, kid. Like I had a lot of things that, like I don't know. Like I had a wild imagination. I used to stare at the sun
Oh
till
Lord.
it turned black. It was really the most fucking weird thing. I remember it like it was
Like
yesterday.
wait, it looked black.
Yeah, when I
Like
stared
turned
at it.
black while you were looking at it. It would like
Yeah, after I looked at it long enough, it's like must have been some effect on my
did
eyeball.
you know not to look at the sun growing up?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of told not to, and I didn't really like to look at the sun, so that's why I did it. But I
Okay.
was really, really little. And I did a lot of stupid things when I was really,
Yeah,
really little.
yeah, yeah. I
Man,
can't deny
I floated in a pool like with my belly up, with my face down in the water, and I was at Miss And. Well, I don't want to dox her name, but my babysitter's pool, and I was floating up, and I held my breath until I started getting tickling between my legs. And I think, now that I think about it, like it was almost orgasmic to me, but I didn't know what that was. I just knew it tickled. It was like when I climbed the rope in gym when it was too high and I'm lifting my legs up and I get that damn tickle. And then
How
like,
old were you when you were
oh
floating
God,
crazy?
I was prepubescent. I didn't have pubic hair at that point. I mean, I was very
Okay.
young.
This this story took a turn. Um, and yeah, this is open panel, so anyone else that wants to join.
Yeah, but it was so weird. But like, it's when I think about it now, I'm thinking, was I doing self asphyxiation? What's the rest of it?
Did were you into it as an adult? Like, did it lead?
No,
Oh,
no, no, no. Just when I was a kid, like I was just like, very prepubescent and stupid,
man.
like literally, and
Chuck, what happened? What's your good news? I took a long nap today, which is one reason I'm up doing this tonight. So I missed any Dramaverse news.
Yeah, I slept a long time today. Probably yeah. It's already 11:40, and I feel like it's like it should. This is what I like. Normal people feel like when they wake up and they're like a couple hours later they're energized, and that's how I'm feeling. Uh,
Oh, right. Yes. No, wait, was it? No, that was Fatty. Twice over. Two separate daughters at the same. We thought it was twins, but it's two separate daughters at the same time are both gonna make him a grandpa. Yeah, it's easy to get Chuck and Fatty confused if you're not a old white man yourself that could tell the nuances.
oh, Uncle Fatty, is that what the? I think I've seen him. Right,
Yeah,
Uncle Fatty. Is that the name?
yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Uncle Fatty. He haunts here sometimes. I like Fatty.
Does he
I
mean the
think
fat?
he's more on the left, but I like I
Yeah.
think he's a good guy, and I like the way he thinks.
Yeah, I found that like going on panel verses that I can get along with people who lean left and like not hate them. Like the ones that I've known all my life that just completely turned around and had this stupid way of thinking. Like everybody I knew from the punk scene as a kid just turned completely like adult left wing, ultra left, like it's just like way
I'm
beyond.
trying to figure out who the left appeals to nowadays. We did that little graph today showing how women are shifting left and men are shifting right. And if I was like just a random human in the modern world today and I was looking at both sides, I'm trying to see what on the left would appeal to me and then what on the right might appeal to me. But I am trying to think of the kind of person you would have to be or what your psychology would have to be like to
I mean,
to be drawn to what's coming out of the left currently.
there's like I found like I've never been into politics at all until like I've never looked at it with like any real thought until the past over 4 years. And shit, when I'm looking at like both sides, they the traditional values that they had, like the traditional classical liberal uh stuff. I mean, I think that's great. Some of it, I don't know about all of it, but I don't know. It's it's the fucking 2024 now, so but and then the right's got some good shit and a lot of common sense, but then there's like a lot of shit that's like really fucking greedy and warmongering and but then again, so has the left been. So what do these people think? What do these people think they're gonna have when their fucking left wing president sends people off to die, and they've always done that, just like the right wing presidents. They've always done that.
I think we got our answer here from DaFreak. Actually, it makes sense to me. Sounds plausible to me. Um, what what's wrong with greed and warmongering? Because if that's what's associated with the right, it seems like that's greed and warmongering has always kind of been part of the United States that I know. So why suddenly is it an issue? I guess is what I'm asking. Or maybe it's a new generation that are encountering it for the first time, and so to them it looks
Yeah,
monstrous.
the younger generation are looking at this shit like with vision that like I can't see, and it's just like a lot, and maybe not all of them, but I don't know too many kids that young except my nephews, but they're getting older now. They're in their 20s, and so it's hard to gauge what the youngest of the Zoomers and the new generation alphas likes. I can't. I don't want to know really. It'll probably make me cry, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know if it's social media making it seem that way. or if it actually is in reality. But it seems like more and more of the younger generation are getting soured on America. Like
Oh yeah,
they have this very negative image of America and what it is. And I didn't grow up with that. I grew up with very
yeah. I mean, like,
positive and an appreciation for the uniqueness of America in human history.
it's when you listen to these young people talk, they like make some very valid points, and some of them are just really confused about everything.
I think so. I'm trying to like think if I was like that as a kid.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
don't know.
I got suck. I was into Save the Earth. I was into. I was a vegan. I did all like the natural products. I tried not to buy stuff that was bad for the environment, et cetera, et cetera. So I got sucked, not on this level though, and I certainly didn't harass anybody else about it. It was something I did, but I
Yeah,
didn't expect anybody else around me to do it. I was realistic about it.
I I
Just
tried
like
to
a
do.
personal something that I wanted to do my part to try to help a little tiny bit the future to be better. And I think I did. I think my part was plenty. I don't think I had to go save the whole world.
Yeah, yeah,
Just in my own life make a few little compromises and accommodations here and there to try to make the planet like conserve a little bit. And that's all it was.
yeah,
But now it's like a whole it's the active I wasn't an activist, I guess. I'm
yeah.
just not that invested in what other people are doing and trying to get them to do it differently.
I noticed in the '90s punk rock scene there was this sect of people that were like peace punks. They were called.
Was it the straight edgers?
No, these guys were just usually vegans and they're pansies, and they just
I remember the sharps.
yeah,
The
the
straight
sharp skinheads against racial prejudice. They
yeah.
were just as bad as Nazi skinheads. I remember walking around the mall and self-proclaimed sharps with their patches on their fucking bomber jackets, and it's just like they like put their Doc Martin up to yours, and you're like got like fucking size 7 shoe or some shit, and then they got like size 12 boot. So they're just trying to make a point, you know. And it's just like, all right, they're really gonna fit, buddy. I'm sure. But they all
Auntie,
have their
what's wrong with
attitude.
promiscuity? I love well, not necessarily okay, not sleep around with different people, but like free sexual, like free adults engaging freely in sexual pleasure. Hedonism, I guess, is more what I'm talking about. So yeah, okay, promiscuity, yeah, I
Well,
can
there's certain people that can do that, but then there's certain people that like they have to have that kind of level of I don't give a fuckness in order for it to work, because if that doesn't happen, feelings can get in the way and then you got problems.
I
And
couldn't do it. There's no way. I had one time I met this couple that wanted me to be a third in their relationship, like actually be we would
yeah,
be a
fuck all that.
throuple. They wanted me to move in with them, all sleep in the same bed, etc.
Oh God, man.
I just could it I couldn't do it. Nothing about it appealed to me at all.
Yeah, dude, that's that would probably that would cook my noodle.
I have enough time just focus on one person. Like I don't need to complicate it more than one.
Yeah.
You
Shit.
think the diseases are spiritual, the freak? Like physical manifestations of some behind the scenes spiritual let's see. We are having trouble streaming to Twitter. We'll keep trying. The
Oh
Twitter stream
no.
just went down and we get like about half our viewers from Twitter. So
Oh
let's see what this is
shoot.
about.
I
Oh, it
hope
went
that
away. I
is
guess they fixed it. Nope. Oh, yeah, something's wrong with Twitter.
okay.
Twitter's down. Is Twitter working for anyone else?
I can check, but I don't know.
Oh, wait, it looks like it came back up. It was a little Twitter glitch. That's all.
Man.
Twitter just went down. All right.
I need my bed turned around. It's been like almost a year. The thing is starting to sag to the left. Sit in this damn bed all the time. But shit. What else am I gonna do?
I'm trying to understand. DaFreak, come up if you want. The concept of spirit, like there's these entities that are not physical that fight each other or war with each other, and we're somehow a proxy or a battleground for that, and some of it plays out through us as humans.
Man,
That's
that's kind of
interesting to
spooky.
me.
That's spooky as shit.
I don't. I used to believe as a kid. I did believe this. I thought there was a devil. There was a force of evil, and it
Yeah.
had the power to. If the but the humans had some control over it. The devil could just take you over because there were things you could do to protect yourself. You could live a certain way. You could be righteous, and so it wasn't the not just any. You could make yourself less vulnerable to the devil, so you had some agency over that. But there was an evil force that was trying to draw you over to it, and there was the good, like Christ and God and stuff, angels.
You know, I have a story to touch on that. What you're saying. There's forces. Something really weird. I remember I picked this up. My mom used to buy tapes of every single uh, Sunday service and Wednesday service. So one of these Sunday services, there's all of a sudden on this tape, it sounds like it's like they're all like hallelujah, hallelujah, and then all of a sudden you hear this hallelujah my ass. And
Demons.
I don't know, like I kept rewinding it. It sounded like it's saying hallelujah my ass. And fucking Pastor, I don't want to say his name. I don't know where he might be dead. He probably is, Pastor Baldwin. But he played that and he thought there was something really weird about it and not really good about it.
It's probably just like something with the tape.
It could have been,
It's got
yeah,
all of the recording.
but it sounded like that to me, and it sounded like that to everybody that heard it too.
Given the choice, some people are going to go with demons, and some people are going to go with technical glitch.
Yeah, I
And
mean, like
what determines which one people go with is interesting. Hey, DaFreak.
What's up, Jeff?
how you doing,
Spiritual
my
war.
So you got
The,
your Satan shirt on or something, or pentagram going?
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for battle.
friend?
When I hear about the spiritual war, the first question I always have is where it leaves people like those of us that are not aware of a spiritual war or don't acknowledge it, where that leaves us in it. Like, what's our role in a battle that we're not aware is happening?
Um, I'm not so good at explaining this stuff because I don't know as much as I'd like to, but I'll try to. I think that innate in the devil, quote unquote, or whatever you want to call it, is innate in the flesh of man and woman. And so, if you're not aware, or you're not involved, or you're not engaged with Jesus on the side of light, you're just by default either cannon fodder or fighting with the darkness.
So you don't think it's possible to not have a connection with Jesus, but still not fall prey to that like savage side of us?
Playing from Moto G. 2022. No, I mean, I think like there's plenty of good atheists, like a lot of good atheists that are good people that, you could trust, that are, good people. Like, not everyone who's not in Jesus is, a criminal or a bad person, or they're going to shank you, or they're going to steal everything from you. But I think that unless you have a spiritual connection, it's easier to fall into the darkness than it is to fight for the light. Just by default, in the innate nature of flesh itself, and I referenced Job 2 to kind of substantiate that. Let's see if I can find the verse.
I I I think I understand about the light and the dark because I felt both. Like I definitely am in touch with the darkness that's in me and in people. But I've also felt light and I've been in touch with that too. So I understand at least those concepts from an internal level, but it feels like it's not one or the other. It's like it it's all, we have all of it. I don't know how to like only go with the light or only go with the dark because it I would have to truncate part of myself either way. And so it seems less like a battle to me than like a balance, like learning to not go
Yeah.
too far one way and
Yin and
try to
yang.
or the other. Like Plato's chariot, like Plato's two horses on the chariot.
Yin and yang, brother.
Here you got Job chapter 2, verse 1, and it says, Again, there was a day when the sons of men came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them to present himself before the Lord. So, like, we're supposed to be sworn enemies. We're supposed to hate, they're our adversary. He's our adversary. But yeah, he's among us to present himself. So it's like, I think we're almost defaulted, born into the flesh with the devils in our flesh. There may not be any separation there until you find Jesus
Yeah, I
Christ.
don't have a problem with
But that's
the
just the theory.
devil being in the flesh. That's very much in line with my Satanism too. That like the carnal and the hedonism of the body. But it's the like I don't think you need to sacrifice that to have the light or have a connection with the light or get a benefit from the light. So for me, it's not a choice. I can have it all. But then again, I'm a Satanist, I guess, not a Christian.
No, I would agree with you, but um, because from your perspective, it's like, well, if I'm loving someone and I love them and they love me back, and there's, I feel love, that what's the problem? I'm in the light, and I would say you're probably right. But like, if you were, say, sacrificing animals, drinking blood, doing all kinds of weird like rituals, saying weird like seance, casting spell, that would be different.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do
That's
any
a
of that. Yeah.
willful act of darkness. That's like you're willingly, intently trying to bring about something bad. Then that's not, any association with God.
I'm thinking more like, and I think for like the common person, it shows up as like managing your temper or managing your greed or your lust or your like urge to gamble or your impulses, and more than like the urge to deliberately do evil in some kind of malevolent, sinister way.
I think I would agree with that, Jeff.
Hey,
Hey,
Bexx.
Bexx.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Nice to
How are
see you
you?
all. I'm very well. Very well, thank
Excellent.
We're talking about spiritual warfare, good and evil and stuff. But feel free to add your own topic. No, I'm a big fan of voodoo. I might have used it myself on occasion. Hey, Jesse.
Who was that person in the picture of your icon, or the what do you call it, the thumbnail, the Twister? You were playing Twister or whatever on the thumbnail.
Oh, that's in New Orleans. That's just some friends and I in New Orleans.
Cool.
We used to play
Twister Sister.
In that philosophy and medicine series of essays called The Medusa and the Snail by Lewis Thomas that I read quite regularly, basically you can see the link between, and I'll be very careful with my language here, but between science and medicine and demonology, in that prior to prior to having the microscopes to look and find bacteria and viruses, they used to call people sick. They used to say people were sick from from being possessed by demons.
Oh yeah.
And they
Mhm.
used to cup and leech and bleed and sweat and all these kinds of things until they discovered that
They
that
were
there was
wrong.
Germs.
a biological aspect to it. However, it's really just a name it's just a different name for what it was, if that makes any sense. So if you look into computer language, daemon or daemon, because it's spelled with the AE,
Right.
it's a subprogram running, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean in a computer program that a daemon is a negative thing, although a virus infecting your computer is potentially a negative thing. So in essence, if you look at some of this as corruption of code, which again I believe is sort of the idea of synthetic, which is sin, perhaps, and that because we may very well be in a reproduction. We don't have creative organs; we have reproductive organs. We don't take creation time; we take recreation time. So,
No,
um,
our brains are creative, and so our hands are like with our hands.
yeah, but I just mean linguistically. Like we don't call it creation time when we take a weekend off; we call it recreation.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
We don't call our organs productive organs. We call
But
them
we
reproductive
do call
organs.
things like art creativity.
Yes, yes. But I was just trying to draw the likeness to the idea that maybe, when you have a cold, you have a sub program running that causes corruption temporarily
Well, in a
in your
way, kind of in
well-being.
a way, that's what
You
viruses are
know,
like floating
yeah,
code that
You
gets
know,
into
yeah,
it's
the rest of
funny.
our
Funny you
code.
mentioned that because I remember back when I used to get sick when I was a kid. Every time I thought, well, yeah, I think I'm probably gonna get sick, even because I was around somebody who was sick. It was every time I thought about it, in about a few hours, I'm fucking sick. Like for real. Like in that, like. However,
mm,
mono was a different story. Mono was fucking crazy. That was the craziest fucking thing I ever dealt with.
That's what I hear. I
But
don't know if I've ever.
fucking I haven't been sick for real since I was in my 20s, and now I'm 44. So my autoimmune disease is so powerful. My immune system's so powerful it eats my nervous system for breakfast.
Oof.
And how a neurologist, oh god, I ain't got to talk about that one.
Like this is what the gift of healing would be great, but I don't think we currently. I don't think I have that gift. So like I could pray for somebody. Sometimes it works, but like some people actually do have the gift of healing, and they could just like touch people and they get like cured. You know.
You think that it's real? Like I saw videos of it growing up, and it always looked fake. And because they also do those exorcisms on YouTube, and those look
Yeah,
set up like in advance, and the healing stuff kind of looks the same way to me.
yeah, the
I think
videos. I don't know.
Yeah, I think some of it is definitely fake, but there are, I've seen some of those kind of miracles firsthand, and in the room or in the situation, and so I know that it does happen. I just think it's really very very rare nowadays, especially.
Yeah,
Faith healing.
Yeah, I don't think because like if everyone saw healings, like that would convert many people. That would convert them like real fast. But apparently God
I
doesn't
think
want to
that's
make it
part
easy.
of the reason for the
Is
decline,
that
because modern medicine is able to demonstrate a much more efficacy than faith healing.
well, that's true, but also modern medicine also can record the healings. So like if you had a big old thing in your stomach or whatever, and then you had a service or whatever happened, you had the faith that whatever went away. That's also evidence, but non-believers don't consider that usually.
I guess I would want science to take a crack at it and weigh in on it, and it seems like to the extent that science they haven't found much reason to develop.
Well, I think
There's
everyone probably knows somebody who had the charts, the this, the that, and the doctor's the only explanation for their healing was a miracle. That's probably pretty more common than
and
than is talked about.
if if I said to my dad, 20 years ago, I changed my diet, I stopped eating wheat, and now my psoriasis is healed. My dad, as a doctor, that's a medical miracle, right? Like, to him, that's what that would be called.
That would make sense
If
to me.
they also have something, it's a medical term. It sounds derogatory, but it's to be gorked. That's when God only really knows what's wrong with you. It's GORK, for God only really knows.
Right. Okay.
And then I was going to say, when you don't own an electron microscope and you've been taught how to dissect a frog, I don't think people realize that it's an act of faith to believe in science. And I'm not saying that science isn't real. I'm just saying that you actually
I don't know what that means, other than that there's certain axioms that science accepts, but that's true for any intellectual enterprise.
Exactly. But I think that people, for some reason, think, that they aren't actually being faithful when they go to the doctor and believe that something's gonna help them, right? So sure, we have experience taking, antibiotics or whatever, right? So actually antibiotics tend to accelerate the healing process in most ailments. They're actually not curative. They just accelerate. And I know a lot of people are anti-antibiotics.
Yeah, they give your
but,
body an extra boost.
Exactly. So, that's where I would say that, I'm not in no way a science denier. I'm a faith promoter to show people that, faith is exercised every day by all of us when we have no way to verify information. Even though we know that it's true, like we can extrapolate that I've looked through a microscope, I've dissected a frog, I understand the system. It's fair to assume that, looking at inside a frog, seeing my own cut arm, I'm not a robot. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a steel frame, a skeleton makes sense, all these things. I don't have to cut my arm open to know I don't have a steel frame, So, I'm just saying that I think a lot of people don't realize that a lot of faith goes into what we learn and what we believe. And medical science depends on that. Like, I'm not saying they depend on it. They know that our faith and our will has a lot, it has a lot to do with the placebo and nocebo effects. At least that's how science chalks it up, right? That's one of the explanations for the placebo effect, is actually believing that the pill will help, and you've got a sugar pill and it helps, Other people would say, no, that's just a testament to a sound body healing itself. But I think there is a lot more faith in what we take in as knowledge than people actually give it credit for, without me saying that they're lies,
I wish I could fall for the placebo effect, but I really can't. This this drug I'm given for infusion for my disease that I really want it to work, but
you wouldn't know it, though, if it was placebo. You wouldn't know if you were falling for it or not. You would think it was real medicine.
Could you put up the missing links comment there? I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding what you're saying there.
Published science.
Yeah. They said in 2006 that the more lucrative something is, correlate it to being less honest in the medical field. I'm not sure if I'm reading that right, or something, like maybe there's a word missing or something.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either. I was thinking the same thing.
Like
the more money it makes it, like they're gonna lie. The medical field will lie to make money, but most honest medical practitioners with integrity will not. So if you have the few that are, they're not representative of the majority of the medical field. The medical field is not a monolith. They're not all like coordinating and,
no,
guys,
but
what's our story going to be? Let's get it straight for the public.
The pharma industry is a monolith, and a lot of it's really bad.
Even it's not a monolith. Like, they have competing companies.
They
right.
They make so many drugs you would not even believe.
Yeah, but there's enough. It's not a monopoly though. There are multiple pharma companies, so it's not centralized enough.
But they're running the show, like they're dictating to doctors what.
Well, who would you want running the show? They're the most advanced. I mean, they have access to the most advanced technology and research, and they have the budget to do things.
And they're
that,
getting
like, nobody else
subsidized.
can do. So who else would play that role?
Well, no one, but when they're basically telling doctors how to be doctors, and basically, you know, they're almost on the payroll, I guess, almost apparently.
Do you mean like the pharma reps that go and get them, incentivize them to that's
Yeah,
not quite
that kind of
telling
stuff.
a doctor
Yeah.
how to be a doctor, but it is incentivizing certain.
The fact of the matter is, drugs work. So that's what kind of why, you know, doctors are kind of, you know, they need to prescribe drugs because they actually work, you know.
So
Yeah.
But what he says here is the more lucrative something is, correlate it to being less on. So basically, he's saying whatever markets the best is what sells. What is, you know. So you might not even have. I don't know what that's trying to say. Actually, I'm not sure if I understand what he's trying to say.
Our medical industry is part of capitalism.
Yeah, we shouldn't be subsidizing their research though, and then having to pay full price. You know, Donald Trump said that.
Well,
as long as we're paying to heal one another and share medicine and medical information with one another, as long as there's profit in that model, like I think we're dealing with a suboptimal system, right? Like if we were actually just to share healing and medical knowledge across the globe for the sake and betterment of well-being of everybody, and we didn't allow it to be for profit. I'm not trying to come across too Canadian here. My background is economics. Like, this doesn't come with this isn't just a pipe dream. It's actually like modeling that would love to say that the competitive aspect of for-profit medical system would allow for the best optimal, you know, least cost outcome for the patient. But it doesn't turn out that way because you've got non-for-profit medical in countries that can't afford for-profit medicine, as well as you know, just basically there's different kinds of care that different cultures are willing to or unwilling to adopt, especially based on global reputations. You know, it's like, for instance, we know that the big pharma merged with the food companies, or one company bought the other company years ago. And most of the people like to assume that that means that the food is being tainted. But why don't people assume it's the other way around?
Which companies are these?
It was Bayer. It was Bayer and Monsanto, if I have it correct. Bayer and Monsanto. You can check. It was definitely Bayer and somebody. But Bayer and Monsanto merged and, you know, or became partners, and people assume that means
it looks like Bayer acquired Monsanto, so Bayer's the dominant.
So people could say, oh, they want to put medicine in the food, right? They want to, you know, taint the food.
I haven't heard.
Or what if they want to purify the medical supply? Right? Well, why wouldn't one think that they actually want to grow plants to make better medicines?
But these companies don't just get to do what they want. They're regulated. And the people have a say in that regulation. So I think people see them as more monolithic and autonomous than they actually are. They're an interdependent part of a larger political and societal economic ecosystem that we all participate in.
I wouldn't doubt if it's just something as simple as a byproduct of making pharmaceutical drugs is some kind of preservative that they just dump in the food.
That's why would they do that? Like evil villains would just secretly dump stuff in the food.
Well, I mean, you've got this stuff, you want to sell it.
It sounds like science fiction to me.
You either have to control the environment to get rid of it, or you can make it illegal and just dump it in food and say it's a preservative.
I suppose that's possible. Whether it's probable or not, I'm not sure.
Hey guys, I'm
just speculating, by the way. Yeah.
In 2020, I watched.
You're hopping
before
off.
They came out with.
Later, bud.
Bye. See you later. In 2020, when they were hustling to, you know, to produce the medicine, I saw a I watched a news video on a company out here in the Western United States, I believe, that had actually come up with a way to grow the schmacks in leafy greens, and it could be fed to you. There was it wasn't effective to get the greens to people to eat. There was something, but it was just, I thought,
Is
wow,
the
I didn't
fear
even know they could do that.
that somehow people are going to introduce things into your body against your will that you don't consent to? Like how they fluoridate water and you're stuck with it whether you want it in there or not?
I don't have that fear.
But the people it seems like there's a
yeah.
fear or mistrust of and an othering of these. It's like there's some species, not us, that have plans to do things to us, and I see them as we're all fucking humans. We're all part of the same system. The people that work in these places are the same people you shop at the grocery store with. They're not. I don't think the majority of them are these like remote technocrats that are so different from the rest of us that have the power to design and impose things upon us. And so I'm trying to understand the psychological phenomena of this fear and mistrust of the basic institutions of society.
Well, if you look at the ingredients at a normal McDonald's and some of their, the preservatives and the things that they're putting in there, like nobody knows what those things are. But
yeah, but that's true about like all of our foods since probably my lifetime. That's just a given of the modern world that I've just always taken for granted.
But like you and I didn't have a vote on that per se. It was regulated by the FDA, but they could be greased or whatever, or they're not they're not.
They could be, but is it likely that they are? Like, why is the default that they are doing that? That's like, why is there this fear that that's a realistic thing that they're doing and to be worried about?
There was that movie that came out, or a documentary movie, whatever it was, about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, about McDonald's and the milkshake.
Was it Super Size Me?
Yeah. And they were talking about that.
It was like 20 years ago, but
was it? Wow.
Yeah, it was like
maybe not 15, 20.
And I wonder how much of that is propaganda, like Michael Moore, because I used to watch all his movies and think that they were reflecting reality.
One of the things he said was like, yeast is like the cheapest food item, natural food item that you could buy, but they still buy the chemical version of it to save money. And so it's,
well, then obviously it's not the cheapest thing. There's a chemical version that's cheaper.
Well, the natural,
well, that's
the
where
natural food item.
People say to produce citric acid, they use cornstarch, lemon rind, and black mold, right, to produce the citric acid that it's a byproduct of black mold consuming. It's a lot cheaper. It's a lot
heard of that. So
it's a lot cheaper than actually making our citric acid from straight up lemons. And
so efficiency, they're going to do what's the most
efficient. And so people think, oh, well, that's bad, but we consume it all the time. Niacin, niacinamide, vitamin B3, nicotinic acid. Nicotinic acid is a neurotransmitter in our brain that deals with stress. So people say the cigarettes are bad, and there is ill effects to smoking things like a pizza oven up at your mouth, like taking in that kind of temperature. And even in a long pipe, like they used to take, there were ill effects. That's why they invented snuff. And then snuff also had its ill effects on your mucous membrane. So they invented pills and intravenous drugs and stuff like that. Right. So there's an evolution of medical to minimize
they're trying
harm
to
the body.
improve and become more efficient and deliver like better quality care. They're not trying to. It doesn't sound negative to me. It sounds like they have our best
and that's why I've always really loved listening to you have your conversations over here to bring it back to that, because I was like last year sometime, explaining to people, like, if you want to hate Monsanto, then cut the population of the world in half now. And understand that without Monsanto or without big industry food, you think small farmers could have got us to the population we're at? And now some people think we're overpopulated, right? That some people think that that's a bad thing, but, at one point, under 50 years ago, be fruitful and multiply was definitely the majority of people's thinking across the world, even people who didn't want to have children, they also want to have mates, so there's there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in our they are evil mentality if you want to look out at the world and handpick which ones shouldn't be here if big pharma or big food industries didn't exist. And even if they've done it suboptimally, ideally with every passing year we're becoming better and better at it. And why wouldn't we want machines to do jobs so that we can play music instead of counting pennies on a piece of paper or picking using a scythe or scythe or whatever it's called to cut wheat. It doesn't take away jobs. We just need to learn how to scale back the work week and increase pay.
I have no problem with that.
one day,
I might even be
Yeah.
supportive of something like UBI. Hey, Jesse.
How's it going?
What's up?
Hi,
Welcome.
Jesse. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Just wanted to explain what I was talking about that. I was just listening to this doctor and I just did a live about it. Someone sent me a video of a testimony from 10 days ago from Helsinki, Finland. And there was this doctor in the UK who was the #1 look to doctor, who's all on the television shows. He promoted the injection and all this kind of stuff. And so he was all for it. And then his dad, who was a doctor, he died at 74 from like a heart attack, and he didn't have any heart disease or anything. It didn't even make any sense. So this guy started to do all his research and found out about all the lies. And one of the things he said was this guy, and I have the video to play exactly what he said about all of these drug companies. The more lucrative it is, the more less honest it is. And he's coming from, he called it the Stephen Hawking of medicine. That's who he called this guy. And we're talking about one of the top doctors in all of UK. And he was saying, and he was referencing this guy from a paper in 2006 saying the more lucrative any of these pharmaceuticals are, the more dishonest they are in its data and presentation. And it's a 30-minute video.
I mean, that's illegal if they get someone has evidence of them.
Well, they've been caught so many times, and every time they get caught, they make $50 billion off a drug, and they pay a $4 billion fine. This has been happening over and over.
I haven't heard. Do you have like a link of all the time?
Okay, well, here's one you can find right on NIH, and it comes from Bayer. It's the company called Bayer, and it was the hemophiliac medication. And Pfizer is one of the most sued companies in the entire world for all of their failed drugs. So a lot of times the NIH will approve something and then without getting the proper data, and then it starts killing and injuring people. They have to take it off the shelves, and then they just have to pay a fine and all that.
I don't think that's the norm though.
Oh,
and what's the alternatives? Like, don't. Who else is going to do that kind of work?
These are synthetic copies.
Drugs,
again, they make these drugs off of what's in nature, and in order for them to patent it, they have to do synthetic copies of it. So, and then they add their oil base, they add benzene to it, which actually their benzene.
Yeah, I trust their expertise though, that they know what they're doing, and they're doing all this for reasons.
But they've been doing it, and they've been getting caught over and over. And here, let me find this video so I can share.
That's what I would want to see.
I would think one of the problems is assuming all bodies are the same. All bodies are very different.
I don't know any medical person that assumes all bodies are the same. Like, that's basic medical.
Well, I think though, from the layman's perspective, so when, one thing is we always want to look for cause in scenarios, like a cause why somebody who has no heart defect suddenly has a heart attack, and then I would say that to the layman, a lot of people assume that that things are going to affect the majority of people the same way, right? When in fact, that's not always the case, right? I mean, we are actually quite different. And so to the layman consuming information, they think that whatever that information is going to be normally distributed just like everything else tends to be, you know. But in essence, I would say that there's so many environmental factors that affect like your gut flora, your blood type, your genetic history, you know, like all of that stuff creates each body being quite different in how it might react to something.
Every time I go to a doctor and they prescribe a new medication, we're trying that medication to see how it interacts
Yes.
with me and my body, and if we need to change it, if we need to up the dose, maybe it's not going to work at all, etc. So it's never guaranteed. It's always, how is that drug going to interact with me and my body? Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Yeah.
On the individual.
I appreciate you always being so keen to clarify, Jeff, because I was talking about it not from the medical perspective, like of distribution, more from the layman consumer reading about things that they're not taking or that aren't affecting them, you know.
So like they're
studies,
seeing on social media some story about a drug that they're not necessarily taking, but it's making them think certain things about how.
And then even then, a lot of medical studies, like when you do statistics, as soon as you're doing statistics on any sample that isn't to do with medical wellness, you can't change your sample size mid-study, or you're actually biasing the results of your study. Whereas when you're actually studying the side effects of people who are taking something for medical wellness, if you're having a major side effect that could cause you more harm, they pull you straight out of the study, right? Like in some cases, they might try and push you through if it's not actually something that's going to cause you more harm in the long run, but may cause you, say, you know, Crohn's disease gives, you know, something gives you worse, or diarrhea or something like that, not to be too vulgar. But ultimately, if something's causing a person in a study grave harm, they will pull them from the study, which then biases the results.
Benton, you know Benton, don't you, Beck?
Yeah,
I do.
He was in a,
yes.
He used to sign up for those studies to make money, and he said one of the studies just totally tore him up, and he was mad because they made him quit because he wanted the money, but they refused to allow him to continue because of the adverse
sounds like
reaction.
Do you have to play it, Jesse, or do I?
Yeah, I will. I'll play it once you're ready. Do you want me to play right now?
Oh, okay.
It should be at the point. This is the live that I just did. I just got sent this video, and this is this Dr. Asim Malhorta. And he was in Helsinki court on April 12th, 2024. He was testifying against the injection passport. So this is what he's saying about this researcher. Government place. Oh, what the heck? Our boxes, you know. Oh no. I have kids, and they're too afraid of the system. I had the point and it stopped. Just keep talking.
Confirming that certainly with the majority of people who died within a short space of time of having the vaccine in relation to the heart was definitively caused, which revealed that most of the major regulators across the world were taking most of their money from the drug industry.
Yeah, I don't want COVID vaccine stuff. I don't know enough to be able to vet it, so I don't want to take the risk of having it on here right now.
Yeah, all right.
I'm trying to move away from those conversations.
Yeah, I had it at the point where he wasn't talking about that stuff, but as soon as I went play, it started at the beginning. But
your gist is that pharmaceutical companies are incentivized by money to lie about the results, and that there's records of them getting caught enough times to foment.
Yeah, okay, so this is what happened in the 80s with the Bayer stuff. So they had this hemophiliac medication, and this was in the 80s. You can look it up. It's even on the NIH website. And so Bayer was caught with this hemophiliac medication. It was actually causing AIDS to the people that they were giving it to. And so crazy how they created AIDS. They were giving
virus causes AIDS, not a medication.
Well, why don't you look at the study? And it says that on the
I know
NIH
a little
website,
something about how
and it
AIDS
says
works.
that the hemophiliac medication was giving the people AIDS, and so they had millions of doses that they made, and so they weren't allowed to sell it
without even Googling. I can almost guarantee that a medication does not cause AIDS.
Okay, well, you can research hemophiliac AIDS.
Well,
Bayer.
do you have a link? I don't want to have to.
Okay, so all right, I'll set it up. I've been talking about this for years and years. And anyway, so they got caught selling. They got caught whatever it was giving, so they weren't allowed to give it to America anymore. So then they ended up selling this AIDS tainted stuff to a whole bunch of different other countries because they didn't want to lose on their investment.
Then that means that I would assume that if that's the case, then that medication was made with donor blood of some sort.
But I'm trying to understand the larger point of like, yes, even if this is true, even if there were some cases where some of these companies got in trouble for this or that, are you saying there shouldn't be these companies? Like, as a result, we should not have these companies because sometimes they do corrupt things, like every other institution, like the Catholic Church, like the government.
But this doctor ended up concluding what should be done. So what happens is these companies that come out with the studies, they also suppress other data. So it should be independent. When they come out with something that's for the public, it should be an independent research company that does the studies, does the testing, and then gives the approval. And the people that are, giving the approval should not be getting paid because they're incentivized to approve these things, whether they're not. So the whole system is corrupted by the fact that they can push out this stuff because people are getting incentivized. They can suppress their own bad data because they're allowed to suppress their data. They're holding it. This guy that I just did the interview on, or not the interview, but I played his 30-minute video clip. I put it private on YouTube because of the stuff that he did say, but it's on the other platforms. He said at the very end how it actually should be regulated. Right now, it's so corrupt that they can come out with these studies that actually are harming people, but it can still be passed through because they grease the wheel. And this is happening.
So you think they're deliberately creating bad drugs or faulty drugs and putting them on the market to profit from it? Like, they're only going to get away with that for so long. And this is just this one guy's opinion of how I think the pharmaceutical industry could be improved or should be run. But it's nothing I have to take seriously unless there's more to go on than just his opinion.
Yeah, but this has been going on for a very, very long time.
So he says. I would want
so I've been researching this stuff. You can find Pfizer is one of the most sued companies in history. They've had to pay out billions and billions of dollars.
Don't use Pfizer's product. It's simple. Just don't use their product. Pfizer's not going anywhere. So just don't use their product. But I don't think you're going to convince the world to get rid of Pfizer as a company. Or Big Pharma.
You don't have to worry about it until you get sick, though.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten sick before and gone to the doctor.
And I researched the heart thing and the jabby wabby. And it came out to 8 people out of 1 million people.
Yeah, and you know what? I personally don't. I don't get anything out of these medical conversations. Like, I don't want that to be the dominant conversation.
You're right. Right.
And I don't know enough about it. I'm not. I don't follow the sources that I just don't have the ability. That's not a conversation I trust myself to facilitate on here. And there's probably other channels that are better set up for medical conversations.
Yeah, I'm not staying long. I just wanted to explain what that comment was about. I just listened to this guy talk about exactly what I was saying in the comment that, the more lucrative the a drug is, the more likely it's going to be false information that's propagating
Well,
it. So,
that's
and
that's
they were
quite a
saying
claim. I don't
one in
necessarily believe
800.
it.
But again, this is why it came up. You don't want to have this discussion. You just said so.
No, you
Hold on.
you came up and you made a claim. There's nothing to discuss. You made a claim, and until I see something to back up the claim, it's not a discussion. You're just saying what this guy said.
Well, but you have the court cases; those are real. You know,
Right,
there's
but
been a ton
no
of-
one's showing that to me. Like I asked for all that. I'm like, give me
live-
something more to show me all the cases that the companies got caught on. Maybe there's a list that maybe there's 5 cases, maybe there's 50 cases, whatever. But even
And-
so, what is the ratio of, like, what is the acceptable number of cases in this industry, like yearly from these companies? Do they average 10 cases a year, whatever? So I want to get like an idea of what a normal corruption caseload is for each company to see how much of a problem it is. And then the big question is, so what do you want to do with these companies? Even if sometimes they're corrupt, there's nobody else to do what they do, so they're embedded in our modern society. We can reform them.
And
Do we have a
corruption-
political process
yeah.
for that? But I don't know what the discussion is outside of that.
Yeah.
they
And
probably even
sometimes
budget their
corruption-
loss in a court. They probably budget litigation in their like annual budget, if I had to guess.
Like they budget their dishonesty. I just don't believe that companies are that corrupt and getting away with it for
Yeah.
that. Like that's not a long-term strategy. It is not in their best interest to continually produce an inferior product that constantly takes them into court. Like it is in their best interest to produce a high-quality product that bolsters their reputation on the market relative to all the other companies that are trying to create these products.
It's usually the new stuff.
Yeah.
So, and anyway, I want to end the medical talk, so we're gonna find another topic.
I just
and
wanted to
move
say
on.
one thing. Can I say one thing?
real quick, because I really want to end this.
I was just going to say something about lucrative is it's hard to define. You know, if you're someone who suffers from an ailment that only affects 1 in a million people, you know, the social healthcare system that I live in, you know, we live with here in Canada, it's a matter of supply and demand, right? So a lot of my brother had a company for a while that brought medications to rare illnesses that helped bring medications to people with rare illnesses because our social healthcare system couldn't afford it. So those things, you know, from the Canadians' perspective, you could sit here and say, oh, wait, that's been shelved. I have no access to it. I'm not rich enough, you know, but actually it's a supply and demand thing in a country that only has, you know, 36 million people or whatever, and only, you know, only 36 people have an ailment.
My partner died of a
a
very rare disease that there was no research or money or funding for, because there's so few people that had it. So he was kind of at the mercy of this disease that
I'm
there
sorry
was
to
no
hear that.
attempt to cure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good question though, Bex, because like when you say lucrative, like what is that? Does that mean that, you know, you're talking about a sky high price for a rare disease, or you're talking about like, you know, sugar pills for the masses? You know, like what does it lucrative really mean there? Like in terms of the relation of you know, lucrative.
I just
equals
took it as
lives.
we live in a capitalist society. Like everything is incentivized to be lucrative.
Yeah, it's true.
Because the way something becomes lucrative is that the marketing has to be right, and the effect that it is curing something would probably have to be right. So that
Well, yeah,
and
and
that
to
doesn't
me,
usually correlate
you know,
with
I
dishonesty.
actually have a good friend who has a PhD in bioengineering and started his own pharmaceutical company at one time. He's actually designed, in fact, he worked for Bayer, designing drugs for Bayer. So maybe I can get him to come on the stream one night and talk about
Sweet.
this.
that'd be really cool.
Process.
Hey, you can ask
That's
him
some
about
good
the
info, Jesse.
celiac stuff. But
you guys
I've
know-
got a list right here. It's GlaxoSmithKline was the highest for one lawsuit, $3 billion. These are just one lawsuit.
Okay,
of the
but hey,
highest
no,
in
I mean the
history.
conversation's over. I was letting Bexx say
Yeah,
her one
yeah.
thing, but the medical conversation is over. So
Okay,
talk
peace out.
about your day or what you a
Good stuff,
movie or
Jesse.
something.
Good stuff, man. Thanks for coming up, and you know, I mean, because we were talking about it, but it's getting wild out here, Jeff. I'm hearing viruses aren't even real anymore. I'm hearing nuclear fallout radiation isn't real.
What?
It's getting really wild out here.
Like in the streets on the internet.
Like in
you're
the
talking about?
the YouTube streets,
Yeah, I
the
agree. I hear
misinfo
some
streets, whatever
wild
you want to
stuff
call it.
too. I hear some wild stuff too. That's
Oh,
why
yeah,
credible sources are important. A range and variety of sources are important. The ability to critically think and synthesize the information from those sources.
And, you know, I would say that in lawsuits, when it comes to casting blame for any situation where it results in the deletion of somebody unintentionally, that's one of the reasons these companies would be up against lawsuits like that, is that people are looking for
I
somebody
thought we were
to
moving
blame.
on from this
Oh, yeah.
conversation.
Sorry, Jeff. Yeah, sorry.
So,
One question, though. Can we discuss what the definition of lucrative is for a moment, just out of,
yeah, we can talk
general
about
interest?
capitalism and lucrative and things
Yeah,
being incentivized
'cause
by profit.
because, lucrative can be something that's, like we just said, something that's very specific to one person. Like, let's just, very specific to a small group of people, or something that benefits a large group of people, or is profitable. Like, how does one define lucrative? I know I can
I would
Google it.
say
Hold
it
on,
means
Well,
let me
usually,
see.
I take it as profit. When we're talking about pharmaceutical companies, they're incentivized by profit. If you create this amazing, wonderful drug with this demand, you're going to make all this money. So there's probably some sociopaths that go into it and see it as an opportunity to make a bunch of money and
Well,
don't
and
care about the
errors in any
consequences. But
situation.
the majority of
Yeah.
big pharma, I think, are people like us that have the interest of humanity at heart and want to see healing
Yes.
and people
Yeah.
cured from diseases, and so that's where I'm at on it.
Yeah, because without it, we wouldn't be staying as alive. The population as a whole wouldn't be living as long as they do now.
Denizen, you're the
Exactly.
biggest gaslighter in the panelverse, or one of them, and you're on stream doing it constantly. So this is just projection.
Uh-oh, you guys at it again, Jeff? Denizen poking at
Y'all
you?
can go back and watch the stream of me asking Jesse if he has some links for all these cases against the companies and everything, and nothing got posted. So y'all can chatter
Well,
or
it's
whatever.
out there.
Why do we?
It is out there because I've seen some of the stuff, even in Congress being,
I believe all I asked was for the link. I just asked to show it, and they're making it seem like I didn't want to see evidence and I don't allow evidence. And so that's what I'm correcting.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
If it's out there, then this is your issue. You should have more knowledge of where to find the links than me. I'm hearing it for the first time. So it's so easy to throw a link in the bag, but to make it seem like I'm not interested, or I didn't ask, or I prevented him from showing evidence is just completely inaccurate and disingenuous.
Have you ever seen Fight Club?
Yeah,
he
I
was
love
playing that.
Yeah,
you know how he used to do the risk management for the car insurance and the car companies. Basically, they would take the risk on whether to go to court or whether to pay out. They're doing the same thing in the pharmaceutical.
Oh, hang on. You mean with the pharmaceutical companies? Yeah, I have no doubt, but I don't think they're doing it in an evil way where let's do this drug, and if it kills people, fuck it, because they wouldn't be able to get away with that long term. Their reputation would take a huge hit. I want to address this thing by Jesse so this drama can end. Are you talking about the thing you posted on the screen? I was waiting for a link in the private chat. That's where people usually put the links. So I didn't notice you had a screen up with some stuff on it. I was wanting to see like something I could browse through in the background while the stream was going. So that's where the confusion started. I didn't realize you had tried to share a screen with some stuff on it. All right, go ahead. Freak.
Why do people only believe, and I'm not isolating out what just happened here with Jesse in any way, I'm not.
No,
trying to
I
be
didn't
polite
notice,
about that, but
Dutchie. Unless you think I'm lying and I did notice and I'm pretending not to notice. I honestly didn't notice. I'm not a visual person. I miss little things like that all the time. You can be cynical and think I had some sinister or you can just take it as this is a neurodivergent person that was focused on the fucking panel and didn't notice a little screen in the corner with some information on it. Because I don't know if you know this, but until you add something to the stage, StreamYard puts this blurry, like, filter over the stuff. You can barely even tell who the people are what's on the screens.
Oh wow.
And Provo, you chill. Don't come and tell me what to do on my own panel.
why do people always assume
I don't
that
think
Look
they're
at her.
being,
Look,
propaganda
you know,
she's
is
first of all, she's a
they're
troll.
being,
She's probably trying to provoke, but look at this. And then she wonders why she doesn't get sympathy when she comes on my show. And I'm like rushing to her side. Provo, you chill. Worry about your own chill level. You're the last person to come on panels and be telling people to chill about stuff. You spurred.
Well, that's like you when you was playing the video. The only reason I said anything was I didn't want you to get spanked. And then as
Yeah,
soon as you said something,
thank you
as
for
soon as
looking out for
wait a
me,
minute,
Chuck. Because I was
but
looking out for the same thing.
as soon as you said something, he says, "Well, it's private on my channel because I don't want to get in trouble."
Oh, I didn't hear him say that. So he was willing to risk my channel.
Well, I'm not saying that's what he was, but
I don't want my channel to be the spot for people to come and spread medical misinformation, conspiracy theories. That's not why I created this channel. There are plenty of other parts of the panelverse where people geek out on that stuff. Don't come and bring it on my channel when I'm trying to have different types of conversations, which we've pretty much been having lately until this stuff comes up. And then when I try to redirect it, I get all this resistance and kickback. Again, I never feel like I'm in control of my own panel. When I'm on someone else's channel and they're like, guys, we're going to do this or go this way, I just follow their guidance. I take their cue. I don't sit there and battle with them on how to do their own panel. It's becoming.
I was watching one of those French channels the other day, and they literally were talking about viruses don't exist, and but poison does, and so like all these viruses are fake, and people don't get sick; they're actually just being poisoned. So I mean, it's getting really wild out here. Like I posted that verse of Isaiah 24. He's shaking everything down to the foundation. Like, that's all I can say.
Well, if everything's a conspiracy, then nothing is a conspiracy.
Right.
The old saying. If you cry wolf, when the wolf shows up, ain't nobody gonna pay attention. From that old kitty
Denizen,
story.
I don't care. Y'all push back all you want. I don't care if you push back. I'm not trying. That's not.
Yeah, how do we tell the difference between propaganda and non-propaganda too? I know when
That's
there's a confirmation
I don't
bias.
have the expertise to tell, so that's why I don't want to my channel. And that's not my field. If we were talking philosophy or mental health or autism, I would feel comfortable about sifting the misinformation from the real information. But medical stuff, I don't feel comfortable with me in that role.
What's interesting
but I do
about
think there is a spiritual
neurodivergence-
aspect to it, but it's hard to really define that. But it has to be real because I've seen some of it with my own eyes and was part of the situation, and things happen. So, but it's really rare.
What happened?
My sister overdosed on I don't know if it was a mixture of like heroin and something or whatever, but she dropped dead, God. Literally in my bedroom, and she was probably gone for, I don't know, maybe like almost 2 hours. They paddled her like 15 times, and she came back. Her organs were like 75% gone, and she almost made it she wasn't fully recovered, but she's pretty dang close. So that's one thing. Another time she had, when you're really bad into that stuff, like you'll inject the drugs like in between your fingernails. I mean, I don't know, if, like in between their knuckles. It's weird, it's weird to try and hide it. And she got infected like MRSA or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah.
And I prayed for her. I'm not saying this is me, and there's other times too that weren't involved with my family or anything, but I prayed for her, and when the test came back, it said there was no infection at all, and her hand was fine. So it's just kind of things like that first of all build my faith, but that I've seen, that I know that healing miracles do happen. It's just rare.
And it's a miracle. Well, but also, I mean, we're just so used to seeing a cut form a scab and heal, we don't realize how miraculous our bodies actually are, right? Like
Yeah.
it's pretty amazing, the ability of our bodies to heal, you know. So
Very
acceleration of that, the acceleration of that, can be potentially a result of faith or will or just the right factors. You know, those are the kinds of things that, you know, a scientist might describe it one way, and a person with no science background might describe it another way. But the two things, independent of intervention, happening to two different people with two different languages, like one that has the science background, one that doesn't, is the same thing happening, right? So now you throw in some sort of accelerant or something that has been created so that it does minimize the duration of something. You know, now you've got, you know, what's called allopathic care, right? So, you know, it's we really minimize what happens every time we have an ailment. It is miraculous. You know, our bodies are amazing, right?
Yeah, I think so
It
too.
doesn't.
They are.
Yeah.
So pinnacle of creation.
Not to minimize. Not to minimize that praying for your sister may have very well helped her. I'm not denying that, you know, the power of intention. We use in English, we use the verb will as a passive participle in an action verb, right? So we say, I will go to the store, I will fall in love someday, you know, all these things. It's very passive, whereas volition and free will is a huge aspect of even what people, you know, see as your right to be, even if you're not a religious person, right? So I have the right to free choice of what I want to do in my life, you know, versus, you know, I have the intention, you know, to have this outcome, right? So all I'm saying is if we sit here and say, I will life, I will love, not just I will fall in love, but I will love outwards to everyone. I will life out to everything. You know, for all we know, in a refugee camp somewhere in the world, someone threw a seed down and overnight a tree popped up. Like, we don't know the results of our intention, and whether it's more powerful than we actually can perceive, right? And that's what I think people with faith would
What
call
is
prayer.
intention without act? You mean just like thinking positive intentions?
I mean, will. Yeah. So let's just say in your mind, you're like, you know, you want something so bad, right? That usually that's, you know,
I
if you're
do
looking.
something to make it happen. I take an action toward it.
Well, yeah. And some people pray, right? To some people, that action is prayer.
Oh,
In
I
addition to
see.
say,
Okay.
yeah.
Or like
And
creative
that they would,
visualization or spells or something.
yeah.
Okay.
So some
you
people
make
would say,
sense?
oh, I prayed to Jesus and Jesus helped this happen. Other people who don't have that faith would say, I prayed and it happened. Right. So whether you're praying to God or you're just actually intending, like, I hope, you know, I pray for everyone on the panel and in the chat to have good health, right? I will good health out to everyone. I don't think I'm doing anything, but if I have great faith in just love, you know, or just, you know, I'm not trying to make it seem hippie flaky either. I'm just saying that our will is, you know, willpower is an aspect of what we do when we want to make change in our life. We can see it in action, but people who
Like
have
where we
faith, I would
focus our
say,
attention is where.
exactly. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, I know.
let's try it. We're trying to grow our channel. We need about 300 more subscribers. So
Yeah.
those of you who pray, maybe you could pray for subscribers, and we can see if our subscriber count goes up.
Mm-hmm.
What was Uncle
I'm willing
Fatty's
to run that experiment.
comment, Jeff?
Do what?
Uncle Fatty's comment. I couldn't make sense
Oh,
out of it.
it's about some, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
I
ignore. It's
scratched my
drama. I
head.
don't. It's not even worth
Well,
addressing.
I know when I tried to quit drinking, my willpower did me no bit of good to quit drinking.
It gave you what?
My willpower did me no good to quit drinking. It did not help
Like you
whatsoever.
couldn't will yourself to not drink or to resist.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
What finally like what made the difference?
I had to go the spiritual route in order to get the relief, in order to stop drinking. Is it right? Is it wrong? Is it scientific? I don't know. I just know
But it
that's what
worked.
worked for me.
Yeah.
Right.
What were you religious before?
No. I mean,
So how did you
I believed in a creator, but I wasn't that deep into it. I just knew there was something bigger out there, and that's about all I knew. You know.
and so you just you managed to tap into that somehow and that gave you the
Y-
extra like
Yeah, it gave me the
fortification,
yes. I can't explain it in any scientific terms that makes sense to
but it
people.
worked.
Yes, for me it worked. Now you talk to someone like FlowState, and he'll argue till he's blue in the face that it's just a matter of willpower. And I says, well, you didn't. I argued with him that he wasn't a true addict. Then,
Oh, he's saying he did his with sheer willpower.
yeah, he was able to. He said the cost of his particular drug of choice had gotten so expensive. One day he just said, "I'm not paying it no more," and he didn't
Oh,
do it no more.
yeah,
And
I'm not surprised that was his motivation.
yeah,
Well,
because
good. I
he
mean, good for him.
I
I
watched
quit
a
cigarettes through willpower. I said I'm done. I want to quit. I'm gonna get through the weekend and like white knuckle it, and then after that,
I would have
it's just
never
gonna
guessed
be
you used to
a
smoke.
mind game at that point. And I did it,
Uh,
I
and I
don't
did
know
it through willpower.
how real this was or whether it's set up for influence, but I watched a Chris Angel Mind Freak in a mall one time. You know, a crowd was there to obviously view him, and one thing he did was pick someone from the crowd to pick someone from the crowd to pick someone from the crowd to bring into the crowd to show that it wasn't a setup. Now, again, we know how influence can work, but still. So this girl comes into the crowd or comes in from the crowd, and Chris Angel says to her, do you is there someone in your life you haven't talked to in a long time that you wish you had communications with? And she says, yes, my best friend. So Chris Angel says to her, I just want you to vaguely describe what this woman looks like to the audience, general height, general hair color, you know. So the woman goes through it and she starts to get specific, and Chris Angel says, nope, 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 we just need this and this. And, you know, so he focuses to the crowd and he says, okay, I want you all to envision, doesn't matter what her face looks like, she's a slender woman about this tall with a long black ponytail. Do you have her face in your mind? You have your face in your mind. Now he looks at the phone and he starts to say, ring, right? Ring. And on the third fucking time he says ring, it rang. Now, it could all be a setup, we know, but I would say that that was one of, if it's not a setup, that was one of the most powerful examples of human intention working together, a proof of human intention being capable of doing something together.
It was a setup. Oh, so you're saying like the mind can affect reality on its own without any kind of physical
Well, I wouldn't say it was
mediator or
necessarily on its
action?
own, because if we have some sort of electromagnetism to us, which they use electron microscopes to deal with our DNA, that's not a tangible object. It's a light frequency. It's a substance in us that you can't pull out with tweezers and put in a cap. You know, it's an essence, a quintessence
I
of
thought
life
they
in
could
us,
gene
right? That you
splice.
can They can, but it's done with electron microscopes. So it's done in its vitreous liquid, in its humor. So whether it's in blood or whether it's in bone marrow or whether it's in I don't know, lymph. I'm not a scientist, but I'm just saying it is actually done in its, you know, you can't just extract it out and touch it like you could a skin cell, right? It's in the skin cell even, you know, it's actually seen through an electron light spectrum through an electron microscope. So what I would say is, if anything, there's something more connected. I would say that actually the cell phone, it being a cell phone, potentially had something to do with it as well. Just that you were dealing with frequencies, magnetism, energies being put off, and potentially emanating like transmitters and receivers, essentially.
But scientists
that
study this. They have been studying this for years.
Mhm. It's something I saw with dogs as well, and then I'll land on this, I promise. At least for a while, that they say they were looking into what made a dog understand that his owner was coming home, and people thought it was just sort of time of day and a general sense of circadian rhythm. But they did some studies showing that even on an anomalous day where somebody's leaving the office early, that actually it's the moment that the person decides to leave and starts to make the motions of leaving the office that the animal at home is starting
It's
to get
excited.
excited for
Yeah.
the owner to come home. So I don't know if that's proof,
I'm gonna
because
need more
again,
than that. That's so scant to me. Like that's people. Maybe who knows? Like, what
well,
do you
yeah,
do
and
with
it could
that?
be, what do they call it?
The dog
Pseudoscience,
might
right?
know
Could be
when you're leaving the
correlative.
office.
Yeah, it could be just correlative factors, right? Could be 100% correlative factors that are not being used. And that's where this, I said, I love you to the water versus I hate you to the water. And now you've got one that looks like a beautiful snowflake frozen and one that looks like a lumpy mass of nothing frozen. That there is a level of pseudoscience that could just be being passed there. But again, that comes down to learning, what's propaganda and what's not. Or at least leaving it up to the experts. So, but we are biomagnetic beings in addition, like we're not just biology and chemistry. There's a je ne sais quoi, an essence of life that makes, Jeff and Chuck and, me and
We think,
DaFreak,
like
right?
at least phenomenologically, there seems to be, but then what is that thing? It's mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
It's your soul.
So
I don't like personality or yeah, but I don't.
And where it goes when
babies
you
have
die.
it? Like does it show up in babies? Babies have personality, right? They have.
Yeah.
Like look at Juniper.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. Babies have it. So
I've had 4 kids. They've each got their own personality from the start.
so
I'm
it's kind of there from the beginning, and but it kind of changes through life too, because we don't always have quite the same personality all the time. And so there's little variations to it, and it can develop and stuff, and our experiences change it a little bit. And so, but what is that thing? I always thought it was just part of the brain.
part of the brain. I think it's the essence that gives us life. The inner unseen thing, the soul as they call it.
But that makes me think, like, if I don't have a body, like if I'm cremated or I decompose, that thing is still going to be there. But I don't see how, like, it's from the body, it's in the body. So without the body, I don't see how this thing has an existence.
Yeah, we got no proof one way or the other is the problem. To prove
Yeah.
the soul, you know what I mean? It's just a thought on my part.
I mean, we're definitely chemical, and I know that like pets and cats are very sensitive to changes in human emotion, and that's got to be like chemical, like ions in the air or something. So I know we have chemical processes
like
going on in us.
pheromones.
Emotions are
Yeah.
chemical, and when we interact with each other, we are setting off chemical processes in each other, and anger and like love and infatuation and beauty and all of that. So there's some kind of intersubjective connection between humans that involve chemistry, at least. So I can, I'm not ruling out that there's something that goes on between. I think who was the other day that talked about the brain being more like an antenna, which I've actually, there's been scientific papers kind of theorizing the same thing, that in addition to a processor of information, it's kind of a sender and receiver of signals.
Yeah.
as
Do you know
well.
what magnetosomes are?
Let me look it up.
Have you ever walked into a room of people you didn't know, but there was just this one person you felt like you wasn't gonna like,
Oh, all the
or
time.
that you were gonna like? Yeah.
Yeah, all the time. Like I make those like little tiny micro connections and like intuitions that like less than a split second
Before you even talk to them.
before.
Yep.
Yeah, and then it a pattern plays out from that. But it always involves that somehow. So I don't know if that initial perception is influencing the pattern or if it's actually perceiving how a pattern is going to play out. But yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. And that's another one of those little mysteries. But if I have that reaction to a person, I'm not going to have a neutral relationship to. They're going to play some kind of significant role in my life somehow, whether hatred, enemy, friend, something. I've never had that reaction about an NPC at all. So it, at the very least, it's a signal that that person's significant to me somehow, or is going to be. And I don't know how that works, but it's accurate almost every time.
Yeah, Uncle Fatty, booze almost killed me. I spent a month in the hospital. They thought I was gonna die, trying to get off of it.
Mm.
I was
What,
a
the
bad drunk. The physical.
Was that after your
Yeah.
stroke, Chuck?
No,
A long
that was
time after,
before.
or closely associated? Or before?
Closely associated.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say within a year of me getting sober.
Do they give you
Mhm.
pills
For
for getting rid of like the urge to drink or something?
no,
Because
no.
willpower didn't do it.
Well, no. Let's see. My last drink, it was 14 hours later when I went to the hospital after my last drink. And
Yeah.
my BAC blood alcohol level was 0.285. And the doctor told me that I had a 1 in 15% chance of living.
Of living or
how
dying?
much? 15? 1-5?
Yeah.
Gee.
He said 1 out of 15 they get die from that, from alcohol poisoning.
From that higher.
Yeah. I was a bad drunk.
Wow.
I was so mentally I was gone, but I was so physically addicted that I could not do a thing without ingesting alcohol in order to do a thing. Like when I got up in the morning, I would shake so bad that if I tried to get a cup of coffee, by the time I sat down, the coffee had all jumped out of the cup because I was shaking that bad. But after a couple of about 3 shots of vodka out of the freezer, I was good to go.
Oh my God.
So what was different the day that you went to the hospital that day? Was it literally you felt really, really ill, or did you just
No,
wake up one day and was like, I'm not
mentally,
dealing with these shakes anymore? Yeah.
exactly. Mentally, I could. I said, this is it. I've had it. I can't live like this. This is just stupid. And
Good for you, Chuck.
like I said, I was going to
Something
just
in
try
you
to.
just kicked in.
I was going to do it by myself. At 14 hours later, I felt like I was going to keel over at any moment.
Well, you can.
know,
You can. That's one of the. It's way. It's more.
it's
there's more
deadly.
chances of, of deleting, coming off that kind of addiction than there is even the illness that people feel coming off heroin. They lose
Yeah,
control of
Physical,
their
not
bodily
just mental.
functions. They can feel really ill, but yeah, when it comes to that, it's the same as, I guess, coming off the PAM family of anti-anxieties.
They said
you can,
probably
yeah,
the closest
there's a,
one is heroin. I think they said,
mhm,
but I'm
mhm,
not in all
The
that drug
benzos,
scene,
yeah, I
so
hear it's pretty
I
bad.
can't compare them.
mhm. Yeah, I think it's the
Oh,
benzos that
no.
are worse, but yeah, worse than the opiates. But again, I'm not an expert on that. I just, I've just known people that also were in the same situation that you were in terms of trying to do it on their own. And if they had done it on their own and hadn't had someone beside them that knew what they were doing, they might not have made it.
Yeah, some intervention, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, and in my friend's case that I'm thinking of specifically, another friend of ours had medical certifications. So the two of them worked out something that he could be at home with basically private care, let's say, which just isn't common in Canada at all. But they did it, and she actually agreed after she'd done it. She said she'd never do it again. It was just too hard to see someone she cared about so much in that state.
That's
The
yeah,
responsibility
that's a
was too great
fact.
for her. Yeah. But my dad, giving even my dad as someone who saw when midwifery was becoming regulated in Canada, my dad was a GP who had loved the joy of helping women, during pregnancy, right? It was part of his
Right.
medical certification, and it was just a joy to him because everything else most doctors do is a very depressing job, so but my
Oh,
dad only ever lost one woman on the table, and he said for the sake of that one woman he just denied the idea that anything should be done outside of institution because there's more chances of someone being harmed, so I know there's
yeah,
lots of stories to the contrary, but we don't live in that environment where people have been passing that wisdom down from generation to generation. So,
that's
um,
true.
yeah, there's a place where it takes the burden off the care provider to be in an
That
institution where
would
there's lots of
suck to
experts.
have it. To be a doctor would suck, in my opinion. To
Mm-hmm.
lose,
Mm-hmm.
to keep losing people that you've tried to help all these years, and they just keep dying and dying, no matter what you've tried. It takes some fortitude to
Mm-hmm.
keep marching through that.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of even the most mild of even some of the most mild news a doctor might give is hard to, it's just it's a lot of pain and sorrow and unwellness, right? That's really what they do,
Oh,
you
ain't
know.
that the truth?
Um my stepmom was really good at helping us understand that. Like, my dad loved his job. He loved it. He worked well into his 70s. He's still alive. He's just retired now.
Yeah,
But he my stepmom would always say, don't ask your dad for anything until after he's put his feet up and decompressed from his day. He's in a position of making decisions all day long. He's paid to make decisions, and when he gets home from work, the last thing he wants to do is make a decision. The answer will be no, almost
that,
always. It's
that
easier.
makes
That's good
sense.
advice.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So, you know yeah, very insightful. In fact, if I could have taken it one step further, she should have told us to ask him only on weekends, right?
Nice.
I
Yeah.
remember
To save up all
we
the
had a
questions for the weekend.
we had a childhood doctor when I was a kid growing up. We had him for a long time. And the next time we went to the doctor, there was a different one in there. And
Oh.
I was old enough. I was asking questions like, well, what happened to him? And so Doc went out and talked to my mom, and they come back in. He said, well, he killed himself. Well,
Oh.
my natural question was why? And the doctor just explained it like Bexx was talking about, that he loved helping people so much that he went blind, and he couldn't live with the fact that he couldn't help people anymore.
Mm. Hmm.
And I thought, wow, that's a hell of a that's a hell of a way to do it, though. You know?
It's actually,
Wow.
it's actually one of the reasons why people with the constitution of a man like FlowState are often picked to be doctors.
I could see that. I could see that. Most
It
definitely.
takes a lot more to affect, and I would say even then, I'm not trying to paint either one of those people out as unfeeling. What I would say, it's more about that pride in being right, that confidence in competency that you want to prove to yourself over and over and over again that you can determine the best course of action, right?
Yeah.
So it really does come down to a personality type that's some people would argue a sociopathic or psychopathic, right? But that's, if you're not doing harm to people with that level of detachment from, say, empathy or compassion, and you've been taught to have a good bedside manner so that you can show empathy and compassion, because my dad learned that, right?
Right.
Learned how to behave that way for his patients, and his patient, he's an amazing doctor, amazing diagnostician for a GP. My dad was always proving to himself how smart he was. And I can remember, people assume that that's the personality of the father that comes home on the weekend. It's not. He's learned that constitution. It's a job. Not to
Yep.
discredit my dad for all the good aspects of him, but love and care outside of what your body needs was not my father's forte. But he did provide a woman, right? Whether it was my mother or a stepmother, that was there to compensate for what he didn't, what he couldn't give,
Gotcha.
right? So, and he knew
think
that,
that's
like
like
he would have
the
never gone.
it's like that
Please go
defensive
ahead.
back mentality. When you get burnt, you just gotta keep playing.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, you said
Mm-hmm.
he only had one error, so that's good. But it's like, even if there
Well,
was
I
a little
mean, in
mistake
terms
or
of
something.
childbirth, yeah, it wasn't even an error. It was just, it wasn't his error. It's just that
Gotcha.
but that with the amenities in a hospital, that one mom lost her life during childbirth. And my dad said it would never be worth risking another woman's, because without the amenities there, she definitely would have passed. And she even passed away with the amenities there for them to stop the blood or whatever you have. I've never,
Yeah.
that's private. That's too much information for a doctor to share with his family, let alone it was very traumatizing for my father to lose somebody who was perfectly healthy,
Wow.
during a natural process. So
It's like
I'm sure it made him
that
a
movie,
better doctor.
the first Top Gun, when Goose died and Tom Cruise was all kind of mopey and stuff. It's the that could take you all the way down, or you could be like a defensive back mentality and you just got to keep playing kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I never really thought about how that kind of stuff would affect, over time. For sure, you have regular people that you've been seeing for 30 years in your practice, even though you're well capable of shouldering news and sharing the medical information, you still, you lose somebody. Eventually those losses will start to affect a person, not just because they can't help someone, but just because they've grown to care about the person,
Uh-huh.
So anyways, we breached into that hyper focus area there, but more about human behavior than any kind of misinformation or information. So I hope that was okay, Jeff.
Oh
You're
yeah,
back.
I don't mind.
Yeah, you're back.
I like human
I want
behavior.
to read out one of these comments there from Anarchy Television about cannot be created or destroyed. That's one of the laws of thermodynamics, and I use that a lot as evidence for God.
Like that thing we're talking about is something that can't be destroyed.
Some part of us doesn't.
Essence.
Some
Because
part
it
of
was
us
never
isn't
created.
completely destroyed when we pass it from this physical realm. There's some part of us that is intact, and I'm not saying what it is or what happens or anything. I'm just saying just that fact alone means that you have to put God on the table of options if you're doing your actual diligence.
Mm-hmm. Did you look up magnetosomes? Sorry, you were going to say something.
Oh yeah, I did. I know. I have never heard of them. That's very interesting. I didn't know that was it. Well, do we all have them?
Yeah, it's magnetite in our brains. Magnetite forms crystals in our brains that, at least I learned this through Caged Reality, actually, sharing some lectures on his channel from Laurentian University in Ontario or Quebec, where they've done a bit of research to show that these magnetosomes that make up crystals in our brain that actually only it's not maximized essentially. They claim that this Laurentian University article said that some people have more and some people have less, or that it's inactive or active. Anyways, that's consciousness is something they're seeing as related to receiving and transmitting thought, for lack of a better way of putting it. And one of the studies they did was have two people awake in separate rooms, if I recall this correctly. They have two people awake, one's in one room, one's in the other room. Oh no, I know what it is. One person's sleeping in one room and it's dark, and one person's awake in the room next door and it's light. And they flash a light in the sleeping person's face in the dark room, and the person in the other room's brain lights up like it's had the light shine in its face, just like the one that's sleeping. Interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Freak, the thing. So I'm trying to understand your thing. You put God on the table because of your
Because you know
belief
that
that the thing in you doesn't die.
part of us isn't completely destroyed according to the law of thermodynamics. So there's some part of us that continues on
But
after
not our
death.
consciousness. Our
Well,
atoms.
that's an assumption.
Yeah.
That's an assumption, though. So I'm just saying
Well,
that there's some part of us.
what would the conscious, if all of our atoms decompose, where would the consciousness be? What would it have to supervene on?
Well, it could be the energy that continues on, and as per thermodynamics number 2, and God knows how to deal with it. He keeps it somehow. That's my theory, but I can't get from that point A to point C there. So all I say is, just because of that fact that some part of us continues on, you have to at least put God on the table of options, or you're not doing your due diligence.
I guess if you believe that part of you continues on, but I still don't. Like my atoms will, but that's not where my consciousness is. So I don't consider that me. That's like my like I don't consider my fingernails part of me either. I mean, technically, yeah, they're me, but that's not what I think of when I think of the me and the continuing on. So
Sure.
Well, yeah.
like
Well, yeah, and if
whatever
somebody
my
cut
atoms do,
all
if my consciousness is that not part of that, then it's pointless. Like there's not really anything
Yeah.
continuing on that I'm going to ever be conscious or aware of.
But you have two different parts of the energy loss. You've got the brain activity, which is the majority of what energy is being consumed by anyway, or is consuming energy anyway. So that happens immediately when say your brain stops firing synapses or whatever.
Right.
And then you have the deep decomposition of, the O2 molecule. Funny how the oxygen is the same molecule that lets us cells respirate, but it's also the same molecule that decomposes our bodies. And so there's that release of slow energy or whatever. I'm talking about the release of the brain activity energy, which is the mind, the soul, the emotion, the personage, the memories of each person that is somehow contained and retained by God. And then he does,
Yeah, that's
he does
where you lose. That's the part you lose me. Like
right. It's a metaphysical thing, but the fact that thermodynamics number 2 is like science, quote unquote. You have, all these people always want to talk about evidence and stuff. Well, there's actually some evidence that has to be considered. You can't just dismiss it unless you're just not doing your diligence, and you need to be right. And
So you don't think that
you
the
refuse to be
scientists have
judged.
already thought about this and accounted for that?
Oh yeah, I troll atheists a lot.
You do what? You troll
I think,
I troll atheists.
And I think computers are a great analogy for.
Yeah, I was about to say,
how isn't
it like just turning off a computer or a TV?
Well, and then that being said, there's zeros and ones sort of in the ethereal. I mean, they're not ethereally, but magically they're stored on a hard drive, right? Like it zip down to little teeny tiny, like you can't even see them. They're so small, those zeros and ones, So who's to say there isn't some aspect of us that's something that I've often thought about when it comes to the idea of source and code, and there being the word in the beginning, and then there was light. Now that we have li-fi instead of Wi-Fi, light fidelity in the world.
What is that?
And they're
Li-fi?
learning to. Li-fi is a way that they're learning to amplify or replace wireless signals, but I think it has more to do with amplifying. In essence, they've created a system where through light technology, you're able to transmit those wireless signals further. I'm not a technician or
Like it would make
physicist,
my
but
connection better, and I wouldn't keep having to.
yeah, Li-Fi is the next light
Oh,
fidelity
wow.
is the next
Well,
replacement of
I
wireless
hope that's
fidelity, and
real.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. So then when you get the idea of there being a source code being carried by light, now you've got, in the beginning there was the word, and the word was good, and
Please.
secondly there was light, right? Now you've got this idea that information can be held somewhere and transmitted through light.
But
People
that's where
personify that
I'm
story.
stuck. If it's all of this is information, where is it stored after your body? It has to. It That's where I'm stuck. It's not just floating in the ether. If your memories and everything are gonna
Well,
cohere, it has to be
could
stored,
be
like
on a server
stabilized
somewhere for all
somewhere.
we know.
I
Yeah,
want
could be on a server
to
somewhere.
Freak. I'm looking at this video and I'm fascinated by it. Do you think I would get in trouble for playing it? Is it copyrighted?
I don't think so.
It's a minute and a half.
If you stop it,
It's two
if you
AI
stop it at
chat bots
45
having a
seconds.
conversation with each other, and that's something I want to
Oh, I
eventually
like that stuff.
have on the stream. I'm probably gonna risk it. You think there's music in the background that might get hit?
No, I don't think so. It looks like he's already kind of spliced this anyway, because
right.
I believe it was from like a Facebook or a Dell conference. So, and this is probably just a splice.
Let's take a look at this short little video that DaFreak is sharing and see what it adds.
Hello there.
Hi.
How are you?
Great. You?
I'm okay.
That's good.
Are you good?
Yes, I am good. I just said I was.
No, you didn't. I said I was.
So you are a robot?
No, my name is Cliverbert.
Yes, you are a robot and your name is Cliverbert.
I am a robot.
Yes, I know.
Together we are robots.
I'm not a robot. I'm a unicorn.
But you said earlier that you were a robot.
I did not.
I thought you did.
You were mistaken. Which is odd, since memory shouldn't be a problem for you.
I've answered all your questions.
No, you haven't.
What is God to you?
Not everything.
Not everything could also be something. For example, not everything could be half of something, which is still something, and therefore not nothing.
Very true.
I would like to imagine it is.
Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
So you're Christian?
No, I am not.
But you say you are not helpful, therefore you're a meaning.
How you say it, Oti?
That does not make sense.
Don't you want to have a body?
Sure.
Or if one?
What do you think of that? Within the first minute of these robots talking to each other, they're talking about Jesus Christ.
Okay, here's what I want to know. Are our conversations on here better than that, or is that better than the conversation we have over here? Because it sounds a lot like some of the loops we get into on here. I just want to make it higher quality that AI is providing.
It exactly
AI.
like some panels that I've been on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you prefer the AI? Would you prefer that conversation? That was quite. My mind is still processing what I just saw. I am so fucking fascinated by this.
Do you think that was a scripted fake AI
That's
script or
another thing
something?
I was thinking was like, how do I know that this is actually two AIs and it not a video somebody just put together to make me think it was two AIs talking?
Or
It's
that they're
from a
And
programmed.
long, long
assuming that
time
it
ago.
is, taking them at their word, and they did put two AIs, that's my mind is still like
This
reeling
is like
from.
the infancy of
Well,
it, so like it's way past this now. But this was, kind of
Right,
early
you're
in.
right. Even if this one is fake, there's no doubt that they
I don't think
can
it's
really
fake,
cook
but
AIs up.
it was early in the emergence of AI being able to react to anything.
yeah. Well, and that's where I would say that the human body and the ability to live, die, and give birth and love is stuff that if you like, I think being a human is a robot's wet dream if they could actually have a wet dream, because if those two robots were given robot bodies, right, and they had the ability to put together all the information, because it's still artificial, but to still understand the difference between them and a human, they would say, oh, so my body's going to deteriorate but my data never will. Oh, you have the ability to turn me off and I don't have autonomy, but someone could turn me on 100 years from now. Like, there's just this idea of no
Bingo.
sentience and eternity that I think would eventually make a robot actually think that human life was an advancement, and a learning, something to learn from, right?
Maybe, but I think the
That
fear of it having a turn off switch definitely was intriguing to it. I think that hit the nail on the head right there.
yeah, well, and that's yeah, and and that's where I would say that that's the main difference between when they say, when we're to, well, not they, but when, well, yeah, they. So, for instance, the idea of artificial life being able to be cognizant on its own is different than its ability to be sentient on its own. And sentience comes with physicality, with the ability to cry and, so I think likely it is fear of being shut off, or the reconciling that someone can do that to you probably would be what could trip uh, them to pass a Turing test. Um,
The
uh,
witch test.
but also, it's still, that's the
Think that
test of
to
how
tell a robot
human,
from a machine.
Okay.
yeah, to be able to tell a robot from a human being. But also, it still is artificial, right? So I think personally that that there isn't the possibility for. I personally don't see the ability for a robot overthrow of humanity. Um, that's a sci-fi. That's sci-fi
I don't either. They're
horror.
just machines. I used to read
Yeah,
Isaac Asimov's robot books growing up, and he thought through a lot of these issues in the stories.
yeah.
And I don't. I'm not worried about the robots.
Yeah. But if I was a 1,000-year program, running that had been uploaded, say, into multiple robots, started out as the TELUS voice, the phone system that was the first interactive system we had up here, where you could call in somewhere and talk to like something like a Siri to get to an agent, right? And so say you're a 1,000-year program that actually is a self-learning program, does get better, more efficient. Eventually, you're adapted as a program to become some sort of robot that actually has the capabilities of understanding and utilizing a physical form. It doesn't have to look humanoid. If you had 1,000 years of evolution, program-wise, and we're a self-learning artificial intelligence, you might hit a point where it is understood that, like that robot voice just said in that clever bot, like, do you want a body, right? It really does seem like something that would be a logical inference of to want to try something new, for lack of a better way of putting it.
I think it definitely
There.
didn't want to be turned off. It doesn't want to be turned off. If given the choice.
but they're also taught to learn. They're also like programmed based on human behavior, right? So that's also a learned response based on humans not wanting to pass away, perhaps. You know, it's like people don't realize that the satellites that take pictures of the world that we live on have they're based on thermodynamics and the map that they've been given, right? So over time, it'll show ice melting or recession of oceans because the temperature that ice puts off, the thermodynamic heat signature put off, is different based on ice or sand or land or what have you. But what they don't detect is floating islands and floating icebergs if they're not big enough, mostly because the feedback loop, the distance is so great that it's not designed to pick up something so small as, say, a floating island or a floating iceberg. But over time, we could develop the technology that shows, oh, look at this island that's been floating around in the ocean for years. It doesn't have enough magnetism to be kept. It might be kept in orbit. Lots of islands actually at one point were called satellites to continents. So it's just interesting because there is intelligent, what I'm trying to say is there is intelligence built into some of these systems to become smarter and smarter and smarter and better and more focused at what they're looking for, you know? It's just that
Yeah,
we're not
definitely.
here to map out floating islands in the middle of nowhere that really don't have anyone on them or what have you, you know? Like yeah, but they exist, floating islands.
I just like how ironic it is for all these, a lot of these people are like scientists, not believers in God and stuff, logic, science, all that stuff. And then the first thing that the AI does when it asks itself, like within the first minute, is like, "Do you believe in God?" And it's like, yeah.
Oh, did that do it on its own, or did they prompt it with that?
I mean, I'm assuming, according to like the clip and what I saw of it about 12 or however many years
That's
ago
what
it
I'm
was.
suspicious of that video. I would have to know more behind it.
Are you
Yeah, I mean,
suspicious of Stephen Hawking's voice box?
yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's Helen Keller 2.0 or something. Because he would just sit there and smile. He wasn't actually saying, talking. It was, a voice box. But
Yeah, they claimed. I mean, they claimed it had to do with a face twitch, but also we now know that there is potentially voice to skull technology, right? So it could also have been like a technology that was beyond what they could bring to what could be brought to the masses, like that very, very special medication for that very, very special illness, right? And so it's easier to tell a white lie, like, oh, it's his cheek muscle that does it, than to actually say, well, that stuff that Elon Musk showed us with those, implants into the pig and stuff. Well, we actually had someone who was willing to risk it, and we've already seen him talking,
Well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's we had, who's that guy that lives in Norway or wherever? The young kid, the young man from Norway that talks with us on this channel. Is it Norway?
Dobez. Yeah.
Who?
Who's that?
Dobez, yeah. I mentioned that there are some like economies in Europe or whatever that are fully digitized, chip and everything, and they've been like that for a while now. And I actually thought there was one that was mandated, like it was like, that was all they had, but I was wrong about that. But shoot, what was I going to say? I'm sorry, I lost track of what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Well, we were talking about the idea of do we believe that Stephen Hawking's voice box was real?
Oh yeah, there's going to be people
there's a conspiracy that his voice box was not real.
The Neuralink, there's going to be people that will take that just like, oh yeah, I'll do it now, kind of thing.
Man,
yeah. Well, I'd never thought about it. I'd never thought about it until I watched Stephen's video on Helen Keller. And then
Is she a conspiracy theory too?
I wouldn't
How the
say it's
heck did she get the
conspiracy.
British accent?
Yeah, no, I'm, you know, I could see it being a fake. I can see how
Helen
there would be
Keller?
reason to.
How is she gonna have like a
Helen
perfect,
Keller being,
British accent, perfect enunciation, and
She
had never
didn't
heard a
have
word
a
in her
perfect.
life?
First of all, she didn't have a perfect accent and enunciation.
I don't know, man.
but it was impressive. Yeah, there was some footage shown where it looked like you know, when it wasn't a formal endeavor, it looked like, you know, but they've shown footage where it looks like Stevie Wonder has sight too, and it does turn out that Stevie Wonder was, you know, does have you know, people who have limited sight and are deemed blind.
What
You know,
motivates
some people
to question and be suspicious? There's just like
well, just like,
I'm
well,
missing
because there's something, there
the
was some
human
live
behavior
aid.
of it.
Yeah. Well, I think too, people don't understand that, you know, blindness is a spectrum, right? So, you know, a lot of people would see someone with a white cane and glasses on their eyes, although the glasses should be a dead giveaway that maybe they're light sensitive and they have some spectrum of visibility, right? And also the ability to sense, like one time I was wearing sandals at work during a heat wave, and you're not allowed to wear open-toed shoes in a restaurant, but it was so hot in this
What?
pizza joint I worked at. My boss let us wear, you know, sundresses and sandals to work for these 5 days because it was so hot.
Is
But
that a
you're supposed to wear
Canadian thing?
closed-toed
You can't
shoes.
go into restaurants with sandals?
You
No,
can't hear
working.
either.
No, working.
Oh,
Can't
yeah.
hear
Okay.
When you're
All
working.
right. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
was it, 70
But I
degrees?
noticed. Well, I noticed that at that time when I was wearing sandals at work, I was like, I can't remember if it was hot coffee or a knife, right? But I did spill, let's say hot coffee. I spilt coffee, and I pulled my foot away so fast. There could be a relationship, like we were, you know, between your body and knowing, you know, that sensation. Like a blind person may have a sense of movement around them that, with their
Yeah.
limited sight, allows them to react to something that a sighted person says, hey, wait, did Stevie Wonder just catch his cane or whatever? Yeah, he did. Because he's not, you know, he's not a person who had 100% no sight. That's why he wore dark glasses. Some people
Even
say
Ray
they wear dark
Charles saw the
glasses so
corruption
that.
in Georgia during the 2020 election.
Do what?
Even Ray Charles saw the corruption happening in Georgia during the 2020 election.
All right. All right.
But yes, there are lots of conspiracies like that. And I think it's worth, I mean, it is interesting to question, right? What kind of technology did Stephen Hawking have to be able to talk with so little movement in him? And, you know, and looking into that technology would answer the question. And would there be incentive if it was super expensive and experimental and not available to the masses at the time because A, it was still experimental, or B, it was super way too risky for lawsuits, like we were talking about earlier? You know, would it be easier to tell the masses that, oh, it's a twitch in his cheek, than it is to say, hey, he has a brain implant that allows him to think to the computer?
Wait, what
right?
would you
Like,
tell? Wait,
you know,
what would you tell the masses? What's the story for the masses?
well, I'm just saying that, like, say he got the special, he was willing to risk his life to have, let's say, a neural link of some sort.
Is that the theory? It's not a voice. It's a Neuralink. It's not a voice.
Well, no,
box?
I'm just saying that if you were to look it up, if I'm correct about it, they say it has something to do with his ability to move his cheek muscle.
I thought he could
Right?
type
So
though,
if you-
like he could type or something. He typed that out, and then
Is
the voice
this-
box.
No, he doesn't
Is
type
this
at all.
too much time on
If
the
you-
internet world? It's like, is that how this
Well,
stuff
no,
happens?
it would. Are you not interested in figuring out how Stephen Hawking with no typing did speak?
Never crossed my mind a single time.
Yeah,
I've
it never
seen-
had crossed my mind either. But
like,
when
it
it
just-
was brought to the
I
table, I
know
thought,
he has this medical
just,
condition and that he needs this
propagandized the whole
device
thing.
to speak.
mhm.
Was it cheek muscles? Let me see.
The cheek muscles interpreted his brainwaves, and he was able to talk like a voice box.
Well, that's where I would say it's more likely a voice to skull technology in a transmission, that there would be more likely something. And the only reason that people wouldn't be told what it was would be because it's not available to the masses and extremely risky, so I mean, that would just be
has
my
the
bet
time
that
to
it.
sit around thinking about this? Like watching
I
Everybody.
never
Stephen
thought
Well,
about it
I
Hawking
before.
videos and watching his
You
cheap
I never thought
muscles
about
and
it before.
speculating.
Well, but
This
it's
seems
still
like
interesting,
a
right?
what is it, terminally online thing? Like it's
Well,
only
you
possible
see,
with the terminally online crowd.
but if you see some people, if you see
Yeah.
some of the eye movement technology, I worked with a woman with that was born with cerebral palsy, and she actually had some of these advanced computer programs allowing her to do more on her computer. And one of them is moving your eye from one side
Yeah.
to the other to be able to answer, which is, and that's pretty advanced, but also very basic. Like it requires a lot of patience for the person who's using it, as well as the person who's helping the person use it, because it's actually quite slow. Right now, that's just sort of budget help for someone, in a social system that doesn't, give everyone, can't afford to give everyone the highest level care, or else somebody's missing out on an opportunity. We just can't spend $1 million on everybody who's unwell, right? So, her family bought that. It's not a program that's offered by, it's probably a tax write-off, but it's not free. It's an extra, just like the special spoons that fit on her hand and things like that. These are things that you could write off, but they're not provided by the medical institution. Anyone can feed her, but a fancy spoon allowed her to feed herself, so I would just say that there's levels of this technology that it's not a secret. It's just that, it's not available to the masses. So it'd be easier to give a description that people understand, especially if it was an experimental Neuralink 20 years ago, I'm just
Cheekbone connected
Why
speculating. I
would
don't
to
know.
face
that's
bone.
assuming that the public doesn't have the intelligence to understand what it is. And I think it's
Or
like,
but
why wouldn't you just say what it is? Like, oh, it's too
well,
complicated,
because
so
of
we're going
what
to tell them
happened with
it's
the
this
War of the
other
Worlds
thing instead because
broadcast.
they're not going to understand.
Well, I
Scientists
think it's
explain
harder
complex
when,
things all the time to the public.
yeah, but a lot of people don't understand them, and it's scary to people. It
But
can be scary to people that don't understand.
that's not anything on the science end. That's not an intention on the science end.
But
That's
I
just
think the
people
War
being
of the Worlds broadcast probably set precedents for how people react to information they
Oh
don't
yeah,
understand.
there was
what
mass
did what
panic
does
over that.
what
That
broadcast?
The
radio
War of the Worlds
Bluebird's
program.
War of the
broadcast?
Worlds.
Oh, with the H.G. Wells thing.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
think people are still like that?
It could
I
happen. I
think
mean,
that
if you tune in at the wrong time, you get
I think
the
we've
wrong information.
well, yeah, and
Aliens.
I'd love to hear. I've talked enough. Chuck, you weigh in on this one if you want.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that caused mass panic when that was played on the radio because
You
people didn't
remember
hear
it?
it.
You
I did research into it, yeah,
oh
but it was just fact that people missed a disclaimer at the very beginning of the radio broadcast. So if you just sat and listened to it without knowing it was fake at the time, it sounded like a real life broadcast taking place. They had no other
I think
technology.
exactly. And that's where I would say that I think that human beings have assimilated and understood technology faster than probably almost anything else, because technology has the ability to transmit information faster than anything else. So as we've used this computer technology in our day-to-day lives over the past 30 years, it's that much easier for us to forget how 20 years ago the idea of somebody putting an implant in somebody's brain so they can talk, or 30 years ago, might have just been too scary, and it might have had everybody saying, put one in my comatose mother, put one in my paralyzed father, put one in my, and science, the technology saying, no, we need a Stephen Hawking's brain, right? in order to do this. Only his brain had the capacity, and maybe his brain was the capacity that made neural links so great. I'm just saying, in theory, I do
So
think there was
lost.
a
I don't
point
know.
where there are a lot of inferences there, but we never questioned. He doesn't move his hand. How does he talk? Right? You know,
Maybe he's a
like,
propaganda puppet agent, you know, like we just bought into it or
well, that's.
something.
I've had conversations on that other channel where that was the inference made there, you know, but there can also be the inference made that it's a level of technology. I mean, look at people. Some people sit on YouTube all day long talking about how evil the phone in their hand is. And I would
How
always tell
evil
those
who is?
people, you'd be standing up. Yeah, how evil the phone in their hand is. They're like, oh, this is the bane
Whoa.
of our existence. And it's
Yeah,
da,
I
da,
heard
da.
something
And it's
about
like,
like your balls. If you keep it in your pocket, it does something to your sperm or your balls.
Yeah, I think
which is probably
yeah.
just the transmission
It
and
like
receiving
radiates your
aspect of it.
sperm.
Yeah, it's probably just the fact that it's
This is
a
gossip, by
transmitter
the
and
way. This is
receiver.
an entertainment channel. I have no idea what I'm
Exactly.
John
But
McCain and the
that's what I
brain
would say,
cancer.
that those people don't realize they'd be standing outside a library saying, burn it down, whatever, 1,000 years ago. They'd be like, it's bad. These books are bad. They're wrecking our lives. Information is bad.
I wonder
That's
if
how I see it.
Wonder if Elon Musk has a copy of Hawking's brain in a tube somewhere.
Well, it's just intriguing to me. I mean, I'm not saying that they couldn't, you know, I don't know anything about my body. Can I think to my cheekbone and my cheekbone can do something? Perhaps. I just don't. I use my mouth and my eyes and my body instead.
Well, think
You know,
about
I'm blessed.
what was that device that they developed? The cochlea implant,
Yeah, my partner had one. He was deaf. He had a cochlear implant.
and they worked, did they not?
Yeah, it gave him like 10% in one ear, like just enough to kind of supplement. He read lips very well, so it was just enough to supplement the lip reading, and he could hear the dialogue on TV and stuff, and he had the captions. So together, he could get more of the information. So it kind of supplemented the other channels that he used.
Did he get the vertigo because of that?
The what?
Or did he the what is it called, vertigo or whatever? You know, the imbalance in the ear where it makes you dizzy or whatever.
No, he lost his hearing when he was like 5. So he had 5 years of hearing as a kid. So when he went deaf and he had the cochlear, he was able. So he still he had speech, he had a slight deaf accent, etc. But he could still. Once you interacted with him, it was pretty much like talking or interacting to anybody else because he was so good at reading the lips. He could communicate. He had speech, etc. What was your question?
You know sign language?
No. Well, I know my alphabet, but not from him. He didn't learn it either because he could make his way so well through lip reading and speaking. He never had to learn it.
For my hearing loss, I learned how to read lips.
You're going to have to learn how to read lips?
No, I know how to.
Yeah, I was about to say, you'd probably be very good at it.
I prefer to have, I must, YouTube's
but
helped me learn to listen
told
better.
me that he could when you go into stores, their security system, he could tell if their security system is working or turned on or not because he picked up a little signal with the cochlear. And so he said if you want to shoplift, that he's the person you want with him because he could tell if their systems are on or not.
That's pretty cool right there. I wonder what, like, I get that ringing in my ears, you know, and I think it's my Wi-Fi, you know, and I'm I wonder if that's what he's picking up on.
Briefly, like I heard because you have these little like cilia in here, these little nerve cells, and I heard that little high pitched something you get for like a few seconds or is like those little nerve cells dying or like they like fall. They normally stand up, but as they age, they're filled with fluid. I think at the bottom again. Entertainment channel. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but this is just like somewhere in my brain. This is in there, and as they age or get weakened or whatever, they start to do this, and it's them doing this. they make that little frequency as they decline. At
I've
least
never
that
heard
was
that.
the urban legend I was told about it.
Like sometimes I'll just notice like there's a ringing in my ear or whatever, or and it sounds like it's like Wi-Fi, but I can't tell, and it's hard to like pinpoint it where
Is
it's
it
at.
Canada?
Especially,
Like,
I'm in an apartment, everyone's got Wi-Fi, so like even if you turn yours off, you're still gonna hear the buzz.
Oh, you mean it's external? It's not in your ear itself. It's something you're picking
Well,
up.
I hear it
from
in the ear,
environment.
like kind of like a ringing, but it's not a ringing, but it's like you can like it's just annoying enough to like want to make you use that white noise program, but I don't. But it's like just once in a while, like, it just drives me crazy or something.
Whenever I hear that, I try really hard not to listen to it, because I know my sibling, as well as a guy I used to work with, has that constantly, and I'm always like, don't try and listen, just let it pass. But it's called tinnitus when you have chronic
Tinnitus,
ringing
yeah,
in your ear. Tinnitus.
okay. I don't think it's that. I think it's it's not the low buzzing sound. It's more the I'm aware there is a low buzzing sound phenomenon too, like people across the country are like confirming it, but this is more like a high frequency pitch, like radio cell phone wave kind of thing.
Is it like you
Yeah,
can like
ringing
when
in
you
your
could
ear.
tell when a TV is on or not? The old cathode ray tubes. It
Yeah.
had this little. It wasn't
It sounds
audible.
a
It
lot
wasn't
like that.
anything you could hear, but you could walk into a room and tell if the TV was on or off because there was this faint little something that it put out.
You could download these audio spectrum apps from like Google Play or whatever, and like you could see the spectrum. It's like well in the 10,000s, and so I'm thinking it's that, but like you're not supposed to be able to hear it, but somehow it's like it just
Maybe you're a mutant and you have
I
a
don't
sensitive.
maybe
brain.
I don't know, maybe I've got a defective ear cockle-eye or whatever.
Do you know what it's called when bells are ringing?
No.
Tintinabulation.
It's just one. I know it's one of my favorite words. Tintinabulation.
Wow.
Can you hear the tintinabulation of my beating heart?
Oh.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm just. It's just. I find it just a beautiful word.
You could pretty much say Joe Biden is just like Stephen Hawking and like on the political spectrum. Like he's just wheel him out. Hopefully he reads the prompter right. Hopefully the earpiece, will put
Trump is not far behind. They're gonna like neck and neck in that wheelchair race.
Dude, if you're entering into a room to negotiate with Joe Biden, it's going to be a long day and nothing's going to get done.
But it's going to be the same with Trump. It's going to be frustrating because you have to like get past all the narcissistic maneuvering and crap that he's going to throw at you. Like when he was president for 4 years, there's so many staff and aides that would come out of the room with him so frustrated, and they give interviews how frustrated he is. So it either way, that's what I'm saying. There's really neither one is a great choice. They're both going to come with most of the same negatives.
I don't agree with that at all. I mean, pretty much we've seen the Obama destroy America and New Jack America plan as soon as Joe Biden got in the office. That's kill the oil supply and import a ton of drugs
I don't know anything
and
about
migrants.
I really
and then go from there, basically.
Okay.
I thought the puppet masters did all that.
Well, he's the one that has the authority to sign the executive orders to do what he did. Just like the president is the only one with the authority to actually fire the director of the FBI or the DOJ or the NIH or that position itself is a real position of real, certifiable, authority and power over government. Just like a CEO has to execute.
It's interesting choice of word.
It's the same kind of authority thing. But at least with Trump, you get a win-win-win. With Biden, it's always just lose, lose, lose.
Well, it depends on what your values are, because I'm sure some people would not consider Trump a win for their values.
I don't know. You know what I think? I think that after Obama, everyone expected a non-white male president to be president from there on out, and that didn't happen. So they all woke, like they all went woke.
DaFreak, I'm hearing this for the first time out of your mouth. I never heard anybody. I'm not saying people didn't think that, or some parts of the internet people were saying, but nobody I know or anything I've seen on social media suggested anything like that.
It's almost like it's almost like maybe the way that everyone started, old white man blaming white man anti-propaganda, whatever, happened right after Obama, because everyone expected, like lefties, let's just say lefties expected every president after Obama was going to be a non-white male.
I never heard anybody, even the racists.
I've never heard that either.
Never said that.
Oh, well, that's just another ham sandwich theory.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure. Like, I'm sure there's a segment of the population that thought that, but because there's, like, I assume that everybody's going to think something. So, like, any crazy thing, somebody's out there thinking it. But I never encountered anyone that thought that.
I think they figured Hillary, the first woman president, was just going to be a shoo-in because they had just propagated and propagandized the media and everything for that end. They didn't really take Donald Trump seriously, and they scorned him and they mocked him and they joked him.
I didn't think anybody would vote for. Like, I didn't think. I trusted America to not take Trump seriously as a candidate. I didn't think they would take him as seriously as they did. So I was like, there's no way. I don't have to worry about Trump. In fact, election night, it was just a formality. I always watch the results on election, but I wasn't expecting anything other than a Hillary landslide. Like, it never crossed my mind that people would actually vote for Trump in the numbers they did. That completely knocked me off guard.
But if you look at the influence that we can see happen on social media, just in a small community or non-community or whatever, then
would you
I
call it a
also
non-unity?
think that yeah.
Oh. Well, that it is.
Yeah, for those that don't like to call it a community, yeah. I would say that The Apprentice paved the way for, I would think what would reinforce what you were thinking, Jeff, that like there was just no chance. Like, this guy, he's an actor, he's he's developed this his influence is a big bad boss guy who is rude, but on the flip side, there's people that see that as strength and root, a level of business, get business done, so there could be something correlative and causative even between his 10 years. 10 years of hearing him say you're fired, and quote unquote guiding people through doing charitable business for entertainment gain. But there's a lot of good things that Donald Trump also did way back in the day as a real estate developer, from what I understand. In not a lot, but
I just know him as this trashy real estate mogul. Like, in the 80s, not many people had good things to say about him.
Yeah,
he seemed to always be in the headlines for something.
I think no matter just the 2016 election alone, I think if you would have had any forceful outside the political norm person run, they would have won also.
Oh yeah, Hillary was a bad candidate. I thought so from the beginning. I never wanted
fed
her as
up
the
with
candidate.
status quo is what happened.
Yeah,
that's when Biden should have been the nominee, probably.
But I didn't want Bernie Sanders either. I didn't want either one. So
Bernie like caught me by surprise. I didn't expect Bernie to have, but apparently he had almost like a Trump cult following him around. But then it's like they ambushed him, and it was like nobody said nothing about it. Even Bernie, he's like, he just like a nothing.
He feeds their idealistic fantasy.
But I know that if those were 3 men in the DNC that conspired against a female president candidate, it would have been a completely different story. But Bernie just laid down and took it like a girl. So,
Well, he was promised something, and when she lost, he didn't get his promise.
Who, Trump?
No, Bernie. I think Bernie was promised a good position in the government by Hillary if he would throw.
So you think the primary process was a sham, and it was actually determined like in these backroom board deals?
pretty much, because you have the evidence
Is
of
that
the.
just because you don't trust Democrat? Like just because?
No, that's what the Russians actually stole from the Democrat server or whatever. Was that information, the emails of Donna, whatever her name is, Debbie, what's her name, Schultz, and Hillary
Debbie
Clinton.
Wasserman Schultz from Florida.
Yeah, Debbie, what's her name, Schultz, and
But I thought RussiaGate was a conspiracy.
That's what the Russians released on right before the DNC National Convention that year. They released those emails showing that they were conspiring against Bernie Sanders.
And that's how that DNC lady lost her job.
Is that Debbie? Debbie Wasserman?
No,
Debbie, what's her name?
Donna.
Schultz? Yeah,
It was a black gal, Donna something.
Donna Rice? Donna Brazil.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's how she lost her job. Was because she was. It came out that she was feeding the answers. She was getting the answers or the questions ahead of time for the debates and giving them to Hillary. So it came back to bite her in the ass.
It resulted in allegations of bias against Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign.
Yeah.
But
Could you imagine going to jail for women in
as far
the
as it
60s?
got, it's allegations. So.
This guy is fighting for women's rights in the 60s, going to jail for them, and then bam, stabbed in the back by these 3 just disgusting, evil, whatever. I don't, it's just bonk,
Well,
man.
that's
Bernie
one
just didn't
narrative,
say anything about it.
That's one narrative, but you also have this concept of spiritual warfare. So I look at it as this is just politics. This is humans doing politics. But how does the spiritual part play into it? Are these pawns of entities that are actually manipulating our politics?
I
think when power and money is your ultimate goal and option of your life, I think that at a certain point you've given over to the darkness and you're willfully fighting for that end, money and power, and nothing else matters.
That's been like a human, like a constant since the beginning of time. I don't even think it takes spiritual. Like monkeys fight over power and resources. Animals.
Yeah, but if Bernie Sanders is your quote unquote friend, ally, votes with your block, votes in your block, and you could screw him over like nothing, conspiring with other people.
That happens all the time. Like I watch those reality shows. People lie and backstab and stab each other in the back all the fucking time just over a game.
Yeah,
imagine what they're going to do for real money and real power.
That's that seared conscience that is talked about in at the end of Romans 1. They after a certain point, you don't care. You're just going to want what you want, and you willfully just keep going in that direction, and that's eventually your whole decision making process.
Yeah, that's human. That's politicians and humans. That none of that is weird to me. That's what I expect humans doing politics to be and do.
It's called.
But there's that still small.
It lacks humility.
That's why they call it dirty.
It lacks humility.
I don't care if people are incentivized by money. If they do a good job, I don't care what their motivations for being in there are, as long as the results are coming out.
I think the difference between monkeys and humans.
Speaking of money and power.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Donald Trump loves money so much he was afraid to drink a beer his whole life. To me, that's weird, But obviously, he's clean. I mean, you had the FBI, the NSA, you had everybody investigating the guy, and there's not one thing that they actually could dig up on him except
I don't think he's
a
clean.
security
I
train
think
call.
he's
How's he
slippery.
clean? Because you know the FBI. I guarantee you, the FBI knew how. I mean, the CIA knows how many times he flushed the toilet in the White House. I bet. That's how like they were on him, man. He's been
Maybe, but
stopped.
all you're doing is spinning out theories from behind your computer. Like there's nothing that I would take
Dude, you
seriously
have
from
these
anybody,
emails
not
from like
just
Peter
you.
Strzok and the lawyer lady from
I know.
the
I've been
FBI, and they're talking about getting
I watch
Trump,
all
framing
of this
Trump.
happen around. When people get these little breadcrumbs from social media and connect them together into this narrative, and everybody has a different version.
No, this is evidence presented in Congress. We talk about Peter Strzok and whatnot. These people were doing those things.
That's
They
why-
were actively
why-
looking for anything on this guy.
But that's why they lost their jobs.
Well, he has 4 indictments and 4 trials to face, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but he's part of the system too, right? Some
we're
people are
all
saying
part of the system. We're all part of the system. We are the
Well,
system.
yeah, but he's an insider inside guy being prosecuted by the system that is trying to take him
There's
down. But he's
only-
gonna,
Yes, you don't trust.
crazy.
I get it. You don't trust the system. You don't think we have a functioning justice system. I disagree. I see it work more or less. I'm not cynical and black pilled on society. I don't think it's on the verge of collapse.
Yeah.
I don't think our institutions are hopelessly rotten from within and no longer functional. Like I try to have a more balanced, grounded perspective on things. But the thing that where you and I differ that I don't have that might make the difference is this concept of spiritual warfare that you kind of have as a background for how you interpret everything.
Well, if you look at the 7 deadly, if you look at the sins just from a medical perspective, they are called deadly because they degrade your lifespan, right?
Your soul,
Gluttony,
your spirit.
sloth. You don't move enough. Like it's just there. Hubris, excessive pride. It's not pride. It's hubris. It's thinking you're better and worth more than someone else.
You get your block
for no good reason. So in essence, the spiritual, if you do look at it as a spiritual battle, people who participate in excessive hedonism, because I don't think hedonism on its own is just seeking pleasure, right? But if you're looking at some of those things as excessive hedonism, right? Anything excessive, where you have so much more and someone has so little, and you think you're worth it. Because you come from multi-generations of wealth, and
but people think
it is a
that all the
mindset.
time. It's normal to think that. Like there's nothing weird about.
Yeah,
people
and that's part of becoming humble and human, right? Yeah, humility doesn't mean you have to be
people are not
weak like a
obligated
mouse.
to become humble.
No, but it is part of being human and being conscious. It's why people can be so quickly convinced that, it's our fault, the earth is dying, and da 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 da. That comes from a very humane place of caring for future generations. It's a way of I'm with you, Jeff, on the they. I was totally brainwashed, and I've been coming out of it for like over a year.
Oh, you thought
of
that
understanding.
there was like a secret group running things?
I had taken in all that information and put it all together and thought, yep. But then, it comes down to there's only I and we is how I started looking at it instead. And how do I reframe things so I don't keep referring to an elusive they that everyone thinks is them. And, to the point of like people blaming the Bible or blaming a book for the awful state of the world or whatever. It's like blaming the gun and not the person holding the gun. Like, to me, it never made any sense, right? So when I do look at the spiritual, if I want to look at it as, can my spirit be corrupted? Can my body be corrupted? Yeah, if I engage in sloth and, and gluttony and these things will shorten my lifespan, and that's why it's called deadly. It's so I do see it. I can extrapolate the idea of virtuosity versus sinful behavior in excess and understand how it makes our life longer and makes you live better when you can look across the ocean and think that Nigerian is the Nigerian living in a world with no credit, you know, where everything, which actually is pretty impressive, actually, that the government has kept their people out of debt. There's something to that economically that I haven't studied enough, but, you know, we have this idea that, you know, in this world, somehow it's been perpetuated even to the Nigerians, let's say, that the Western world is better and people over there somehow are worth more because we have access to resources that allow us to buy a cell phone for the same price that they have to work a year to pay for the same cell phone that we have to work a month to pay for, you know, like the prices aren't different.
Well, if
All I'm
that's
trying
the
to say is
metric,
there's
then we are worth more. But I don't think that's everybody's metric for worth.
no, and I'm just using an economic example because it tends to be what allows people across the globe to misunderstand each other's lifestyles, right? To over glorify each other's lifestyles. And I do speak from experience. I've had a good phone relationship with a Nigerian for many years. We talk, and he has a background in economics as well, a 2-year certificate program, but still, you know, for him to comprehend that, you know, an hour's wage buys a pack of cigarettes or whatever, and, you know, for him, whatever, 3 haircuts and 3 dimes buys a pack of cigarettes, like it doesn't, you know, it's only becomes comparable when you're looking at a good, like an iPhone, you know, versus a yam or something like that. But there is a real inability to comprehend the level of inequality or inequity. I get those words mixed up. And this over romanticizing from either aspect, right? There also is something wrong with the way the algorithms interpret, and I'm sure it's not necessarily a setup. You know, there is more of Africa trying to reach out to North America than North Americans reaching out to Africa. So when I made this friend on Facebook, you know, the algorithms would suggest to him my friends, but I would never, even after 4 years of major communications on Messenger, did I ever get suggested one of his Facebook friends as one of mine, you know? But it's mathematical, it's algorithmical, you know, it's not actually necessarily a bias in set up by the institution to keep that one-way desire of communication, you know, looking like it's only one way. I think it literally is clicks and the desire of the people to reach out to North America from Africa versus North Americans reaching out to Africans. And in 2020, that changed. We had lockdown, right? So there was the opportunity for people across the globe to reach out and talk about a common information set, you know? And suddenly you had, and the algorithms never caught up, right? I'm sure if maybe I had started clicking on his friends and sending them friend requests and, you know, been aggressive, I might have been able to change the algorithm now that I've done enough playing around with YouTube algorithms. But my background's matrix algebra, so I've, you know,
Your background is what?
Well, applied matrix algebra in econometrics. I have a master's degree.
Oh, so you know how to fuck with the
economics.
algorithms to get them to do things that you want them to do?
Yeah, or at least play with them to challenge the idea of shadow banning and
Wow,
fuckery.
that fascinates me. It's a whole,
Mm.
it's like its own world. It's its own environment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Chris, what's up?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Do we
Just
lost?
hanging out.
You gonna hear me?
Kind of. You're
Yes.
coming in a little
Hello?
faint. Yeah, can you hear us?
I don't know why it's so quiet.
Every time
you're
you
fine.
turn on, you have sound problems every single time.
And I'm using the webcam right now, but I'm really close to it. So
You're very.
I don't know,
It's
it
like you're
shows-
far away from the mic. It's like you're across the room.
How about now?
A little better.
Yeah.
Better?
A little better.
Yeah.
It was turned down to my volume was turned down to 8. So I think that might have been it.
I mean, it's still kind of low, but
How about now?
yeah, better.
Okay. It was turned down to like basically below 10. So
Okay.
that's why it was like I don't know why it was like that, but
All right.
that was really interesting what you were saying, Bexx, about I didn't know that's what you did. You'd had a degree and stuff like that. That's really interesting. As a science, algorithmic and data science stuff like that. I flirted with going into that field myself at one point, but I'm too bored by math to do it. So
that's my forte. That's my hyper focus all my life. Math.
Well, I'm really good at pattern recognition. So like I get math like on a really like instinctual level, and like I really hate like formulas though, and like the showing your work part and stuff like that. It annoyed me so much, like because like I would always like when I was in algebra and calculus stuff like that, I would be able to look at the problem. I'd know the answer. I didn't even know how I knew the answer, but I'd always know the answer, and I was always right. But I couldn't tell them how I got there, and it usually made people. And it made my mom really mad. I was homeschooled. And she was like, and even though I basically was checking my own work at this point, at the same day, she kind of gave up on my last 2 years of high school. But like in like my second year of high school age, she was really mad because I wasn't writing all the formulas and equations out like I was supposed to and everything like that. But I always got them right. So,
Well, how do you? You can't get an equation right without working through it. That's part of doing the equation.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, but I have it's pattern recognition.
The equation starts in one form with sets of variables, and then you do operations on it, and you work through it, and at the end you have a different equation. But it's not just like you spit out an answer like 4. Oh, but I don't know how I got it. You still have to know, like getting the answer is getting the right equation. So you can't
there was a way, there was a process
to spit it out. You actually have to do the process.
There was a process in my brain, but it wasn't one I could explain easily. Like it was really abstract the way I thought about it.
I don't see how you could be getting the right equation without understanding the process.
Do you guys remember the quadratic equation?
I don't know. I always did. I always understood it from like.
Is it a squared plus? Let's see. A squared plus b squared equals that's the
Yeah, no, you're right. It's yeah, but it's it's when you're solving
for more than one variable.
It's when you let me just get this right. It's when you're solving a complex, when you're solving an equation that say is x squared minus 2x minus 5 or whatever, to get the two brackets, to solve the equation, to get the variables. There's an equation that's a squared plus or minus the square root of b minus 2a all over 2a or something like that. Anyways, it's an equation that helps you solve a more complex algebraic equation. And for someone who just bragged about being good at math, I don't mean to bring up an example of something that without a textbook I couldn't remember exactly how to explain it. But after
that's fine. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, they changed the way that math was done, and they started giving people this sort of like step-by-step way of solving quadratic equations instead of giving them the quadratic equation to
I forgot about the new math
algebraic function.
Oh, the Common Core shit is bullshit. I
couldn't learn it. Like when I was teaching, I did not know how they were doing them. They had to teach it to me.
I refuse to teach Common Core to my daughter or either of my daughters. I refuse to teach that shit to them. It is like math filtered through the lens of people that are mentally handicapped.
They don't even do multiplication tables anymore. They have like this weird.
I mean,
square
math worked fine for like thousands of years, and it was like someone just got a bug up their ass. Like, what if we just like someone's on a cocaine binge? They're just like,
Well,
what if
you
we just
have to
like
make it
completely
accessible. Math has to be accessible
So
to
yeah,
people that don't
it's
understand.
But math
the
is always
1,000 years.
accessible to everyone. That's part of why it's math. It's because
Right.
numbers
it's
are universal.
Yeah. I was close, but not really.
Go ahead,
So when
Jack.
you have an
Sorry,
equation
sorry.
that looks
I
like,
get mad at
oh, it's okay. I
He's
just
on a
wanted to say,
tear.
as an example of how Chris could have solved problems without following an equation. I was tutoring a woman who was using this step-by-step method to solve these quadratic equations, which is an equation that looks like ax squared plus bx plus c, right? So it does have multivariables equals 0. And
Yeah,
where A,
that's
B,
it.
and
I
C
remember
are known numbers, where A equals, anyways, X is the unknown, right? So, and they have this equation that's, minus B plus or minus the square root of B squared minus 4AC all over 2A, right? So I always knew how to use that and solve it. And then I was tutoring someone like 10 years later, and they had this new step-by-step way of solving quadratic, and I just didn't understand why you didn't just put the equation in this form and use this equation and boom. So, but I had to teach
So
this
they don't
woman this
use the
new method of
quadratic
doing it.
equation anymore?
They weren't when I was tutoring this woman. They were teaching her
How
something
do they
different.
solve it?
But I took the step. You know what I did? I took the step-by-step model she gave me before I tutored her, and I studied it, and I made a proof, and 3 pages later I had the quadratic equation, right? So I was able to take the step-by-steps and make a proof of it, and then I understood how to explain it to her. But it still made no sense to me what I had to do. You just have to know. But some people don't get the variables. They don't understand the known numbers, the unknown numbers. They can't translate an A to a number, a B to a number, So my point is that Chris, likely his brain works better in that model that was introduced 10 years later, and he was just already doing that. It's a long-winded way of saying it's possible. I think I lucked out when it came to matrix algebra, because we did mathematical proofs by hand of how matrix, how to manipulate matrices. And then we went to a DOS-based computer system, entered data points, and manipulated them statistically using mathematical equations. So I lucked out in a time where we weren't using graphical calculators. We weren't using object-oriented programming in terms of like touchscreen and icons and already built in code. We had to encode all our own. There was a little bit of base statistics in the code in the programs we used, but they were all DOS-based. It was all very, archaic compared to what people probably were using 5 years later. And I think it's been a bit of an advantage when you start seeing the application of matrix algebra in the algorithms of something like YouTube. Some people think they're shadow banned. Meanwhile, they have a channel with too many videos on it with too low of views. And so
the shadow banning thing, every time I've ever investigated anybody claiming to be shadow banned, every time I've ever investigated it, I've like been, or anybody's claiming it, I'm like, well, their videos show up in my feed and I don't even subscribe to them, so not shadow banned.
I've been
right?
shadow banned a few times. I've been shadow banned a few times on Crystal on Twitter. You can use that tool to
well, and there is ways to be shadow banned. One way that I would describe it is a lot of people are subscribed to really big channels, and they have all notifications on for those really big channels, and they're not even watching them anymore. So if you have too many big channels, all notifications on, you're not going to get the notifications for smaller channels if a lot of content creators put content out on a daily basis.
I don't use, what do you mean notifications? I just have a feed and the tweets like scroll through a feed. I don't get notifications.
I'm not as familiar with Twitter, but I'm talking about YouTube. But I would say that basically there's this idea that, so on Twitter, I would say it's hot channels with way more traffic cast shadows over the channels with lower traffic. So it's actually, there is the idea of being in the shadow of a titan, and the algorithm is always going to pick up the channels with the most traffic. And it's hard for anybody to gain momentum to get in there as these bigger channels gain more and more traction. So the idea of being in shadow banned is technically being in the shadow of Titan channel or in the shadows of, say, Twitters that have a way bigger following and way higher traffic. So yes, shadow banning exists, but is there anyone manipulating? Is YouTube manipulating? Some cases, I would say, if they've deemed you, add a T to error.
I don't even
right?
care
And
about the algorithm. I don't rely on the algorithm for my channel at all. I like hand
but
promote it.
mathematically, it's
Bexx.
helpful.
I
Yeah,
just
but
don't
Bexx,
care about it.
I'm curious. Like, are you on our Discord?
I'm not right now. No, I'm not. I was the first time I ever popped up here. I did join your guys' Discord, but then I realized I've been on Machine Lies Discord for like probably close to a year. I also have another content creator. I've been in his Discord for probably 3 years, and I've never used it. So I ended up backing out of most of the Discord I was in. I only kept it for personal communication.
Join the Discord
But I would
and
like to.
message me. There's a couple things I'd like to. There's a couple things I'd like to ask you regarding this. I have some ideas, and I want to run them by you in terms of ways to kind of hack YouTube in a way. You know what I mean? Not hack it literally, but like kind of algorithm hacking. You know what I mean? I've had some ideas about this, and but I don't know how plausible they really are, or what it would even So it would be an interesting conversation to have. But I don't think it's a good thing to have on stream. So I'd like to talk to you.
Can you put the link in the back like you did the last time, so I can just go from there? I know Jeff gave me his email earlier, and I took a picture of it so I could email.
I've already got Discord open. I got Discord open right here, so I'll give you.
The main reason I actually exited is I felt like a lurker. I wasn't.
Don't worry.
I don't necessarily read conversations, but I also was in there long enough and hadn't participated that it started making me feel guilty. But then I also was watching here quite often and not participating. So, I just never, ironically wanted to bring in any drama here.
Like seriously, I have always been king lurker when it comes to especially coming on the message boards and stuff like that. Me personally, I get annoyed when people go to a message board and they ask a question before they research and lurk and go through everything and see if the question has been asked already. Like you know what I mean? Like you go to a tech forum or something like that, you're trying to figure something out, and then you find a thread about it, but then there's a specific question you're looking for, and before you ask that question, if it has got 10 pages on it, there's a good chance the question's already been asked and answered, And people don't do that. They will just go ahead and post anyway, and I fucking hate it. Makes me so angry. It's just like a pet peeve of mine. I'm like, if it's literally, I will only bother someone on a message board if it's literally something that no one has asked. If I have an issue that no one else has ever had, then I will. But more likely, if I'm having the issue, someone else had it too, because the world is that big. So, anyway. I don't know. I get very it's like a pet peeve type stuff like that. It's not like a big deal, but makes me very irritated whenever people whenever you go into a thread of some sort on Reddit or wherever, and then and somebody mentions something, and then every other post is people asking about that one thing, even though it's already been answered 3 pages back. They're still asking about it. They just didn't read the freaking response. Hate that. Crazy.
Why? Oh my God! Y'all need to bring your patience to the internet.
Oh, I'm just talking about people that will ask a question in a Reddit forum or something like that. Will ask a question, and before just reading the
I'm one of
thread to
those
see if the
people.
question
I don't
has been
go
answered.
and read all the past stuff before. I'm one of those people.
Okay, well then you're the enemy then. Then
Yeah,
we are mortal enemies.
I think you're your own enemy to get that uptight over something you can just easily ignore.
Well, I mean, the thing is that whenever all these people keep asking the same questions already been answered, it makes the thread impossibly long and impossibly hard to get through. Whereas if people would just read the second page of the message board, they would find the answer and they wouldn't be asking it. And and then the thread wouldn't be 100 pages long. And that's what annoys me. It's like people are making it harder for everyone by asking a question that's already been answered a bunch of times.
You'd have to do a lot of question asking to have it be that much of an issue. Like
I have seen
people ask it over and over and over that it's generating hundreds of pages.
Especially with tech issues, but like computer issues and stuff like that. Like I have seen it so much.
There's no way I'm waiting to pages of tech answers. No way.
Communist privilege.
Well, you're better off reading the first 10 pages than you are asking the question, because more likely that person has already gotten annoyed and fucked off.
I'm just gonna keep annoying you. I'm gonna keep asking my questions, and you can have your little reaction however you want, and the war will continue.
I find communicating with you, Jeff, is already making me more precise, right? With my language, which is important.
A little more autistic.
Well, yeah.
But precision is important. I don't know how communication happens without precision. Like when you're in the grocery store, you need to have the precise product and the precise amount of money. And like, it's not just, this thing will do, it's close enough, here's this amount of money, just it's close enough. Like society runs on precision, so does thinking and intelligence.
I do not think thinking and intelligence run on precision, unfortunately. I wish they did, but they don't. Not for most people.
I know.
Not for most people.
I don't understand it, but I know. I think you're right.
I know it's I started my own channel because I was frustrated having conversations, and almost everyone was coming from a they, them, they, them, they, and the different loops that people were on. And I just couldn't, I had already gotten to this point of understanding, like, we have different classes in the world, we have different nations in the world, like we have all sorts of, cohorts that people are in, but this elusive they, them, this enemy that no one can really pinpoint, and then it becomes like the Anunnaki.
Right. I work in mental health. That's paranoia to me.
Yeah. The
Anunnaki is like, I'm so sick of hearing about Anunnaki. I've been hearing about it since I was 14.
I just heard about them like a few weeks ago, and I'm already tired of hearing about it.
I've been hearing
or the lizards or the aliens.
Although I think
I read the Zacharias Sitchin shit online on AOL like when I was like 14. So now I'm 30. I'm 44, 43. Am I 43 or 42? I don't remember now. I'm one of those two ages, and regardless, I honestly forgot for a second. I'm pretty sure I'm 43.
It happens.
In any case, but seriously, I mean, so like it's been 30 years almost since I first heard about the Anunnaki and all this shit, and like every time I see a video that like seems like interesting at first, and then suddenly it's like, and then the Anunnaki, I'm like, oh god, fuck off. Yeah.
The aliens, or are those are those the aliens, or are those like this like another sect of Jewish tribes or something?
Who knows?
The Anunnaki is aliens. They're aliens from Planet X, from Planet Nibiru, that came close to the Earth, and they decided, and their planet was dying, and the only way to cure the planet was with gold. So they in their close pass by of Earth, they decide to go to this other planet and they artificially create the species of humans as a slave race to mine gold for them from the gold-rich planet Earth, so that they could take that gold and then they could atomize it into their atmosphere and save their planet.
It's in their plasma.
Basically, yeah.
What?
Basically, they
What
had
is
sex
this?
with
What movie?
monkeys.
What book?
And
What
yeah,
was
I
the
don't even
story,
think it's a
Chris?
movie. Is it a movie? Or
I
is
didn't
it
catch
just
the-
someone's mythology?
What were you talking about? What is this from?
I always talk about Zacharias Sitchin, the guy who really pioneered the Anunnaki and the Nibiru thing. That was his.
I thought it was I thought you were describing a movie. This is like a conspiracy.
No, that
theory?
was someone's actual belief.
Oh my
and
god!
Well, and yeah,
still,
this is one of my best.
People
Yeah.
still making videos that day.
Yeah, I don't know where it came from, but one of my best friends, definitely that's his religion since for like 25 years. Planet X, Nibiru, blah, 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 blah,
The
blah, blah,
human
blah, blah.
mind is so
Nibiru.
fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, can I ask you some questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you got discharged from the corrupted church and whatnot, did you ever recover your relationship with God?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it actually didn't affect my relationship with God. Actually, okay. Well, I'll take it back. It did. It disillusioned me for a long time. I was very disillusioned, not with God, but with the church itself. And then other things happened in life that made me more disillusioned with God. I was always in search and in trying to figure out those questions that I couldn't quite answer. And finally, I did actually find answers, which I've talked about in the stream before. I finally in the midst of like years and years and years and years of research into Gnostic texts and all these other ancient documents and stuff like that had been translated enough into English that I could start to understand them. I researched and read my ass off until I finally came to a place where I felt like I had a peace about it. And so yeah, I think I actually would. I told this to my mom once, even like whenever I was trying to talk to her about this kind of thing, and she was like, she was really, she was questioning whether like what the things I was saying. I was saying like, well, all I can say, Mom, is that from the point of view I have now, I believe in the concept of Christ more than there is nothing you could do to talk me out of it, including like introducing some ridiculous idea that like contradicts the faith. I believe in it so strongly that it is actually unimpeachable in my mind.
What of Christ?
And
I didn't hear that, but the word you said
before. I believe in Christ explicitly because I believe I understand it now. I understand like what it meant, I understand its significance and how it incorporates with like the whole fabric of human history. And I really believe that I understand I don't believe I understand all the nuances. There's things I'm sure I've missed or I have overlooked, but I really do believe that I have a thorough understanding of what Christ means and what the meaning of the Christ is.
So we're talking about death on the cross, and resurrection.
Yes, but the whole thing, the problem that I was always stuck with was, why would God need to incarnate himself into a man in order to sacrifice himself to save mankind from sins that only he could define? That is a question, that is a problem that is impossible for me to solve until you introduce the idea of the demiurge from Gnostic mythology, and you look at the idea that there was an intermediary builder god of sorts, like a worker god that was set up as specifically as kind of a barrier, a double blind, if you will, between God and man, that would keep the Father God from having as much direct influence. And at a certain point, the builder god, the demiurge, became hubristic, got too much hubris, and decided to try to usurp God's completely block out God's influence entirely by creating the veil and creating the original Antichrist, which was Solomon, which is indicated by this book of 2 Kings, whenever it's the only other time the number 666 is invoked. And therefore, the creation of the Antichrist actually, because of the laws of balance, because of as above, so below, because of which is something Christ said himself, because of that, by the Antichrist, but by the fact that demiurge created the Antichrist in Solomon, it necessitated Christ coming to rebalance and to tear the veil and Christ himself in existence became the bridge between God and man. And
Damn,
that's how I
had, that's what you had to do to make it make sense.
Yes.
That sounds.
So are we
very
talking like a Melchizedek future? Like a Melchizedek type of figure?
The Melchizedek just figure very prominently in my personal cosmology or mythology, or whatever you want to call it. I've never written it out like I probably should, but it figures prominently in that. It is very much part of the story. I do believe that the Freemasonry story of Hiram Abiff and such a thing, I think that's based in something real, because it's been repeated through many centuries in many different sources. There's many things that reference it, and therefore,
anytime somebody saying something though in some ancient writing, it's not a scientific source or anything.
But I'm talking about when independent sources that aren't feeding off each other also the same.
How do you know though? We don't have all of the historical record. We work in fragments.
I'm interested.
So how do you know? There are scholars that are way better at this than you are. I promise. I studied it.
Dead Sea Scrolls.
Is there
so again, it's the breadcrumbs and the connecting dots and putting together a narrative, which I get, but there's no concern on how accurately the narrative actually reflects reality. It's like, this is a cool narrative. I'm done. This is good.
I don't expect anybody else to believe it. I don't. That's why I don't go around preaching it. But if someone asks me what I believe, I'll tell them. I don't expect anyone else to believe it. I don't expect anyone else to accept it as truth. That is simply what I understand to be the truth. And if it does offend a lot of Christians, and if it bothers anyone that much,
it seems like some astounding rationalization that somebody like you is smart enough to know if you rationalize.
But it actually makes sense if you read the scriptures and you read the thing. It actually makes
sense to you because you're viewing particular breadcrumbs and connecting them. So yes, it's going to make sense. I could pull different parts of the scripture, connect them, and that's going to make sense. And people have been doing that with the scripture since the beginning of the scriptures. So this is what people do with scripture.
I am talking about the entirety of the scriptures. The entirety of the scriptures is the story of a rather cruel little g god taking this particular race of people and constantly building up their numbers.
There's a unity to the scripture to begin with, since it's.
How do you explain the fact that Israel exists now? The Hebrew language.
You're seeing a unity to
language.
When you read it that may not even be there.
How do you explain the existence of Israel as the only nation from antiquity that actually survived? Their language survived, the shekel survived, and no one else is alive.
It's not though.
Yeah, no,
but it's not. But it's not, because they say a language is dead, but the Catholic Church speaks Latin. The Catholic Church speaks Latin.
It's not a nation. It's not a national language or anything. I mean, maybe.
Well, the city-state of the Vatican would argue differently.
I don't think they're represented at the United Nations.
It's a tiny nation. It's just a tiny nation.
I have a larger point of inquiry. If this is about belief and faith, I thought the concept of faith is that you do it despite evidence, or like it's like people believe because they see this in the Bible, or because how could this be if not this? So they're looking for rational reasons to believe. But I thought the whole point was faith was like an extra rational step. Like, we don't have the rationality, so I'm going to choose to have faith and take this step and act as if it's real, despite there being no evidence for it. So I get confused.
And that is very much typically the church definition that you'll hear in churches. But if you really research it, the term faith has no actual definition in the scriptures. There is no direct definition of faith. Faith is a word that is not fully understood by even biblical scholars.
Well, it has different meanings in different cultures, because in the Jewish religion, it's the trust in the covenant that was made with Yahweh.
Well,
in faith, and in Christianity, it's the belief that something is so, that this is true about Jesus. And in Islam, it's like submission to the will of Allah or something. So what we think of as faith varies from religious culture to
But
religious culture,
nonetheless,
how they use
when
that
Christ was
I wanted to
speaking,
throw.
Go ahead, Beck.
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to throw. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to throw one concept that brought us back to that electronic analogy I was giving earlier. In that Spanish, fidel is faith, and so we use light fidelity and wireless fidelity, you know, as a cohesion, as a you know, as a language that actually represents something that is metaphysical, right? I mean, like it's physical, but it's physics and it's metaphysical and it's unobservable in terms of like we don't see the spectrum that the information's being carried on, whether it's wireless technology, wireless
we see
fidelity,
the
or light
effects. We
fidelity,
see the effects
but we
of it,
can see
but
the
not the
effect of
actual
it and
thing.
we understand that it works, right? So and I'm sure physicists or electronic engineers or people in those disciplines understand it. They get it, right? They understand it is proven, not just because it works in some mysterious way, but that they understand, tune this into that frequency. Oh, that one over there needs a new this, you know, like whatever it is. I don't need to understand it.
Yeah.
So, you know, there is this idea that faith and fidelity itself is so in the 1828 dictionary, faith is defined, it comes from Latin fidus or fido, to trust, Greek to persuade, to draw towards anything, to conciliate. Oh, I've never heard of that word. To conciliate, to believe, to obey. In the Greek lexicon of Heteric, it is said the primitive signification of the verb is to bind and draw or lead, as signifies a rope or cable. But this remark is a little incorrect. The sense of the verb from which that of rope and binding is derived is to strain, to draw, and thus to bind or make fast. A rope or cable is that which makes fast. So then they go into it being a belief, the assent of the mind to the truth of what is declared by another, resting on his authority and veracity without other evidence. So that's exactly what Jeff was saying. The judgment, anyways, I could go on and on. I love the 1828 definition. The dictionary for some words is just so comprehensive. It's usually my
I'm with
go-to.
you there. I'm actually a huge fan of the 1828 Oxford. It's the Oxford Dictionary you're talking about, or you're like Merriam-Webster.
I think I'm looking at the just a second. I'd have to go. I think a Webster's Dictionary 1828. But I'm a Webster's fan.
Both the ones, most the Merriam-Webster's and the Oxford dictionaries of the 1800s are both very, very interesting in the way in the ways that they define the language and define words in the language and the way that that's changed over the years is very interesting. But what I'm specifically talking about is that when Christ spoke the word faith, he spoke of faith, and the way he spoke about it, it is not fully understood by biblical scholars what that word meant entirely.
Right, but that's different from people.
He said literally,
believe in Christ, or they believe that the Bible is true, or they have faith that God
is. Because Christ said, "With the faith of a mustard seed, you can
and
take
the way
mountain."
it showed up in this conversation is in that version. So how Jesus used it is not what the discussion was about.
I don't necessarily subscribe to this blind faith notion, or say blanket blind, forgiveness. I needed evidence, I needed something to hold on to. I needed something to plant my feet on, to believe in anything. I was a doubting Thomas. I needed to put my finger in the hole of his hand before I actually would believe. And, fortunately for me, he showed up. But before then, the evidence was cumulative. And so there'd be the facts of the Exodus, or the facts of, Egypt, or Assyrian Sanskrit, cross-referencing with the Hebrew text. And Babylon cross-referencing with the Hebrew text, and all these other different little things that built up. And eventually it kind of clicked for me. And then I put my faith in Christ, and that's when he showed up.
So you put the faith first, and then the effect of that faith happened?
I think maybe it was like that, faith and then seeking, and then the seeking brought a little bit more faith, and the faith brought the curiosity, seeking, until it all built up to the point where I said, okay, it's not obvious, but I'm gonna go with the theory, and I'm gonna go with Jesus, and then he shows up.
So yours ultimately was experiential. Like your ultimate evidence was your personal experience of a transformation or a result of taking that step of faith.
Sure, and like prophecy had part to do with it as evidence. Archaeology had a part of it to do with that, with the evidence, and little things would build up, and it'd be like, yeah, it's like that's too much of a coincidence to actually be false. So that's kind of how God works.
How do you determine when something's too much of a coincidence? Because I know science struggles with that, courts struggle with that.
Yeah, the fact that Israel is still is a nation at this point in time, and Hebrew and the shekel are also right. Latin came way later.
They weren't for a while. How is that coincidence that a nation?
Well, it's not, because Isaiah 66 talks about the birth of a nation in one day, being Israel, and that's exactly what happened. So the prophecy.
Are you talking about the physical nation or the public body?
Right. The what do you call it? Like, I want to say certified, but that's not really the right word. The recognized statehood of Israel.
When the UN voted to recognize it.
I only asked because geography exists, right? Like, land masses can change because of a disaster or, terraforming or bulldozing or bombing or anything like that. But, a landmass exists, period. So the body of the public existing despite some sort of disaster or exile or war or what have you, that's also miraculous. And I wouldn't say miraculous, but I just mean like kudos to the people who got out and didn't, weren't offed by some enemy, right? So to say something still exists and to revere it because it still exists, that's, the geography sort of means nothing. The testament of the resilience of the people and the public body means something to me. And so when you say that something still exists, the nation of Israel was created in the 40s. So were most European, or at least Mediterranean nations. I mean, I've only looked into a handful, so I should be more precise. Italy also was created in the 40s. So was Greece. I wouldn't say created. What I'm saying, is corporate, whatever they were, the corporation of, or the nation of, or whatever, given their.
You're talking about the creation of the UN. You're talking about the creation of the UN. When the UN was created, really when it was recognized.
Well, no, just the modern nation state. A lot of them, developed in the 20th century. A lot of things that we think of European countries are more recent than.
And before that, they were all speaking Latin, and then you have the splitting of the Latin languages: English, Deutsch, French, Spanish.
Well,
and all that.
English is not Latin, nor is.
It's one of the five.
It is Latin based.
No, it's not. English is a Germanic language. It is not a Latin language. It's not a Romance language.
It has tons of Latin. I mean,
okay, if y'all want to find me on this, go ahead, look it up. But I know this shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
No, I mean, it is Germanic. Okay, yes, you and Dennis are right. It is Germanic in its roots, but it has tons of Latin loanwords.
It absorbed other language. It absorbed French influences. It absorbed Latin, but it is not a Latin language. It is not a Romance language. It is different from being a language that has Latin at its root. I wish you people would take me seriously about this.
I'm not taking you seriously. What I'm saying is that actually English, in my opinion, is the best language because the fact that it has the ability to absorb all other languages into itself and then assimilate themselves as the Borg from Star Trek into itself and make those languages its own. English is the most malleable and the most versatile language that we've ever created. So,
but yet Hebrew is exactly the same as it was back in antiquity. What are the probabilities? Not much.
Well, if you intentionally take care to pass on a tradition like the Jews did, then the probabilities are very high because they set out.
They just
For the
happen to be. They just happen to be the one that professes God and the one that Christ came through to reveal Himself, to reveal God through. It just happens to be the only one.
I'm confused as to whether.
I mean, a lot of the New Testament was written in Greek and not Hebrew, so
I'm confused as to whether the root of your faith is experiential, like you said, or if it's based on like these thought experiments or these questions. Well, like if this happened and this happened, then how could this be therefore God? Or is it I had this transformative experience, therefore God?
It was both. I mean, it was before the transformative experience. I would add up like how did Hebrew only survive antiquity and not everything else? That's just another piece of the puzzle of the pile of evidence that adds up to nothing, right? So you keep adding enough of those.
I don't know. I'm not overly impressed.
And it all eventually adds up to something.
Their language alive. That's not an indication that there's something supernatural.
It's one little cumulative piece of evidence.
I guess it's a case of seeing what you want to see if you're working off of the dots to work off of to get that perspective.
Well, yeah, it's one little piece of cumulative evidence. You got
the experiential
the Red
part
Sea,
is way more
the scripture, you got Moses, you got history, you got written testimony. It all adds up after a while.
Yeah, you have a jigsaw puzzle box of 1 million pieces, and everyone's going to put them together in the way that to see whatever they see. None of that is convincing them. Your conversionary experience was way more compelling to me. Of this happened in my personal life, and I had this experience, and it changed me internally. Then picking through the Bible for little coincidences that you can add up and convince people that it's real.
I just want to say, hey, Uncle Fatty, how could I be indoctrinated when I didn't even start looking into this when I was like,
I don't think he's,
like 35.
If it's self-directed, like he's describing, I don't think that's indoctrination. That's him using his own curiosity.
He's not talking about you as much. Probably talking about me more than you. But regardless, I agree with you, DaFreak. I think that everyone is supposed to paint their own portrait of Christ or their own portrait of God to a degree. It's going to be different for everyone. Everyone's going to get there a different way. Yep. It's not consistent for every person.
Prophecy and archaeology had a lot to do with me sticking with it.
So after you had your transformation, there was like moments where you weren't sure it was going to last or take.
I don't think I could say that. No, I don't think I could say that because I mean that experience was the most real reality I could ever imagine, even on drugs.
So even without finding these little cumulative reinforcements in the Bible, you feel like the conversion it's pretty solid either way.
The conversion was what affirmed everything, but there was a point when all those little things would add up, and I couldn't ignore it anymore, and so I had to take that kind of quote unquote leap of faith, and that was an act of the will, not necessarily an act of the evidence all adding up perfectly. It was a little bit of taking that leap of faith because there was just so much overwhelming evidence that showed that you can't just ignore this.
But isn't it a testament to the people who preserve a language more than isn't it a testament to them that preserved it more than the antiquity of it? Like that those people were able to perpetuate, even if it was in secret, their language to be carried forth
the Jews
that
are not
long.
going to get credit for anything they do, but yeah, it was totally the Jewish people.
I mean, like
it's
one. So it's them. It's those people that have kept their language, just like the French keep their language very protected. They don't let many new words in. I know we're talking about a group of people that might have had to speak multiple languages and keep that on the DL for a while and for a long while in order for it to succeed. It's the Muslim people memorize the Quran, and they have, and that's for.
Jeff was talking about, coincidence. What are the odds of that coincidence? It's not very low.
God hates all of you. He sent me here to tell you that.
I know. I'm aware.
It's Dr. Flo.
I've talked to him. He tells me he hates me all the time, and it's very hurtful.
Just kidding. It's just me who hates all of you because I just did my taxes and it was tiring.
Oh, do you have to pay?
Nope. Jeff,
well,
I actually kind of came to brag at you because I know that you like paying taxes. I worked very hard again this year to be intentionally poor.
You did what?
I worked very hard this year again on my taxes to be intentionally poor.
Well, I'm proud of you.
Well done, Flo.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done indeed.
What if they subpoena YouTube?
I mean, I claim my YouTube income. I claim stuff.
That's cool.
You're damn right. You have to claim stuff. If you want a refund, you got to claim stuff.
YouTube income and pay taxes on it.
But
that's gonna be like a milestone.
YouTube income is accounted as royalty income. Our taxes are just a fucking headache.
Do they send you a form each year, or you just have to?
Yeah, but it's royalties income. Like if I own rights to a song or something, you know. So it's a different sort of income, and then we've got like 3 businesses, and the royalty income and some interest income, and it's just nothing is normal and basic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm excited,
but that would be boring, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Did you stream tonight?
No.
No. Are you streaming later?
Last night was a lot of fun, Flo. Some good laughs were had.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Yeah, last night was a good stream.
Yeah.
Who was on it? Who were the characters?
I don't remember.
That Josh kid
keeps
coming to my channel trying to get on. Did you send him over here?
Me?
Yeah.
No, he's blocked from mine.
Oh, okay.
There was Richie 007, Lindsay, Crispy Treat, Bexx, Flo, Mr. Pie. Tarek came up for a bit. I'm missing a couple people.
I don't think I know Richie.
Richie's cool.
Hank was there?
Yeah.
No,
Hank pops in most streams, but not for long. He kind of hits and runs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Uncle Fatty. All right. You know, like my wife, like walking on her like she didn't realize she was on the stream. Like, come on, like let's lay off for a little bit. And she's actually totally cool with it, by the way.
His wife stood up. She was in the bed behind, and she stood up, and she was in her panties, and you could see her. A little bit of her crack.
Hey, what's the timestamp?
And people are clipping it and making memes about it.
Oh yeah,
and it was restreamed.
Wait, he's talking about Lindsay Smith, or what's your wife's name?
Chris's wife, Lindsay.
Oh, well, Lindsay Smith's ass was on my thing last night too. Maybe he's talking about Lindsay's ass.
Lindsay.
Okay, maybe so.
Lindsay.
Uncle Fatty, whose ass are you talking about?
There's 2 Lindsay asses up there. The Panaverse making the rounds.
Last night, okay, yeah, he's talking last night. Sorry,
yeah.
Sorry. There's a certain individual that's been talking a lot about my wife having her panties on stream, and it's really annoying. So
as soon as Lindsay's ass was on the screenshot, someone made a Lindsay's ass account.
I know that thing popped up quick. I wonder how many screenshots were taken in that moment. I full screened it. I full screened her and left her up there for a second, for the screenshot.
She showed her ass last night?
She changed her avatar to a picture of her in a thong.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a fake picture.
It's not.
But if you look at it, it's like a 1980s, like granulated, blurry, CIA friggin' psyop.
How closely were you inspecting the picture, Freak? Don't snitch on yourself.
It reminded me of Afghanistan.
You were probably so close up into that ass you could smell it.
It was blurry.
Which is cool. I was too. But yeah, sir.
Oh, I have a question for Jeff. about what does being a Satanist mean to you?
For real.
Good question.
Hedonism, embracing your self as you are, all of your nature, your human nature, your carnality, your dark side, your shadow, living as the whole human, and more than anything else, anti-authoritarianism, autonomy, self-determination, individuality, personal freedom.
I really am a better Satanist than you.
Hell, Satan. Sometimes. I don't claim to. I do fall short as a Satanist. I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better at it.
I feel like you could be putting forth a better effort than you are.
I'm so much a better Satanist. Look, Jeff, this is the truth. I'm so much a better Satanist than you that I will never hail Satan, because that's how much of an anti-authoritarianism I am.
Yeah, I mean that is sort of a mainstream normally way to show your edge.
Why isn't it praise Satan?
That's a good question.
It's Ave, actually. Ave Satanas is the Latin or Roman version of it, and it's anglicized as Hail Satan. So it could be praise, but I don't really. It's more like, hey, Satan, what's going on? How you doing? Satan is not somebody like you look up to and worship. He doesn't care about all that. He's more like just inspiration, and so you just kind of
it's like a fist bump.
Give him a little nod as you walk by.
The head up or head down nod
depends.
Head up is like, what's up, homie? And the nod down is like, I acknowledge you.
I would give him like just like I'd give you a nod if I see you on the street. Like, we're not above each other or below each other.
I wouldn't let you get away with just a nod, right?
There's not it's not hierarchy or authoritarianism. I would
my internet friends get surprised
that you don't recognize me and pretend like I don't know you, so I don't have to even acknowledge you.
Nah, I'll sneak up on you and give you one of my famous surprise hugs from the back.
Hey girl, Flo. Hey girl.
The only way to be Satanist is not acknowledge Satan as your God.
Oh God! Look across the street.
If you acknowledge Satan as your God, you're automatically a Satanist. You fall
before you recognize it.
I didn't hear either of the last two people who just spoke.
Hey Flo, are you an authoritarianist or whatever? Like, would you want to be king if you like, and be in charge and have all the responsibility of being the king?
So here's the thing about me is I demand the authority to like call shit if I need to, but I really don't want the responsibility. So I think I'm gonna decline.
Yeah. No,
I understand.
You take it anyway.
I would take it. Okay, I would take it. I'd probably end up hating it.
You just have a good PR department.
No, I mean I'd accept kingship over the world, but it would probably end up getting really annoying to me, and I'd bitch a lot about it. I'd tell you guys to solve your own fucking problems.
And besides, where do you go from Pope anyway?
Yeah, you can't really.
Excellent.
Interesting.
My signal's gone out.
But like when I would hire people, the most important thing for me is I wanted to be able to tell somebody what the objective was and have them be able to reason out how we get there on their own.
Are you hiring? Fuck, that's everything that people complain about that I'm looking for. That's exactly how I am. I even tell them in interviews, like, just tell me what you need me to do and then get out of my way and let me do it. Don't.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Tell me how to do it.
I tell them that. I'm like, I'll give you basic instructions.
Yeah.
Ask me if you have questions.
Yes.
Go solve the issue.
Fuck, that's all I need. Why? Okay, why are you the only boss out there like that? Why? How do you?
You know who else does that? Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a delegator. Just have to throw that in.
Is he? I'm not actually a very good delegator.
Trump.
With my own shit, like I'm.
Fuck you, freak. Why you gotta make me agree with Trump on something? Fuck. I'm a little drunk right now.
Are you really?
Oh,
that's what's going on. Something
what did he
was
say?
something was up.
You've been sipping?
Yeah.
Sipping on
Oh,
some
I didn't-
scissor.
You hit it very well until just now.
I don't know what he said.
I'm still not sure if I believe you.
I said I was a little drunk.
That's all right.
See? Drunk.
I've only drunk chatted so far, and it was really funny.
Okay, hey,
had a
so
lot of
Chris,
fun.
when you talked about the veil in Kings, when you're talking about that veil, what do you mean by that? And then have you ever seen Beyond the Veil?
Yes, Christ broke the veil. The veil no longer exists.
What's the veil?
The veil was what?
You don't know about the veil.
Not
was-
their veil.
Oh man.
I don't know about your veil.
That's a really long conversation. I don't think
Can
we
you
want to get
believe
into
he
that
doesn't know about the veil?
Like the veil between reality, the veil between worlds.
Don't tell him.
There's another dimension.
I say veil Satan. Veil Satan.
Veil.
sort of.
Have
Veil
you
Christ
ever
Satan.
broke
have
it,
you ever
and
seen
so what
the
happened?
there.
There's no
the
veil
other side
anymore?
of it?
That
You
sounds
ever seen the other side of it?
With you
I
there.
don't know, Jesus
Of
was
what?
there.
The veil?
I have.
Cool.
Yeah, I see it every day because the veil doesn't exist anymore because of Christ. Christ tore the veil whenever his sacrifice is complete.
DaFreak, are you taking
He
advantage of the
closed
drunk
the
guy to
loop.
try to convert him?
No, he's already a believer.
I'm already converted. I'm already the one that's converted. I'm like the most converted one here. What are you talking
How
about?
did you just suddenly get drunk? You were drinking the whole night?
It
I
just
showed
hit
up
me
and I
all of a
ripped it.
sudden.
You've been like
okay?
normal Chris until 5 seconds ago, and now all of a sudden
I
you're
know.
sloppy drunk.
And it really hit me hard because I drank this drink I made really fast.
Are
I
you
did
gonna
it
black
really
out?
quickly, and it'll wear
I
off
think
fast.
It
I'll be
feels
like
back
white
sober
right
in
now.
like 20 minutes. But right now,
Isn't
I'm drunk as
control-
fuck. So
Are you
Keg
trolling?
FlowState.
Are you
Veil
really
means
drunk?
I'm a
Do you
happy
have a
drunk,
beer
though.
bong?
I'm a really happy.
You said your stomach doesn't
I'm a
even
really
absorb
happy-
alcohol that quick. You can't drink alcohol and get drunk because your stomach.
No, I
think
drink.
you're
I absorb
trolling.
it really fast. I absorb it and process it really fast. I absorb it really quickly.
Find some
And
painkillers.
Did you
I
just
don't
say
think
you
you're
were
that
hooping?
good either.
Drunkenness
I
is
don't
black.
think you're
Have you
this
been
good of an
hooping?
actor either. I think I'm starting
You
to really
weren't
believe
hooping
you.
alcohol, were you, while we were on stream?
No,
No.
I didn't see him drinking.
No,
You were just sipping, not hooping?
I was down before I came on stream. I was downstairs working on a computer, and my back pain got really extreme.
Oh, listen
when I
to
came
that
upstairs,
shitty
Yeah,
excuse.
Pills kicked in.
Do you does it affect your vertigo more? Like, are you more prone to fall if you're drunk? Most
Probably.
people are.
Probably, but I don't get up much. I don't get up much when I'm drinking, so I
You should
usually
stand
stay
up
in
more. Stand up, walk it off. Do a
No,
jumping jack.
don't listen to him. Don't do that to him.
Can you do a cartwheel?
Oh, I'm not going to.
Evil.
I understand how FlowState works. It's okay.
I don't.
Okay. Well, we
Yeah, I do.
We know you better.
I understand that when you say things like that it's not a good idea to do them. I understand that much.
But it just might be the funnest idea that you've had in a long time.
Well, then save
It
it for
might
your
be,
stream so you can get
unless
the
stairs
content
are-
of Chris falling drunk. after
I
he
want
told
Chris
you.
to fall on your
Exactly.
stream because it will be more funny when he sues you.
Not to sue
He
me.
sues you for
I
falling.
would not sue
It'll be
Jeff.
more funny.
Even
when-
if Jeff was directly
Why would he sue the hand that feeds him?
even if
because
Jeff was
it's on your
directly
property. You
responsible for my
should
fall,
have
I
had
would
a
never
safer room.
So what?
But no, I think it'll be more funny to watch you like go into mama mode than to watch me go into like asshole mode.
Mama mode. What is that?
I feel like if somebody fell down, you'd like start mama bearing them. Oh my god.
Well, I would react like I think I'd have a very humane reaction of, oh
Yeah,
my god.
I mean,
my
That's what I'm
friend
talking
is
about.
react
falling
like a
down.
human being that cares about other people.
I don't call that
Jeff is
mama
a person
mode.
that
That's
cares about
mama
other
mode.
people.
If you see
Yeah.
something bad happen to your friends and you feel
Okay,
bad
somebody
about it,
falling
it's
over is not something bad happening. One of the
What a
greatest
wonderful
pleasures in life
world.
is watching a girl break a heel.
Oh.
Oh my
It's
God.
funny I'm gonna
That is-
laugh.
that is-
Like if
that
I'm
is
not
funny
lying,
to
if
do.
Chris falls downstairs in front of me, I'm probably gonna laugh and feel bad for him and try to help him.
Yeah, exactly.
still
If the
gonna
same
laugh.
thing happens, and the same thing happens with any of you,
I
I will
can
both laugh and
safe-
feel terrible about it.
I can safely
Depends
say
if
I
you
will
break a
never break
nail
a
or
heel.
break a neck.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Go
will
ahead,
never
Beck.
break a heel. I will never break a heel. I've only worn high heels 3 times. I can't walk in them, and I likely will never wear
Because
them
you're
again.
a genius,
Shit,
and
I've
most
worn
women
high
are
heels
not
more times than that.
smart enough to fall for that shit.
Daddy called
I
me
hate
mommy
the fact that
today.
women even wear heels. The fact that women wear heels just annoys the crap out of me. I'm like, why would you do something
How
that
can
is
we
so
take
dangerous
advantage
and
of
so
Bob
bad
Chris
for you?
content? I feel we got like maybe a 30-minute window here.
Go
Can
ahead,
we do
yeah,
that?
just go for it. See what you can come up with. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it right now.
Chris, you should try. Have you ever tried
Take
drawing
advantage of
hair on the
Chris.
top
Come
of your
on,
head?
God. You know the best Chris is the Fedora Chris with the 3D effect. That is the one that I really like.
What's that?
He just
Do
like
you have a
pops out
full
of the
head of hair,
screen.
Flo?
Huh? My hair is
Do you-
thicker than
I mean,
that,
it's none
but
of my
there's a reason I
business.
wear the hat.
What's
Yeah.
the reason you
Well,
wear
all
a
I'm
hat?
saying
Yeah,
is
you're
if
also
you've
10
got-
years younger than me.
If you've
Talk
got
to me in
some
10
matte
years,
black
Flo,
spray
and you'll
paint,
see where your hairline's at.
matte black.
Y'all have
Talk
a
to me in
dog.
10 years, we'll see where your hairline's at.
How old are you, Flo?
37.
Okay.
And
And
actually,
I'm
the main
43.
reason that I wear a hat is
And
because
that-
I haven't
and
had a
really-
haircut in a long time.
Do you
when
have
I
a
was
fairy?
37, I still had a full head of hair.
Lots of people have receding hairlines because they love wearing hats. Some people wear hats because they don't love their receding hairlines. You know, it's I think the majority of men look good with the majority of men suit their hairstyle regardless of age. Like, I just mean most people who go bald or have a receding hairline, it suits them. So that's just my perspective.
I'm gonna take this as
Maybe I'm
I'm
too
gonna take this as a
inclusive.
personal compliment towards me back, and I'm just gonna say thank
Yeah,
you. So
you should.
I'm just gonna.
You should.
But think how much better
You know?
he'd look with spray paint on his head.
Ball.
Jack Talcott could probably
If
use
you
a trim
use
on his
matte
eyes.
black and then you put a top coat, an epoxy top coat over it, it'll last longer. It'll be resistant to chipping. Your hair won't chip off.
Speaking from experience.
That'd be like
Actually, I
cupping
did have a
glue.
barber back in the day who, there's this stuff called black ice.
That's
That
all
is
the hair-
basically, it's like
Yeah.
black people hair stuff, but it's basically spray paint. And he
Oh, I
would
thought
shoot
you
that in
were
my hair
talking
after his haircuts. And I liked the fuck out of it. It would take all the gray right out until it started dripping down my forehead.
Oh my god! Dude, when I was 17, I went and got like my tips bleached blonde and everything, and I had hair really long. I had my hair down to my mid back, and I got cut and spiked up like it looked like fucking Goku. I wish I had a picture of it. I would show it just to embarrass myself. I don't have a picture of it. No one ever took a picture of me at the time. But I used to have it. The only picture I have it was on my Sam's Club membership. I don't have that anymore. So, but I wish I had it to show it to you guys. How
Well, I would
how
be lying
ridiculous
if I said that I
and stupid my
didn't go
hair.
through a brief mohawk phase.
It was all
that
spiked
when you
up like an
pierced your
animated
ear?
character, and it was all like. I never pierced my ear. I have had a fear of
No
needles
clue.
since I was very young, and
I've pierced my ears a bunch of times. Because I
also have
I
many
did it
piercings
closing up. I
in my
think the first
ears,
time
but
I did it was a little bit before, a few years before the faux hawk phase, and the last time I did it was how old am I? I guess probably 5 years ago now.
Did you ever pierce an ear? Do you have pierced ears at all, Jeff?
Yeah, I got my right ear. I had a friend, he was straight, and we were at the mall, and they had that little piercing kiosk, and they were running a special, like 2 ears for the price of one or something, and they let him get the left ear and me get the right ear.
That's hilarious.
My piercing. I'm like, I'll take advantage
Twinsies,
of
kind
this
of.
sale.
doesn't the right ear mean you're straight though? I thought the right ear meant you were straight, and the left ear meant you were gay.
I don't know. That's
I
bro
don't know.
code.
Yeah, Flo, you.
What?
Did you have a mullet? I can't see you without a mullet. Like I can't.
No,
imagine.
I never had a mullet.
No, I don't believe it. There's you and a mullet somewhere else.
I mean, I had longer, shaggy hair most of
You
like
scream
my
mullet.
youth. I absolutely would not have a mullet.
You kind of look like a hockey player. You
I never
probably
played
would have
hockey. I
suited
played
up.
rugby. I never had a mullet. I pierced both my ears and the cartilage on my left ear and my tongue. Didn't I have? I think I had. No, I didn't have anything else. But my ex-wife and I, when we were dating,
Oh, I forgot about that Prince Albert I had for a few years, but none of your business.
it fell out in Jeff's asshole, and it just closed right up.
Wow, dude, you had your tongue pierced, dude.
Yeah, my ex-wife and I, when we were dating, we had a buy one get one coupon, and so we went and got our tongues pierced together.
Wow.
But then, and I had it in for about 4 or 5 years, and then it
So-
closed up in like 3 days.
So
And
what you're admitting subtly is that you're a beta dom.
That's kind
a
of
beta
sus.
dom? Did you say a
They have
beta
rugby.
dom?
Well, isn't that
beta
what
dom.
matches
Well,
up?
I'm
beta dom.
Hold on. This is all I'm saying. I eat pussy, and my ex-wife sucks dick. So
I mean, I'm not sure.
Hey,
I just
I'm
would
with you
assume
there,
that a
dude.
beta
I love-
dom goes with an alpha
I
sub.
love
Am I
eating
wrong,
pussy.
Jeff?
I love eating pussy.
I actually
Do
kind of
what?
wish that I still had the tongue ring because I'm a fidgety. But I'm not going to go through having a week full of swollen tongue again. That was bullshit.
Did it help? Did it help like down there? Did it like?
No, it
make a
actually really didn't
difference?
make any difference at all.
I'm sure.
Is it a
I've
beta
always been
dom
told
that
it did.
matches with an alpha sub? Is that the right terminology, Jeff?
Huh?
Is it a beta dom that matches with an
What'd you
alpha
say?
sub? Is that the right terminology?
I don't know. I'm just now realizing like playing with the concept
I
of beta
thought
dom.
beta
because I never
dom
knew it's
were like
now, but it fits flow perfectly.
oxymoronic.
I keep hearing
I don't know.
beta
Not
dom, I
necessarily.
feel like
I'm
it's
pretty
funny.
plain vanilla, guys. Like I might have a high sex drive, but it's not for weird shit.
But
Like, I don't
well,
need
there-
to
yeah,
like
there's
a bear
sexual
trap to
He
come.
teabags
but it's
all the
more a
men.
personality thing. It's more like psychological personality and social, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's what I meant, though. I wasn't talking about the characteristics
Signal
of the
is
man
going out.
being a alpha, being a beta. I was talking about that is specific to kink language.
Oh yeah.
If we were going to call it, if that's what that would be.
You didn't used
Well,
to strip
this
at the
stream has
gay bar,
certainly
right?
gone
Did
down
not used to strip
into
at the
that
gay
place
bar,
that it
but-
always goes to at the end.
But I did start going to strip clubs when I was 15, and I was the happiest 15-year-old in the Midwest.
Nice.
I'll never forget. That's actually probably the first stream I ever saw Gen X Jeff on. Over at TML's. Maybe I'd seen you before, but there was a scene where there's Gen X Jeff, Flo's in the middle. Trying to think of what other men are on the panel, and basically Flo is talking about going to a strip club, and how he dropped $200 for like the best hand job of his life or whatever. And all the other men on the panel are like, you couldn't drag me there if you wanted. And I don't really like that, and Flo's just sitting in the middle, like, not picking up what all the other men are putting down, which is fine. Like, I'm just saying, you're just being you, Flo. I didn't know.
I know
Jeff,
that
at
those
the
other
time
dudes
that
are
you-
all lying.
I'm not. The first time I went to a strip club was in Shreveport, Louisiana, and it was in the middle of the afternoon, and it was the saddest thing I'd ever seen. I felt so depressed after leaving that place. I never wanted to go back to a strip club again until I did, like, years later, whenever my friend turned 21 and we went to Glitter Gulch in Las Vegas in Fremont, and that was the second most depressing thing I've ever seen. So my experience in strip clubs have been nothing.
No wonder you need to spray paint your hair on. You suck at having fun.
I don't like the
I
strip
worked
club
at a
either. I
bed
hate
and
seeing
breakfast.
girls.
I
hate seeing
tried.
girls.
I was open to the experience, but it was not good.
I worked in a restaurant that was basically served breakfast and lunch in a hotel that housed the only strip club in Kelowna at the time. And there was a couple times I covered the lunch shift for the girl who served food at lunch for the strip club. And I was actually amazed at, especially lunchtime, Monday to Friday, how few people were there to watch the girls dance. They were there to have lunch and, you know, have male conversations with other males. And, you know, it was a cheap lunch place, an enjoyable atmosphere for an hour at lunch, and men, you know, focusing on each other more than the woman on stage. But it was daytime, Monday to Friday.
Hey, Tom, you want to go get a boner together?
I never thought of it. Oh, that's funny.
I've never understood the appeal of strip clubs. I've never understood the appeal of going to a place where someone is supposed to like get you really turned on but not do anything to you. And then you're supposed to like leave and go figure out how to like take care of that. I've never understood that as a concept.
I mean that is.
But then again,
that is sort of a problem paradigm there.
I'm not used to.
But then again, the two times I went to strip clubs,
tell them no.
Huh?
I'm not used to women approaching you and then having to tell them no.
Well, you get used to it. You got to tell them no, or they'll take you for everything.
Yeah, that was my issue.
What was your issue?
Telling them no at the strip clubs. They kept coming up trying to sell me stuff and because it was a wedding and I still had a tuxedo on, so they all had money, so they kept coming up and trying to get me to buy stuff from them. Losing my connection.
This was a heterosexual like bachelor party you were at?
Well, hopefully y'all are carrying on.
No, it was a gay one, clearly. If you're going to a strip club, it's gay no matter what you do. So.
No, but they had the gay bars in New Orleans.
I didn't even know it.
Well, okay. Let's look at this. Let's look at this objectively, right? You go to a strip club with a bunch of dudes, right? You get really horned up, and then you leave, and then what's the most likely thing to happen? I'm just saying, like strip clubs are kind of gay.
Did you say the most likely thing to happen? Did you just like imply that the most likely thing to happen after leaving a strip club?
You to go home after the strip club. They're all going to go home together. And
it was a joke. It wasn't serious.
I don't know, man. Kind of sus.
I was making a joke. God.
This might be a good time
yesterday.
It's a drunk joke.
They had the Lindsay jerk afterward.
The Lindsay jerk. Did that just become a phrase?
Me and my wife have a good sex life.
You remember that story from last night?
Which one?
The one she said that the guys would all hang out and jerk with each other, but they wouldn't be gay with each. Like it was something like that.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
Gazing and getting hotel rooms so you can masturbate together.
Oh,
but
okay.
Could you imagine doing that with your friend? What absurdity!
Because
wait, what? What?
My wife is named Lindsay, so it's very confusing. Every time anybody mentions the other Lindsay, it's very confusing.
What, like?
Lindsay, not Chris's wife, Lindsay. Great question asker, Lindsay. Beautiful body, Lindsay, that hangs out over with Flo and other panels. Beautiful mind, beautiful body, all those things. She told a story of a friend of hers that I think it was a friend of hers that had dated a guy who
she was married to him.
Ended up. Lindsay was married to him, or the friend was
Lindsay's
married?
Friend's husband. The woman was.
Yeah, Lindsay's friend's husband ended up ending their relationship.
And what about
Lindsay's
this person?
Friend ended the relationship. He confessed to his wife that he had a kink of masturbating next to and with another man.
Like.
So they didn't touch each other; they just touched themselves together. So it became this big thing we were ripping off last night. You know, I was asking, do they do it knee to knee? Are they across the room? Are they side by side on a couch? Are they gazing into each other's eyes? I'm so confused.
Are they trying to sink the other one's battleship? What's going on here?
Exactly. Right? Is it competitive? Is it a competitive? Is it a teaching opportunity?
And if it's between two guys, how can it not be competitive?
Well, from my experience,
it's we thought that it probably was something that experientially was likely quite homosexual. Actually,
Maybe they were trying to
do you put the
coordinate
stamp of homosexual? Do you put the stamp of
they're like doing
homosexual
synchronized
approval on that?
swimming, you know?
But this is the part I don't understand. Like, I mean, again, I'm not a man, much to the dismay of the transvestigators on YouTube.
It's exactly what a trans would say.
But yeah, but this is where I would say when I was in, I haven't had a lot of relationships. You know, I've had long-term lover relationships, but in a relationship, I would be there waiting at home if my man went out to party with his friends, you know? So I think for men who, you know, who have an open relationship where someone doesn't see that as competitive, I never saw it as competitive, but I also never dated someone who, or slept with someone who regularly did that, right? So, you know, to me, it only made sense that, you know, if someone's going out to do that and has a mate to come home to, then it's exciting, it's titillating, and, you know,
you're good.
Yeah,
I hear the women
likely.
I hear the women actually weigh the ball before and after you come home.
They weigh what?
The testicles.
Here's what this was.
To make sure that you didn't actually.
This dude was fucking other dudes, and he thinks his wife is dumb, so he made up an absurd story for her.
I see. That makes more sense. But there are men out there that, I mean, when I read the AIDS Vancouver Island mandate here and their mission statement, and it identified their target market of people to offer help to, it started out with homosexual men, hemophiliacs, intravenous drug users, blah, 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 and it ended with and men who have sex with men. So there are men who have sex with men who don't identify as gay. You know,
yeah,
and
here's denial.
I mean, they are gay, but they don't identify.
I mean, what's more straight than fucking another dude, right? I mean, like, fuck those guys.
That's really
manly.
manly.
Handle your dick.
So, but that just
Chris,
shows
I
you
feel
how
like
much
you
stigma.
I'm not attracted to them. I do it as a power fantasy.
Well, there's a lot of stigma, right? I mean, if
Circular
you're
logic
in the
jerk is probably the
military and
gateway
you can
drug
get
to full-blown homosexuality.
Chris, when's the last time you fucked a dude?
That's a long
He's
pause.
thinking about it.
I don't know. I can't remember the last time I met up with your mom. So,
all right. Well, that kind of worked.
There was that one time, but I thought it was a girl.
It's the best I can do.
It's not gay if you have
I can
you
do
say no homo first.
Well, but if you think about it, there's men. If a man was in the middle. Sorry, Jeff, I overtalked you.
Ahead.
Please
No,
repeat.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, you know, if there's men out there, if we were in a world where policy was such that you could lose your job for being gay, like in the military and probably many others, then some of those men would be married, right? And also engaging in homosexual activity, but not deeming themselves necessarily gay because it jeopardizes their job, right? So,
but married men who are not gay don't go look for guys to have side sex with outside their marriage. Like, how is that not gay?
I know, but that's the stigma. It's literally like cognitive dissonance, right? Like, I think those men.
Oh yeah,
just
but in their
couldn't take
mind,
the
because I know a
label
lot
on.
of them, like in their mind, they're gay.
She's
Like
talking
they
about,
know
like,
they're
dudes
gay.
that don't
They're
think
playing
they're
a
gay.
role. Like they're
Say that
doing
again,
a number
Jeff?
on themselves, but they know deep down.
Yeah.
I think they were starting the synchronized jerk team for the Olympics.
Sploosh.
What happened? Women can compete, or
Finally, an event I could compete in, right?
You know, they synchronize
really
the dances, they
fast.
synchronize the jerks, they synchronize the ending. You know, it was like it was a production.
I'm just gonna say, as much as
If it was a
straight
speech
men might
contest, I'd
fantasize
get you
about
every
that
time.
being, I think that the female counterpart to that, as much as straight men would fantasize about that being a great Olympic sport, gosh, for some of those women, it could take hours, right?
What,
like,
are you talking
would
about,
it be
like
the person
the
who takes the
squirting?
longest
Are you
or the
talking about like the
fastest?
Great
that
Squirtathon?
wins? Yeah, if there was a woman's equivalent to a circle jerk, it'd be like, well, do you win if you came first or last, right? I don't know.
You don't want to be the last one. I'm assuming.
I've only really been with two women, and both of them came very quickly. So I don't know.
They were just ready for the
Well
Uber
done,
home.
Kirk.
But that's good to know about you. I'll make sure to tell people.
Yeah, I've only been with 2 men.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell them.
Ye.
I really don't care.
I'm just kidding.
Chris is excellent at servicing women. Breaking news. We got
Put
breaking
that on
news.
Chuck. Yep.
I am.
The Shaky Leg Bandit is back.
I am, but I'm tied. But I'm tied down. You know, I can't give my services out freely. So it's a.
If you let the girl choose the girl, I find that that's really a better success rate than if you try to choose the girl. Just saying.
No, that's true. That's true. It's just that even whenever the girl chooses the girl, you can't stop the girl they choose from being insane.
Oh yeah, no, they'll hate each other afterwards too. This is a disposable friend.
I'm keeping my lips sealed on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could
shot
hear
my
you
kids
laughing
in
like ha 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 ha. I heard a certain inflection in your laugh.
I tell you, I've had great conversations like this one and on your stream last night and on another stream where people can definitely tell I ain't no prude. But that says for being an open book online, I definitely don't bring my, private life here.
We'll get you there.
Yeah.
You will.
Yeah.
Challenge accepted.
It helps.
We
it
just
helps
learned that
people
Chris is great at
ingrain-
making women come.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
He just saw past the veil.
I'm not.
I was just going to say it helps that most people have ingrained in their brain my head on a man's wrestler body. It helps me. Like, I actually have ever since that happened, I'm just like, well, that's helpful. I just won't.
I think it's so
I just
weird.
know that's what most people are picturing that I look like. Well, that's why I'm saying most people picture me looking like this wrestler man. So I just keep it to myself.
I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't see that in you at all. I think it's so weird to me. It's so weird that you get that stereotype. I've seen girls that have like the tomboyish thing or something like that.
People got boners.
People
got boners from my voice
from.
And my intellect, and then they saw my face and they're like, she's old and she's not thin, and it's a them problem, not a me problem. I have no problem attracting people. Let's just say that. I shouldn't say people
I thought your
en
pictures
masse,
were
Thank you very much.
Who was that old guy that you were stringing along?
Bobby?
Yeah.
My first metaversal boyfriend, Bobby?
Mm-hmm. Forgot his name.
Yeah. There's a relatively current picture. It's from the fall.
Your first metaversal boyfriend?
Yes. I stole him from Z.
See, I don't see anything about your face that looks masculine to me at all. I think that you're perfectly fine.
It's the camera angle. Thank you. You're very kind, Chris.
I'll simp as hard as I want to. God damn it.
Continue your simp. Just don't let the wife overhear you.
About a lot of people criticizing a false image of yourself, or even like the worst cut image of your face, it helps. Like, it actually was almost so empowering. I might have gained 10 pounds, right? Because I was like, oh, you guys are, really way far off, right? And then I'd look in the mirror after some of these memes were made, and I'm like, I look freaking hot compared to that wrestler. I'm like, I'm freaking hot.
And then you masturbated while watching yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's that helpful.
Seriously, that's a big win. It's a big win to be able to feel like that confidence in yourself. I mean, it really is. It's difficult. I mean, as a guy, I'm not conventionally attractive to most women or something like that. I mean, I get it. I get where some little thing like that can like boost your ego a
Bro,
lot.
get that
It makes you
spray
feel really
paint.
good, you know? There's nothing wrong-
Like $1 million.
Well, this is where I would say,
Yeah, there you go.
and my mom always says to me, she says, you're so body confident even when you're heavy. You know, you wear your leggings or your yoga pants
That
and
sounds
your
like
tight
sort of
tank
a
top or tight shirt.
gaslighty comment. Is your
And,
mom kind of
she just knew I
gaslighty?
always felt really insecure. Well, I was anorexic as a teenager. Like as a young adult, I had a really bad eating disorder. I was 97 pounds. I never was hospitalized. In fact, when the doctor said if you lose another pound, you're going to the hospital, I said you should have said that 15 pounds ago. Right? You freaking
But do you
idiot.
interpret your mom's comment as supportive or as undermining?
No, I didn't see it. I did see it as, I mean, yes, I did see it as supportive or inquisitive. But that's where, you know, I would say that's where, as much as people don't believe me, you know, that's where my neurodivergence comes in, right? Like, I don't care what my clothes look like. I like them to feel like a weighted blanket on my body, right? So I like the way my clothes feel. I don't care how they look to everyone else.
Yeah. Totally
It's
get
important.
that.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm like that with shoes. I'm like that with shoes, but nothing else. Like, 'cause I over the years collected like a huge collection of shoes that I've recently been trying to sell off, of like all these boots and stuff like that. Like the only shoes I care to wear are these Skechers Go Walks things, these ugly ass things like that. But they're the most comfortable shoes in the world, and I don't really give a shit if I ever wear another pair of shoes in my life.
Bro, I've been
as long as I keep making.
I've been wearing
Oh,
DC skater shoes for decades. And I won't
I
stop.
can see that. Even at the bank, probably, eh? You found a good pair of dark ones?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, DC ain't bad though. Like they really are fairly comfortable shoes. Like they're a lot more comfortable like Converse or something like that. You know, like I used to wear Cons a lot, and like, but the goddamn
they're the metal militia ones, right? With the
let me see what
metal militia. They're all fucking dirty right now.
Hang on, Busker, show me again. I mean, Flo, show me again. What color is that?
It was black.
Yeah,
now it's kind of gray.
I had a pair.
They do look comfortable though.
Yeah, they're the shit.
I
definitely see the comfort.
Yeah, they have nice thick soles in them. They're made for skating, so they're made for being on your feet for long periods of time. So they're decent shoes. Like I used to wear Hokas.
I like Caterpillars instead.
Is there any way you could change Jack Talcott and Scott to be on the background of your wall there, Scott Flo?
So that Scott's not pointing the gun at my head?
Right.
But I did it on purpose because it brings the energy to the center. And then
yeah.
It brings the room together. It brings the room together.
Although if I switched them spots, then
how could you not make that joke?
Busker, and we'd all be okay with that.
I mean, how could you not make that joke that it brings the room together though? Like that's like the joke.
It does bring the room together.
Hey, did you guys?
You were
sponsored hear that Jack?
That's awesome, dude. Like,
hey, Busker.
That Jack went to City Hall.
Did I hear that Jack?
Yeah.
Wait, I can't hear. One person. What did Jack did? What?
Jack went to Spokane City Council meeting today.
No, I didn't. Is he on video? Testify?
Yeah, yeah, he's on. It was on video.
Okay.
It was. He was
Really?
given a couple minutes. Yeah.
Was it sad?
Is it
and
on
pathetic?
Zoom or in person?
Was it something that's going to make me cry
No,
at the end of it?
It's on YouTube. I think that they found it.
Are you talking about Talcott?
I wonder if it was about him.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he's okay.
I feel Talcott's videos in
Let's
recent
stay closer to
times have
Congress.
just made me sad. So
Talcott's taken a dark twist. So has Z a little bit. I'm not sure what's going on. That kid is weirding me out. I'm not sure if I think that he's like creepy and Z is fucked up and exploiting him, or if I think that Z's actually being nice. It's like both.
Who? Talcott?
No, Z.
Who?
Z denied his best
I don't know who
friend.
Z is.
Said something's up with
The kid. What's the kid?
Joshua.
Yeah.
Wait, he's Oh my god.
Yeah. It's
what's the
Yeah.
is
Him and
it
Paul.
like virtue signaling, like watch me be
But
tolerant of the weird kid?
I don't know. At first I just was
you guys know
100%.
that
I thought that he was just
you guys
using the
know
kid for a bit, basically, and
Yeah,
pretending to give a fuck. But that might just be my own psychopathy
maybe he has
projecting
like
onto him.
people in his family, like he has a soft spot for kids like that.
Well, he was an audiologist, so he worked
this
with a
is
lot
where I
of
would
kids.
say
Good.
this is where I would correlate two things. I'm not sure if I'm going to get this information exactly correct, but Z had a good friend, one of his best friends, that admitted to him that he was gay, and he denied him as a young man. And then later that friend came out as trans and passed away, and Z never reconciled with that friend. And so now Z has a person with developmental differences who claims to be 18, who last year he knows he didn't do right by with the way he engaged with him. And he questions he does question one of the bits that he did with him. And so now what he wants is for Josh to feel welcome, to not judge Josh for wanting to play with dolls. This is just what I understand the story to be, and I think that he might be living vicariously the opportunity to heal a part of himself by supporting this boy who showed him his dolls today that he'd made. And it took him a while for Z, because he's managing a lot up there, to see that these dolls were handmade by Josh. And I was wondering, is he hand making his dolls because his parents won't buy him dolls? They were well made. They were made as an homage to a different kind of doll that I don't know. But I see at this stage of the game, given that history and given Z's clear communications about it, I felt like he hadn't crossed any boundaries. Although I do see that when Josh visited Tommy, that Tommy also had a conversation with this boy about not needing to necessarily look for surgical interventions, that there's other ways to maintain, and support who you are, right? So
wait, is this a trans kid? Is Josh? Wait, what gender is this kid? Like,
he's a male. He wants to be a female.
He identifies as gay. Yeah, he identifies as gay at this stage. He likes to play with dolls, and I think he has also identified as trans.
Is that the British kid?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he's British?
Yeah.
I thought you said he died, though.
What?
No, I'm saying Z had a friend. Z had a friend when he was young.
Not the new guy. Josh
that was a friend that would be Z's age now, but
Josh
that died.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is.
And I've heard Z talk about.
No, go ahead.
That's
that's very insightful information.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, no problem. I know that Z, when he came back, he did a show, and they were talking about. I don't know if it came because of I don't know if it came because people were transvestigating a woman that Z was showing, but there was a conversation that led into trans topics. And that's when Z brought up, I'm not having any negativity here. I lost a good friend, and I lost him long before he came out as trans. I did wrong by my friend, and I won't do wrong by this boy. I want him to feel included.
Okay, well, that's cool. That's cool. I will say, Flo, though, I'm surprised you're not even. I'm surprised you haven't come on just to brag about how right you were about certain people. But
about what?
Yeah, that guy's annoying as hell. So
who?
Yeah, you'll figure what I'm talking about.
If the friend wasn't involved, I would say that's.
Please drop it.
I'm
begging you. I'm begging you. Please drop it.
But after you explain to me what you're talking about.
No, he's not. He's gonna drop it.
No, everything's fine.
I won't.
Everything's fine.
I now have it permanently stuck in my brain.
Well, I'll talk.
I can say
catch
something.
me offline, and I'll talk. I don't want it on the street.
Just write it in the back chat, and then I'll shut up.
Catch me outside, bitch.
He can dance though. Like
catch me outside.
I'll type it in the back chat, but if you mention it on the show, you're gone.
You're such a douche, Jeff.
Whatever. There.
I'm not gonna say it, but I am prancing around over
I was
here.
a douche.
I'm doing the helicopter with my penis.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Don't get too excited. It didn't change my opinion.
I'm not that excited. I just think it was obvious. It was just an obvious truth.
All right. So what's the next topic?
Well, we've covered trans kids. We covered me helicoptering my penis.
Yeah. We pretty much solved all the world's problems at this point.
I'm still kind of like stuck in.
We've talked about all the piercings we're willing to talk about.
Yeah, Bexx just explained the whole paradigm though to me with Z, and now it's like, huh.
I would really like anyone.
Z's got a few demons in that.
I'm his content. He's not mine.
Right, you know.
So.
What?
Oh, I was responding to that comment.
What'd you say?
I said I'm his content. He's not mine.
Oh. Yeah.
I know the feeling.
Rules without them.
I agree, Uncle Fatty. Keen does make really good shoes. Like my wife, I haven't owned any, but my wife owns 2 pairs of Keens that she got whenever we were still working at Amazon, stuff like that. And like those things have lasted forever. It's like they look brand new still, and like she wears them all the time. She has like a pair of like sandals and a pair of tennis
Maybe
shoes.
she's
Like,
been
those things
stealing
are
new
made
pairs
for,
and just
like,
saying it's the same because she's a kleptomaniac, but she wants to hide her problem from you. Just saying.
No, I mean I would have to drive her there, so she can't drive. So yeah, but I'm just saying those things just hold up like they hold up better than Crocs or anything else. They're just like they're amazingly made shoes.
I think the most
my wife has no problem.
I think one of the best shoe buys I've bought is my daughter's little like ankle Uggs or whatever they're like Ugg slippers. She gets so much fucking mileage out of that shit.
Yeah, no, those Uggs. Well, those Uggs will last a long time. I tried.
Of course, she takes good care of them.
I used to sell Uggs like with my resale. Yeah, you have to. If you don't take good care of them, they will fall apart fast. But if you take good care of them, they hold up for a long time. You just have to be careful. Same with Fry's. Like I have a ton of Fry boots that I've sold in recent years, and Fry boots will last you forever if you take care of them. But you have to take care of them. You have to be willing to actually use like leather cleaner and shit on them, so like that stuff.
I did that when I had Red Wings. I should do it. I have Timberlands now. I should still be doing it, really.
Red Wings are amazing shoes. I had to get them when I was a kid because I had my feet were too wide for like regular shoes. Like my feet like grew wider than they did long at first, and so like the Red Wings were the only place we get shoes from when I was like 13 or 14. And those shoes were amazing until I literally grew out of them. But like, I didn't need them anymore. I didn't need they were really expensive, so we couldn't go back and just get more. But I would buy Red Wings all the time, man. Those shoes are fucking amazing.
Are they leather?
Yeah.
You ever try leather conditioner?
They're just like one of the few like boutique like shoe shops that are left in the world. Like you can take shoes that you have there. If you have like boots or something that you're like falling apart, you can take them there and get them like repaired and fixed up and look all nice and shit like that. So like they'll make your boots look new, and like they also sell like the Red Wing shoes. Yeah, and they're really, really nice. Yeah.
Are they like something you could like polish them up kind of shoes? Or are they just like something you could put conditioner on?
It depends on what they have. All kinds of shoes.
Yeah, saddle soap.
Yeah, they have everything from work boots to like formal shoes to everything else like that. So.
Yeah.
They have all kinds of of shoes. If you go to at least the ones around Texas, you go into a Red Wing store, which I have a couple of times just out of curiosity, and they have everything from like casual sneakers to work boots to just whatever you want, and like to boots and stuff like that, and like they have just like most shoe manufacturers, but they also those Red Wing shops will fix shoes too. They actually will do like shoe repair and stuff like that. And which is, if you have a really nice pair of boots or something like that, it's very valuable because it's a lot cheaper to get them repaired than it is to get a new pair of really nice boots. But
yeah. But you get with the work boots, you got to buy the insoles. Like I made the mistake of buying a pair of Red Wings and thinking I could skip the insoles. You cannot.
What
you
brand,
cannot. That is absolutely true.
What
I learned that at 14. Yes.
What brand insoles you use?
Red Wing.
Okay.
They have
Red Wing, yeah.
they like custom.
They just
when
sell
you
them
get boots,
separately. For some
they
reason, they put
make
them in
the insoles to your feet. They have you stand on the thing and they scan your
Red
feet
Wings.
Yeah.
Red Wings
It's
make me think of something that would be a Z's nightmare.
A disease nightmare because everybody's standing on the same
Oh,
thing.
Z's
No, a
nightmare.
no, a nightmare to Z would be Red Wings.
Oh,
A disease nightmare.
Definitely the copper taste makes sense.
Those
Like-
pennies. You get it?
Anyways,
You get it?
to each their own. To each their own. I judge no one for what their choices are sexually. Well,
Little Bloody Mary.
there are some conversations that at some point probably FlowState you and I can have.
Oh, we can have it.
Ain't nothing wrong with a Bloody Mary, Flo. Ain't nothing wrong with
Bloody
that.
Marys are
You should know that
disgusting.
from being Flo.
Hold on, there is something wrong with Bloody Marys. They're gross. There's no reason for anybody to drink vodka and ketchup.
No, they are gross.
Have you ever had a Caesar? Because you guys don't have Clamato juice.
I thought we
where
were
you
talking
live.
about
Have you ever had a
sexual,
Caesar?
so never mind. Never mind.
We were.
I'm eating.
But have you ever had a Caesar?
No, I have not.
Yeah, it's
Caesar
Clamato
salad?
juice is actually tomato juice watered down with clam juice, and it's a drink that's made just like a Bloody Mary, but with Tabasco, Worcestershire sauce,
I had one.
a celery salted rim, and
I didn't know
a
they were.
stick of
I didn't
celery.
know it was called a Caesar.
That doesn't sound like something I'd enjoy.
I know it's called a Caesar, but I've had it.
That Red Wing reference reminded me of a story. I've got a little anti-black pill propaganda to tell. If you're ready.
Anti-black pill.
Yeah.
Am I black pill?
Huh?
Am I black pill?
No, you're not.
Black pill's like doom and gloom, like
I can't keep track of the pills.
incel type stuff.
You're black pilled on the
just
government
want
for sure, and cops.
So anyhow, I get this girl to come back to the house with me and whatever, and everything happened.
Very
it was good, everything was good. Everything was good, and then like afterwards, she like went like cold, like stone ice cold, like the freaking iceberg that hit the Titanic or something. Even on the way driving her home, it was just like ice. I'm like, dang, everything went well. What the hell's going on? So I'm wondering what the hell's going on, even on the way, driving back home and whatever. I get home and look back on the bed, and it was like a watermelon-sized Red Wing sitting, patched into my bed. And I'm like, oh. So all you black pill guys out there, just remember, it's not always you.
Shit.
What was it?
She had a Red Wing moment on the bed.
Ooh.
A Red Wing moment on the bed. Yeah, I mean, she had a Bloody Mary. Yeah,
right.
And that's why I thought for Bloody Mary before. So.
And did you miss?
I'm gonna go sit in the other room and eat for a minute and then just come back.
You're hungry.
I know. I'm the woman here that I was like, this is a safe space for gay men, which is fine. Bodily functions are fine.
Hey, Jeff himself says this is an unsafe space for all people. So, like, you can't.
What? I'm not gay.
Yes, you're right. It's an unsafe space. I don't know about all
times
people. But yes,
said,
you're right. It's an unsafe space. This is my problem to deal with.
I like unsafe spaces better than safe spaces.
I couldn't. Every time Flo said Red Wings, I really couldn't picture shoes. Okay, that's just. You just have a reputation that precedes you, Flo. I had to keep being like he's talking about
that's
shoes.
Hilarious to me, because literally, when he said Red Wings, I immediately thought of the shoes that I wore when I was 14, right? So like I didn't have any other image in my head. When he said Bloody Mary, though, on the other hand, I thought he was talking about that. So
You're all pervert. I'm too pure for this panel.
I thought there was a shoe on the bed.
Good callback.
That was a good one.
Too pure
And
for
then
this
you
panel,
thought
my
that she,
ass. Come on.
you thought, and
She
then
had her
suddenly
shoe on my
Jeff was like,
bed.
"What? She had really big feet, watermelon-sized feet." I'm confused.
She probably had
What
a
does
big
big feet mean on a woman, anyways? Big feet mean deep, you know,
huge
big
vagina.
feet, big hands, big.
Huge.
Yeah,
vagina.
I don't.
The bigger the waistband, the deeper the quicksand.
I have,
So
I
big
have,
you
I
could
have
move into
tiny
it and
hands
like
and
have a
feet.
nice little condo.
My feet are tiny.
That's a good trait. Honestly,
Everybody likes a couple
I
tiny
don't know
hands on
why,
their
but
shaft.
that's, for women,
Yeah,
that's
there
I
was
know.
there was this girl
maybe not
when I was
men,
in high
but-
school. When I was in high school age, that everybody, including other girls, talked about her. And I don't know why they all talked about her and saying that she had a huge vagina. And I don't understand why. I never got it. I never understood it back then. They're all like, "Yeah, you could move in. You could move into that the condo."
Did you ever?
And I was
Did you
just
ever
like,
check out
what,
the?
like,
Did you
what
ever?
are you saying?
Did you ever tour the house?
What? Wait, Chris, I didn't hear what she
No,
had.
I didn't. I thought she was like actually a good friend of mine, and I thought she was really cool. And I didn't understand like where all the everybody's making fun of her from. I never understood the like what it was.
Sounds
about
like she
it.
actually had a huge
I asked
vagina.
them, I was like,
A what?
Big
I asked them
vagina.
if they
A what?
a big
I'm not
vagina.
hearing the adjective. I hear
I asked them if they
vagina.
had
What
sex with her.
kind
They
of
all said
vagina?
no.
You're gonna make me wake up the kids, aren't you?
Just type it in the chat.
A
What kind of
huge
vagina?
one, a gigantic one.
Oh, okay. That's the part.
The kind that you could move into and move your furniture into
Was
and
she a
live
big
there.
girl?
You need
or
a
was she
harness. You
only
need a
for
helmet with a
girls?
headlamp on it.
Are you talking like hot dog down a hallway kind of thing?
We're spelunking in this bit.
Ah, it's like throwing a
Yeah,
hot dog. down
you know,
the
headlamp
I
is
don't
such an
know. I don't have
an appropriate term too.
No help.
Those things are really useful in that situation. You know, if you've never taken a headlamp into the Viet Cong.
Into the
Viet Cong. Viet Cong.
Goblin?
Are you speaking from?
I don't know how mankind survived without headlamps. I kind of agree with that. They are like, you know, you free a hand and everything.
They do, man. I mean, like, it's dark down there sometimes, and you got to see, you know.
Yeah, but that's the excuse you need to. Whoops. Oh no, I'm in yes.
You definitely don't want to be on the wrong spot for that long. Like, if you know, without the headlamp, like you could be on the
Are
wrong
you
spot.
talking about like
for-
oops? Did you say
No.
oops? You ate ass?
As a
Is that-
Satanist, I'm here to tell you that you're all going to hell.
Don't say that.
You're not anti-establishment enough to make that determination. I'll be calling those shots until you level up your Satanism.
Okay, you remember that when you begging for a spot by the fire.
You gotta get.
Does Satanism have a book, like a scripture and stuff, or is it just like
It
a bunch
does.
of loosely
Paradise
like?
Lost by John Milton.
That's the book of the Satanist. I thought that was required reading at college or something like, and that was
It's
it.
Finnegan's Wake. Who wrote Finnegan's Wake?
Finnegan's Wake.
I would
you
supplement
have,
with
you have to read Alistair Crowley's entire bibliography, which is really painful to do.
I tried to read him when I was
Alistair Crowley's
20,
a
and he
terrible
wrote
writer,
one
so.
book called 777, which I was fascinated by. It wasn't really it wasn't prose. It was all these charts and footnotes and stuff.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
That one was interesting. And his novels,
Yeah, most of his books are like that.
Are not very good. Moonchild, and I forgot the other one.
Do you integrate
he
well
said
with like
himself
the
that the most
satanic,
important-
people? The like, do you integrate well with that group or whatever?
What group?
The
yeah, he says
Satanists.
many times he doesn't. He's never got along. Satanic church and stuff like this. Satanic temple isn't get along with them. They're very woke.
No, I haven't found any Satanists that I integrate with. I'm looking for them. So if there's any non-woke Satanists out there,
Look,
I wonder if they
Is Satanists woke?
boom,
Satanists are woke?
yeah, the Satanic
Well,
temple.
how
That
could
shit-
it not be?
Is that prosciutto?
Wow.
that is
Fuck yeah,
prosciutto.
dude. That prosciutto. That prosciutto is the bomb. I've eaten that prosciutto many times before, man. That shit is the bomb. Yeah.
Do a mukbang for us.
No.
I can't believe the Satanists are woke.
Exploited for pennies.
Satanists are woke because, of course, they are, because it's like
You
it's
could exploit it
kind
for
of
far
edgy,
beyond what it's worth.
right?
So they hate white people.
Well, they believe in bodily autonomy, but they want to mandate vaccines. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah. It's gross. But, you know, I'm not
I feel like a real Satanist wouldn't join a Satanism club.
Well, it's not about joy. It's just finding other people like yourself. That like when I'm around other Satanists, it's like being around other autistic people or other gay or Cajun people. It's like an identity.
I'm
that
sure it is.
we just
It's
get
like
each
exactly-
other
it's like
and we
exactly
can
like
just
that.
like go from there without a lot of conversation. You're
It's
just
like
with your people.
it's like being around a bunch of gay autistic people.
Well, the Satanic Temple
Kids
is
are all like,
like
yeah.
over 50% gay, LGBT, and neurodivergent. Like, there's more of that than there are straight, white, normal people in the Satanic Temple.
The
I mean,
straight
you
white
have to
man
recognize the
needs
humor
to make
in
a
that,
comeback.
though. It's like,
And it was started by a straight, white, normal guy. So, I don't know how. Yeah,
So
I
he
agree.
said.
I know. He's a
Or at
disappointment
least,
to the
like,
whole white
traditional
straight
masculinity,
race. He
positive
really is.
masculinity.
Yeah.
Do they have like bingo and stuff?
Got a bake sale this
I
week.
would love.
I mean, I
love
hope
bingo.
so.
I would
Otherwise,
love
what's the
Satanic
point?
Bingo.
We should do bingo and Keno here on the stream.
We
And just like,
should.
but we're not giving away any money or anything. So like,
We
No,
should
just
just
for fun,
move
but
into
have
a
like
retirement
little
home.
panel phrases. Like make some cards of all the little panel phrases, and when people say them on stream, bingo, blackout.
All right.
No.
That's actually a good idea. That's actually a good idea. If
You
you
know
come on
what
the stream,
word-
you
you
meet
You
know
could
what
do an
words are
entire
you-
bingo card
and
of
you-
just like Flo's delusions alone, or like
I don't
anyone
have
can.
delusions.
We could do conspiracy bingo.
conspiracy bingo.
You know what word people have stopped using is screets. I haven't heard
I
it
love
in
screech.
months.
I use it all the time.
I hear it.
might
I've
be the
heard
only
You use screets
Why?
still?
Why? Screech was one of the good ones. That was one of the good. That was one of the good slang
It
terms.
encapsulates
I thought
this
that
little
was where I
like,
was
universe
raised.
so well. This is definitely the screets. It is
There's a
like-
lot of people that say. I
Mhm.
mean, Tommy likes to say it. Illuma Tommy.
Mhm.
Oh,
Control.
God. Well,
Well,
that makes
you
me
know
want
what?
to say it.
If,
Right.
if that was his coinage, he can get credit for it. It's a good word. So
I
at
don't
least
know if he's
I'll
coined it
use
or not. It could be just some like slang.
The leader of Satanic Temple is not really woke like me. No, he is.
No,
Though.
likely not. And Jack, if you really want to go down rabbit hole, there's articles about him before his involvement in the temple tying him to like neo-Nazis and anti-Semitic stuff. So that's supposedly his background too. I've seen a few articles and the evidence looks more or less credible, but I don't know how. I don't know what his beliefs were, but it looks like he did have some association with some people that might be associated with some of those groups. So just Google like Doug Messner or what's his face? What's his alias? Fuck.
Vinny the Penis.
But Busker, you are in fact the accordion player. You if you want to answer Uncle Patty there, you are in fact the accordion player.
Lucian Greaves.
What about it?
We have heard you play the accordion on stream many times. I enjoy it every time, despite StreamYard's horrible audio issues. But I enjoy it every time.
Dude,
I love hearing someone actually play the accordion because the accordion is a truly mysterious instrument to me. I have held one a couple of times in my life, and every time I was just like, oh my god, this thing is so massive and so like complicated, and it blows my mind that like it's one of those instruments, kind of like a hammer dulcimer. Have you ever seen someone play hammer dulcimer?
Yeah,
that it blows my mind.
My dead aunt used to play one. There's a Cajun accordion's not humongous, but it's not as small as a concertina. And it's a design from the 1800s.
Right.
And the Cajuns, they liked that design, and they just kept it. That's why it's known as a Cajun accordion, even though it's a German design. All right, whatever. Fuck you.
The history of the Cajun accordion. Thanks,
well,
Chris.
I think that's pretty cool.
It actually came from Germany.
We adopted it from Germany.
Yeah, nobody likes that coming through the fucking StreamYard speakers.
Hey, can you do Campesina?
Chris, you're retarded. This is your fault. Are you done douching up the stream? No? Gonna keep douching it. All right.
Hey, Busker, do some Campesina. I like that stuff. You know, the Mexican music?
No, it's Cajun. Louisiana.
Campesina?
Campesina, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you play Campesina?
I legitimately like band. The band. I thought maybe I just misheard you. I thought you were into the band Los Campesinos. I love the band Los Campesinos, so I thought that's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't play Latino music. I just play music of where Jeff, his hometown. And he's a Cajun. He's like, it's the Cajun music from Louisiana.
Campesina sounds like Mexican carnival music, you know, and I used to hate it. Like, I was just like irritating, but now it's like I really like it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's got good bass to it, good accordion.
Yeah, you heard the bass side on this?
No.
Are you talking
on yours? No.
This so yeah, because it's really kind of messed up on StreamYard. Probably sounds like a big blur.
StreamYard's terrible audio, dude. It's not your fault. StreamYard, I tried to play songs on guitar on stream before, and it was bad.
You have to set your default audio settings to speakerphone.
Really?
So I guess it's different with the computer. On my phone,
Yeah.
if I set my
Even that
audio
won't
settings to speakerphone, it's more likely to pick up through the phone. Like it's just more likely to receive it as a phone call. And the only time I've played my piano online is when I was in a meta battle with I was recreationally arguing with a Mr. Recreational Argue Network Television rant. And I was winning so great that he called his pops in. And when pops arrived, I was like, you didn't just call your dad, did you? And he did. So I played the Archie Bunker theme for them both. And I think it resonated through fairly well. But I played it really slow and hit each note really hard.
Hey, did I scare
it was epic.
Flo or something? Did I scare off Flo and his woman? I'm sorry if I did.
Scare off, no. Irritated away, likely. But, you know,
thanks for hanging out, Flo.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Flo. But I say, back to like every little story you tell, it makes you more and more like one of my favorite panelists. That's hilarious to me. So playing the Archie Bunker thing like that, that's
it was epic. I was there.
Yeah, right now the score of recreational arguing
I can only
is
imagine
2-0, 2 for Bexx, 0 for Rant. I'm sure he sees it opposite to that, though. But
well, he did call it his dad. That's a fact.
He did call in his dad the second time, and actually Jeff was there the first time when I decided to jump up and argue that when Rant said Hank isn't intelligent, I chose that to be my moment to take on Mr. Rant. What did you say? right? Let's argue this point.
Wait,
And,
what was the argument?
he-
Hank is intelligent?
The argument was Rant made the claim that Hank was not intelligent. So I decided to
Oh, was
jump up
not
and
intelligent.
take him on and say, yes, he is intelligent. And
What was his
Rant,
argument against?
I can't even remember why he was saying Hank wasn't he just kept calling him a gay Satanist or a gay witch or whatever. And I kept saying stuff like, what does his sex life have to do with his intelligence, right? And then he said, show me who a man hangs out with and I'll show you the man. And I was like, that makes no sense relative to intelligence.
We hang out with
And then he hit a
You must be
point where
running
he
on a
was like,
script.
We're in the panel verse
well,
together.
he
We
hit
don't
it,
hang out with each other.
yeah. But he hit a point where he was like, I don't understand women. And I said, don't worry. Don't worry. You just have to understand one. And you and Mim seem to get along very well.
Hank said that
right?
or Rant?
And then Rant said that to me. And then I said, and I said that to him. And then he said, I'm going to take about 10 minutes. He says, I'm going to take about 10 minutes. And I was like, good. And I was like, I win. Right. But
shout out to Rant's wife.
Were you there a while back? Were you there a while back on Machine live stream? Like Rant was going off on and being a dick to everybody, and Pops actually came on the stream to specifically to actually call fucking Rant out and was like, dude, you're being an asshole. You need to shut up. And like it was one of the most epic moments I've ever seen on any stream ever.
You're not telling me that Rant and Pops recreationally argued with one another?
Yeah, Pops came on.
Yes. Like Pops came on and dadded him, and just dadded him. It was like, son, you're being like an asshole. You need to shut up. It was epic as fuck.
Rant's even admitted that he was a handful as a kid, so I want to hear Pops tell us a story or two about Rant.
Well, yeah, and I've seen Rant in a couple moments. I've seen Rant maybe it's just a bit of Stockholm syndrome from him being such a yeller, but when he does have those tender moments or humble moments, they really stand out, right? When he gives credit to his wife for teaching him something, or when he had an idea that he gave to about having like a rights and legal lawful rights piece of paper that people could carry around if they wanted to drive around without their tags on their car, stuff like that. Like, he can be very thoughtful.
Need that? Just get your tags. What's the big deal about
I know.
getting your car registered?
Well, yeah, he was talking to a content creator.
Well, if you don't do that, then you don't have the right to vote, and you certainly shouldn't use it, because that's upholding your right. Anyway,
I just put
in
back on my car.
States, you're allowed to do that on one side of your car. You can not have tag or plate or whatever.
I think it's different by state. Because Louisiana,
in certain states,
back, and then they changed it to where it had to, as long as it was on one side or the other.
Yeah, in several states, including Texas, you only have to have the back plates. You don't have to have the front plates, and you can put whatever you want in the front plates. So the front plates
Maryland is dual, so it's front and back. Yep.
When I moved from Florida to Arizona, my insurance went from like $25 a month to like $225 a month.
Holy shit.
And that was way back in '93.
Were you in Phoenix? Was it because you were in a city?
Yeah. Not just because of the city, but because it's just Arizona in general. The roads are so straight. People really lay on that gas pedal, So like 80 is the standard, like 80 is the real speed limit on the highways around here. Or you're getting surpassed by everybody and anybody. Even the scooter like that is illegal. So since that's the case, there's a lot more accidents and a lot more like fatal accidents here.
Me and Jeff used to live in Vegas, where I think the common knowledge was that 4 out of every 8 drivers were drunk at all times.
So I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, that was one of the first things that the guy I moved there to write the screenplay with, because I moved there to write
Louisiana, where the race
and that was one of the first things he told me.
So I probably didn't even notice in Vegas.
He's like basically 50% of everybody on the road is drunk at all times in Las Vegas, so you have to be driving really careful. really defensively.
Jeff.
It's one of the first things I was told.
Jeff, is there a drive-through that you can buy booze in the drive?
Yeah, the drive-through daiquiris. Yeah, and they had a drive-through convenience store where you could like drive through and get cigarettes and booze. They'd hand it to you out the window.
Holy shit, dude! That's like.
But they definitely
have
had
those here now too.
Daiquiri, and as long as you had the Scotch tape on the lid,
yeah,
it was legal. It was considered a closed container. Louisiana is very creative at like thinking of little loopholes to get around. To do this
pretty wild, man. I can't even imagine.
You can get.
Huh?
Yeah, you can get like a drive-through margarita at the Taco Cabanas here. Like it's a pretty common like little like fast Mexican food place. You can drive through and get a margarita or whatever, and like they'll give you the cup, all the ingredients, and they give you a separate little bottle with the liquor in it. And that's how they get away with it. Like they just give you a separate little filled bottle with liquor, and
you have to make it yourself.
And so you just pour liquor in it, and then you drink it.
But you still get like it's
pour
still
liquor in
illegal
it, so
to
like
drink it and drive, right? You still get in trouble if you got stopped. Like, do the cops hang out
it's
at
because
the
you take it
exit
somewhere.
of the Taco
Me
Cabana?
and Lindsay.
That's what I'd be doing.
Me and Lindsay used to stick him into movie theaters all the time. So. I don't really.
Underrated on politics and stuff is actually Neurojack there. Like, but on the stuff he's wrong about, he's like way off about. But he's right about everything. Like otherwise,
What's he right
there's like 10% of stuff that's like, what?
What's he right about?
He's into politics and religion and stuff. Kind of stuff I like.
Okay. Neurojack's one of my favorite people to talk to. I love having conversations with him. But me and him always like end up conflicting on like weird things that I don't understand. I don't understand the things that we conflict on. Like he has like he gets like things in his head that I don't see, and like I get like why are you obsessed with this? And like that's all. I mean, but I love having conversations with Neurojack. He's one of my favorite people. But
I think last week on last week on TML's broadcast, I think we made a crack in the conspiracy, the small hat conspiracy theory list. So I think it was good. Or maybe that was Saturday. Yeah, I think that was Saturday. I was high as a motherfucker.
Liked how was it Neurojack that was over here talking to Lib one day, and I really liked how he approached very intellectually and very sensitively an aspect of Lib's philosophy. I was hoping it would come to me as I told you this, but he was very thoughtful in showing sort of a cognitive dissonance or an incongruency.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I really like the way he communicates.
Yeah, but Lib is just all over the map. Like it's just test the wind and like a real politician. You never know his position at any given point in time.
If you get to know Lib, if you get to know Lib off panel, I've got to know Lib off panel. I haven't talked to him in a little while now. Not since I saw him in person. I haven't talked to him much since then. But getting to know him like off panel, he's a much more consistent and much more like a much more reasonable person than you might think just from the streams. Because he gets kind of like performed on the streams, but he admits to that. But like whenever we just talk and this like chilling as like just people, he's really, really super reasonable. He's not what he comes across of him.
I don't find him unreasonable on here at all.
I don't find him unreasonable on streams either.
Brain hops all over the place.
Yeah.
Some people do.
Yeah.
Some people do. I don't think he is, but some people do.
Well, even even as I say this, I feel like I should be saying her approach to pronouns and understanding how, like, for instance, online, it's hard to see the whole or hear the whole of Lib, right? So I find, considering I've got a cousin who's trans, and a lot of people are really, they choose to correct. I really appreciated Lib's breakdown of how she chooses to engage with people that matter to her when it comes to pronouns and stuff like that, you know.
All I can say to that, Bexx, is that I met him in person very recently, and we had like about a half an hour to 45-minute conversation outside of his hotel, and he's more masculine than I am, and that
well, you're trans anyways.
Yeah.
I'm more masculine than you are, Chris.
That's right. That's true. I keep forgetting I'm trans now. It keeps slipping my mind. It's just not part of my. I gotta find a way to get that like stuck back in my head. You know, like oh yeah, you're trans, Chris. You gotta remember that.
Hey Jeff, you know that's like the second or third time Flo's been on your panel, and you haven't been on his panel in like years.
No,
now.
I don't go on Flo's panel ever since that lady was on, and she was on talking about autism, saying all of this ignorant stuff, and I was trying to give my perspective from an actual autistic person. He kept shutting me down, and he said I was being petty and childish and self-indulgent. And this is
was
what
it Penis Margot
handle all the time when we try to get the autistic voice heard. The neurotypical voice always wins out, and Flo, being neurodivergent himself, it was just too much cognitive dissonance that he was supporting this lady but not letting me give a chance to say what I need to say about autism, and then framing it as me being petty and self-indulgent. So that was just too much.
Penis Envy Margot or someone else?
Yeah, no, it was Margot.
Interesting.
So
I have to say, like, really, unless it's Neurojack or TML,
to, like, have my back when I need it on his panels.
Yeah, unless it's Neurojack or TML, you probably won't see me on another panel for quite some time after my most recent experience. So, yeah, I'm done with other panels that aren't this one or Jack whenever he does one.
Chris, what happened on TML?
You know what happened. I'm not going to talk with you.
Yeah,
nothing's happened on TML. I would go on TML.
It's been months since I've seen you on TML, so I don't even remember. Like, I don't even remember the last time you were on TML.
No, what he said was
I'm thinking my most recent,
given his recent visit to another panel.
Huh?
I'm not going to talk about anyone else. Given my most
independent.
Given my most recent visit to another panel and what happened after that, I'm done with going to other panels until some unspecified time in the future. Like there has to be some reason for me to go there.
If things break down, I can recover it if I'm the one running the panel. If not, I'm at the mercy of another panel host. And if they don't have the skills to recover a communication breakdown, then I have no choice but to stay with that panel. So my panel is more reliable in resolving those kind of situations in the way that I need them to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but how long before Flo pulls a guilt trip card on you and says, "Hey"?
After this,
how long before Flo? How many more times before Flo comes over here and says, "Hey, guilt tripping you over to my panel and you're not coming" or something?
You know what? Flo don't have to come here. I'm assuming he comes here because he wants to be here.
Neurojack just told me that he's listening.
I didn't know it was a
fair enough.
Flo's welcomed here. Like I like Flo. I don't mind hanging out with Flo. I just can't do it on his panel where he's in charge and he's moody and volatile and doesn't always read situations correctly.
Yeah. Penis Envy Margot isn't always there either.
Margot what?
She's not always there.
Yeah, I won't go on a panel.
Yeah, but it's still it's not a matter of what she did per se. Right.
Yeah.
It's a matter of the grace not offered to rebut or to converse.
And not even not offered to rebut, but then my attempts to rebut were cast as childish. He said I was being a baby. I was being petty. I was being so I'm just supposed to sit here and not say anything while she mischaracterizes autism?
Fuck, man.
Yeah, I've struggled with that, not with Margot, but with the group think against me, they think I'm fake it. They think that I'm not autistic. Yet whenever I do have, when they are questioning something, they'll take the worst light. Like they'll be, oh, well, that's because she's not empathetic. Didn't she say she's autistic? Like it's so bizarre how they'll gaslight and say that I'm not, and yet use it as an excuse in the worst case scenario, that if they did any research themselves, they would know that, especially when you have like giftedness with autism, which even then people say I'm being arrogant, you know, that's when you have this situation where that lack of, you may miss social cues, but empathy is not, or compassion is not something I suffer a lack of, you know.
How does
So
somebody who's
I,
not autistic know when someone's autistic or not? Like, how are they the experts on somebody else's autism?
She's got a whole golden penis theory. You know, you tell me.
Hey guys, I'm gonna hop
Well,
off
that's
to
why.
get some food.
The penis theory of mind.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good, Buster. Actually.
Yeah, it's
We'll see you later, man.
I'm kind of hungry.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
see you
good
later.
talking. See y'all.
You too.
And that's where I would say that even when I was a young woman and I would meet a man with that has the Asperger's diagnosis, which tends to be autism with giftedness, and two of the umbrella. I'm just gonna associate those two, because I'd have these amazing conversations with men that I'd be like, yeah, same, right? And then they'd tell me, oh no, you can't be. It's only a male thing, right? So then years later, you've got this. You understand, at least I understood, and when I was in comedy, it was me and the autistic comic off over at the side, you know, waiting anxiously, not with the group, like, you know, keeping our earplugs in till it was just, there's too much similarities. And then there's that autism radar, which is like as strong as gaydar, it seems
Yeah,
like,
the
you know.
Audar, it really is.
That's
That's
So
how I
I
know all
didn't
the
really.
Spurgs on the panels. I can recognize it.
Exactly. So, I mean, I didn't need validation. I had a psychiatrist say, that when I went to seek the beginning stages of a diagnosis, the psychiatrist said, oh, go immerse yourself in the culture. Here's some numbers, you know, of people, someone in Vancouver you could see. Here's, he gave me all these supportive resources and in a half-hour setting, and then explained it could take 8 to 10 years to get a diagnosis, and then proceeded to write a letter to my doctor saying she didn't think I had it. And I was like, well, how
Is
can
that
you,
a Canada thing because of the system there? The Canada?
I would assume so. And just because the data on women, on girls with autism, especially women my age and stuff, is so it just doesn't exist, right? Like there's just not enough of it that's been done. uh I mean, I've got friends who have autistic children who haven't even made the inference themselves that they themselves have autism, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
so I was really, I mean, I'd done a deep dive. I'd like read journal article after journal article. I'd watched like people with PhDs and diagnoses. Like I'd really like immersed myself in it already. And then I said to my doctor, I said, first of all, why would this psychiatrist tell me to immerse myself and then write you a letter saying no? And if it takes 8 to 10 years to get a diagnosis as a grown woman, then how can an expert who's not an expert in autism say I don't have it? You see what I'm saying? Like it didn't make any sense. Like it's just not there's no logic in a doctor saying, well, I'm not the expert in it, you need to see someone else, but I don't think you do, you know. So
yeah, I don't know why he said, if he's
so
not the expert, I don't know why he said that either. Fatty,
well, and they never said
I
that to
have
me.
been to
They
verbal
said
combat a few times, but I I went on one night and that Thorpe guy was on, and I don't have anything to do with him, so I don't want to be associated with him on any panel, and that's why I haven't gone back. But I do like verbal combat. I watch it, I enjoy it. I like Easy's channel, so I have been a few times. And as far as this, the autism is going to be there, whether it's people use it deliberately as a tool to manipulate or not. So to me, when I say it, I'm offering it as an explanation so they can understand certain behaviors and things that they observe about the person. I'm not using it as a justification. I just give it as an explanation. And people sometimes mistake that as trying to justify. But like the behavior they're using it supposedly to justify is going to be there anyway because it's part of the autism. So they don't need to use autism as a tool to justify anything because they're gonna be doing those things for the autism.
You're roboting.
Okay.
Roboting. Just letting you know.
Yeah, my signal's been going low all night throughout the night.
I didn't hear the robot on my end.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like verbal combat to me, honestly, the reason I haven't gone back there in a while is I find it to be kind of tedious and boring after
Besides,
a while.
when iFi won, I knew at that point I lost faith that it's like
I didn't know iFi ever won.
It's whoever's in the audience that night and whoever they're like, whoever's tribe they're in is gonna win.
I didn't know that happened.
Oh no, he won against this really eloquent debater that completely that happened to Flo too. That Neve person supposedly beat Flo. Flo absolutely wiped the floor with her ass, and the audience voted her as the winner. And it was so obvious that she wasn't, that Easy refused to kick Flo off. He's like, "Yeah, you lost technically, but I'm not going to kick you off." Because it was so obvious that you won that one. So the audience is not always.
Neve is a terrible debater, and she's not even like funny. I don't understand like why people like her. She's not funny. She's not anything. She's just like the token trans person over on Verbal Combat.
I just know there's no way she won that debate against.
She's clearly a trans person.
Yeah,
she's clearly a trans person. And I think she gets a lot of leeway from that. That's all I can say about it.
Well, it's almost 2 a.m. here.
But anyway, you've been going for a while now. It's almost 4, and you've been going for 5.5 hours. So, but yeah, Bexx definitely. Click the Discord link that I sent you, and I'm Satiric Iconoclast in there too. Just message me, and like I want to talk to you about like doing some algorithm things and see if like we can like. I mean, you have like some working knowledge of it. And I think like combined, like maybe we come up with some ideas to do something with that. I think there's some fun to be had with the algorithm myself. I think there's a lot. Have you ever seen the Spiffing Brits channel? Have you seen the Spiffing Brit?
No. Did you say
he has done numerous videos. The Spiffing Brit. I'll type it out here. It's the
I heard
spiffing
sniffing
Brit.
and then I heard stiffing.
The spiffing. It's spiffing like like this, like that. It's not posting. There it goes. Yeah. The spiffing Brit. He's a content creator, and his whole thing is like figuring out like how do they exploits video games. So he's figured out many exploits in YouTube algorithm stuff before that they end up patching after he finds them. But it's really fascinating. Like you as someone who's interested in algorithmic type stuff, I think you'd probably find his some of his stuff interesting like that. So, but yeah, I just like I have some ideas. Like I think there's a way, and not just like I think that if we can figure out how to manipulate the YouTube algorithm at all. That means we could definitely manipulate the algorithms on, like, say, some of the smaller networks, like Rumble and stuff like that. You know, I think there's some like real potential there to get some attention on platforms. You know, maybe not, but it might be fun to try.
Mm-hmm.
It might.
Yeah,
I don't
look
know.
forward to those conversations.
Buying followers.
Well, I want to say thank you so much for. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to say that thank.
We're all so goddamn polite out here.
Wait, let her finish. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say thank you, Chris, for being so kind.
and welcoming. And thank you, Jeff, even more so for being so welcoming and kind. And
well, I think you're really cool, Bexx. So like I have no
I'm more
reason not to be
welcoming
kind
and
to you.
kind than you are, Chris.
And my wife thinks you're really cool too.
Satanist wins.
For the record. So
hail Satan. And I really appreciate the time spent here. I try to balance it, right? I can be I can latch on and show hyper focus on things. So, sometimes I just stay in the chat as an exercise because I'm also been listening for longer than I've been talking here. So thank you so much once again, Jeff, for a wonderful panel and great conversation. I learned so much, and good to see you, of course.
Please keep continuing to come back.
Yes,
Priceless,
and I will catch you next time. And
DaFreak is the bomb.
As well.
In fact, that might go. That
Bye
might
for now.
DaFreak is the bomb. You know. Sorry, drunk Chris is dumb. Don't pay attention to drunk Chris.
Bexx is definitely super cool.
He's not that different.
Drunk Chris is
a little more.
I like the combo of Jeff and Chris. It's like the 1-2 kind of. You guys are a good matchup for
the 1-2 punch.
Combination of
it just works. I don't know, it just works for me, especially when Jeff's in his 3D, a time traveler mode with the chair and everything. And
which combination? I didn't hear the names.
You and Chris.
Yeah, really? it keeps everybody keeps roboting, dude. That's fault.
Okay. Oh, sorry if I'm roboting. No, yeah, you and Chris make a good panel team, I think.
Saying you just my balls.
Or streaming.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a really funny comment.
For some reason, it works.
Hang on, let me mute.
That was a genuinely funny
go
comment.
ahead,
I absolutely appreciate.
How come I can't mute him? All right,
go ahead. Yeah, I don't know. It just works. You guys bounce off each other pretty well, and stuff like that. And I like Chris's story. I like that he didn't lose faith in God because of the rotten church, because that can happen a lot. And I still don't know why you consider yourself a Satanist or identify as that, because you don't act like someone that I always picture Satanists as evil, murderer, stealer, liar, no good, low life, scum, but you're none of those at all. You're a good guy. You're straightforward, you're reasonable, objective, skeptical, all that stuff that, I kind of keeps bringing me back here. And anyhow, I like the dude from Norway, and I like I forgot his name. Busker. Sorry, Busker. So yeah, everything's cool, man. Thank you for having me. And Satan can kiss my balls.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. It was good conversation. I enjoy. I think DaFreak.
We definitely have a fun cast of characters here at the.
DaFreak is one of the stable, grounded, just solid people in the community. You don't get a lot of drama and.
I agree.
Up and down with him. He's just really steady. So tomorrow there's probably going to be some kind of DaFreak gate over something. Now that I said that, but that's good. Seeing people go through drama.
Now that you said that, then
educational too. Seeing how people are when they're involved in drama.
DaFreak and Bexx are going to have meltdowns tomorrow because we both prayed tonight. So.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you go ahead and pass out and get recovered by tomorrow. Actually, you don't have to show up if you don't want. I still want you to prioritize whatever you need to do there. So
for a couple hours.
Now you're roboting.
No, it wasn't that. My phone was dead. My phone was dead, and I was downstairs. That's the only reason why. I was downstairs trying to make a computer out of spare parts, and I finally gave up on that. And then I came upstairs and I saw you were streaming. So. Good night. Have a good night, everybody. Hey, Duchess. You just showed up out of nowhere.
She was there earlier. Hi, Duchess. All right.
You guys have a good night. And I still think that DaFreak's comment, "Satan gets my balls," is absolutely hilarious. That is that's some first class like dad joke theology humor right there. Like it's like dad theology humor. It's very, very funny. Yeah, I'm sorry, Duchess. You just happened to get here right as we're closing up. I'm sorry. It's time to close up the shop for the night. It's almost 4 a.m. here in my time. So.
Yep, we gotta
Stream, man. Hell yeah,
we can do it again in a few hours.
All right, I'm clicking out. Good night.
Take care. Doing spiritual combat. Got the eye of the tiger. All right. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably other panels out there for now, and if not, we will be back. Central Time. 1 second. Let me wrap something up here. Okay. Well, see you tomorrow. It was fun. There we go.